Hey everyone, welcome to the second annual CSM Summit. My name is Dave Blake. I'm the founder and CEO of Client Success, and I'm coming to you live from the Client Success studio, right below the majestic mountains of Silicon Slopes in Utah. We are stoked to have you here today to join us for an awesome day of content, learning, and celebration as a customer success community. Now, I'm particularly excited about this event and this format because, believe it or not, way back in the day, I was a frontline CSM myself. Yes, Dave Blake was on the front line, and so I know the agony of a difficult churned customer, and I also know the thrill of an awesome renewal. I know the challenges being a CSM, and I also know how rewarding it can be. And I remember how difficult it was for me as a frontline CSM to find content that was relevant to me, that knew my challenges, that spoke to me and my career path, because it seemed like everything was geared towards managers and leaders. Well, that's why I love this event. This is created and designed specifically for frontline CSMs, for you. No, we didn't put an events marketing team in a conference room to come up with out of touch and irrelevant content. We actually created this event and designed it specifically for CSMs by CSMs. A CSM team created and designed the speakers, the content, the agenda. In fact, it was our team at Client Success. So we're grateful for Krista and Kristen and Leslie and Nicole for crafting and carefully selecting content, speakers, panelists, and presentations. And I'm so excited that we're able to produce and give you relevant, relatable, and actionable data today. Now, you're not alone. We have over 4,000 CSMs around the globe registered for this event today. They come from London and Helsinki and Sao Paulo and San Francisco and Tokyo and Toronto, Calgary, Cape Town, Singapore, and Sydney, all around the globe, sitting at your homes, in conference rooms with your teams, in your offices. We're so grateful that you would all join us today. Now, none of this would be possible without our awesome sponsors. So we're grateful for Success Coaching, who is our bootcamp sponsor. You'll hear the team at Success Coaching later present an hour full of actionable insights and best practices that you'll love. We also have AirDeck and Rocket Lane and Baton and Vanilla Form by Higher Logic. All of these are friends of Client Success. We hope that you'll be able to go out to their sites and investigate their solutions. You'll see some solution spotlights later today, but we hope you'll also go and check them out as well. And we appreciate their commitment to the customer success community. Now, we want you to be engaged. We have our team managing the chat. So jump on the chat, share insights, share questions, share learnings. Engage as a community and engage with our team. And we also want you to go out to your social media channels and share your learnings, share videos and pictures with the global customer success community who wasn't able to join us today. Use the hashtag CSM Summit, and at the end, we will pick 2 or 3 of the best social posts, and we'll send them a Client Success swag bag as a thank you. Now, today is a great day. We are live. None of the content is pre-recorded except for the solution spotlights. So there may be hiccups, there may be surprises. Our mantra is let's just roll with it. Let's have fun, let's roll with it. And we also know that it will be, that we will have a great time just celebrating together. So without further ado, I'm excited to start the day of celebration for customer success and CSMs and for you. I'm excited to share and introduce my co-host. She needs no introduction. She's one of the most respected and revered customer success leaders and friends of the global customer success community. So welcome in the studio with me, Christy Falcherusso. How you doing, Christy?
I'm great, Dave. It is so exciting to finally be here after months of planning with the team. Yeah. And Can you believe it's been a year since I've been at Client Success?
That's
and
crazy.
A year ago today was when we announced me joining.
I know.
How exciting.
We're excited to have you here in Utah. You brought some snow.
I
We
did.
thought it was spring, but Christy brought snow from New York, but that's okay.
I know, snow in April. I definitely didn't pack for that,
Yeah,
but
exactly.
excited to be here and really excited for the content today. I
Yeah.
mean, I've been watching the community talk about this, share their posts, what they're most excited about. And Dave, I mean, you've seen it, right? LinkedIn
Yeah.
has been on fire with people posting about their sessions, their panels, their content, and I'm really pumped for today.
It's going to be exciting. I think that we've got some awesome speakers. They are CSM, so they'll be relatable, and I'm really excited about how your team put together this agenda.
I know, me too.
Okay.
I got to ask,
Okay.
do you have a favorite session or something that you're looking forward to the most today?
You know what? I don't know if I have a favorite. I looked through all the content, and it was like, oh, that's good. That's good. I like that one. And so I'm excited about. I've got a question for you as well. So we surprised the customer success community last year. You're talking about your journey today, is that right?
That is correct.
From a subject matter expert to thought leader.
That is correct.
From, what was your first title?
Senior Customer Success Manager is when I joined
Senior
British.
Customer Success Manager
Yeah.
to Vice President of Customer Success here at Client Success.
Correct.
We're excited to add one more stage to your journey. We'll announce to everybody and surprise Christy to let her know about her promotion to be our Chief Customer Officer today. So we'll turn the time over to Christy. She'll share her journey from Senior Customer Success Manager to Chief Customer Success Manager.
I don't know how you do that. How do you promote me and then you send me on this journey to go talk about my career trajectory? I'm going to try to not react right now and save that for some intermission or a break. But I am really excited to talk to you guys today about the journey that I've been on professionally over the past decade. Now, my career goes back further than that, and I actually talk about it in 2 acts, and we'll address it. But let's dive in, because I really want to make sure that everyone understands that everyone's career trajectory is going to look different. It's going to feel different. You're going to have different experiences. It's not linear. You're going to go up, you're going to go down, but it's all those experiences that will get you to where you're going to be. So our topic today is my journey from subject matter expert to industry thought leader in customer success. So for those of you who might be familiar with me, I try to be as active in the community as possible. And this might be what you see, right? Some accolades, some awards. Maybe you've seen me on some podcasts, some webinars, leading some boot camp sessions. Perhaps you've read some articles that I've posted or even visited my personal website. Now, over the past year, I've had the privilege and pleasure of working with not only my own customer success team, but the teams of many organizations here at Client Success, and have learned so much from so many fantastic leaders who are really doing some innovative and transformative things in this space. Now, again, this is a snapshot view, right? You might take a look and say, oh, great, you've been an industry thought leader, maybe you're an engagement expert, an influencer in this space, but that doesn't come without a story. And that's what I want to share with you today, is my personal story, my personal journey of how I got to where I am today and where I'm planning to go from here. Now, everyone's story has a backstory, right? My life is not defined solely by the professional career trajectory that I've painted here for you today, or even talked about on podcasts and webinars. It goes a lot deeper than that. And so I want to share a little bit about who I am and where I come from, because this is all the foundation that's helped me along the way. Now, I think one thing that is particular to me is that I'm a Long Island native. I've grown up on Long Island in New York, about 40 minutes outside of Manhattan in New York City, for my entire life. Now, I've had some short stints in a few boroughs like Queens and Brooklyn along the way, but really, home is on that island. And I talk about that because it is so near and dear to my heart. It's where my family raised me. It's where I'm raising my family. It's where I've had the privilege of going to school and getting my higher education, where I was a professor at a university. And so when I think about, where home is and how that feeds who I am, that's a big part of it. Now, of course, there are some special key people that have played a role in that and really instrumentally helped me navigate my professional journey. I'm going to start with my amazing children. Yes, I'm going to talk to them as both children. My amazing stepdaughter, Adriana, who is 13, and our little fur baby, Charlie, who often makes her grand appearances in webinars and boot camps in the background while hopping on my couch. But really important for me to talk about my daughter. Now, how that plays a role in my personal trajectory is, at some point, I realized my daughter's watching, right? She's paying so close attention to the things that I'm doing personally and professionally. She's mirroring those things, and she's understanding what's possible. Now, what's critical for me is I've got to break every barrier. I've got to show her and teach her that there are no limits. Every single day, if there is something that she wants to do, she can do it, and she will. And I'm thrilled to be able to parent her and coach her and love her as she goes on her own personal journey. Now, I don't know that I'd be where I am without these two people, my mom and dad. And in fact, I do believe that they are watching live today. So hi, Mom, hi, Dad. But these two individuals have really been, I think, the key driving forces, and I think that's even an understatement, of helping me be who I am today. They've taught me work ethic, drive, commitment, never giving up. There's no two people, I think, that are prouder of me than those two individuals. And while they may not have spent their 47-year career in tech or SaaS or even learning how to use a computer, they have taught me more than they'll ever really know. Now, over in the left-hand corner there is my darling husband, who for some of you may not need any introduction because I do post and talk about him often. But Anthony has really been instrumental in helping me forge my way. One of the things that I think is key to everyone's success is having somebody or a network of somebodies who are going to help you, who are going to motivate you, encourage you, challenge you to think differently about things. And that is who my husband is to me. He is somebody who makes me believe that I am capable of bigger and better, and somebody who encourages me and celebrates me along the way. Now, of course, I come with other stories as well, and interests and friends and a wider circle of family and support. But two other things I like to talk about are my commitments to fitness. And so you will see there that picture of my husband and I is actually recently from last weekend as we were gearing up for a long multi-hour run. But then also my interest in fitness as an Orange Theory enthusiast. Now, I talk about those things because being into things like running or fitness are important for me because they teach me how to set goals, how to achieve goals, how to work towards those, how to work really hard and overcome challenging situations, how to set the right mindset, right? I can't tell you when I ran my first half marathon last year that there did come a point at, I think it was mile 11 and a half, where my mind really did want to give up. My body was sore, I was achy, and I didn't think I was going to be able to go on any longer. But understanding that I had a goal that I set, I established, I socialized, I knew I had to keep going. And so I talk about fitness a lot because I think that really helps me establish who I am and drives me forward. So really super pumped to introduce a little bit more about my story. But again, my story wouldn't be much without these couple key points. So let me talk to you about my 20-year trajectory. You might be familiar with some of these brands and logos, maybe not. But it comes with a journey and an arc that took me from companies like CMP Media to The Knot, which maybe some of you are familiar with if you've planned a wedding or your life nesting with your family. Cranes New York, which is a great publication. Bright Edge, where I started my SaaS career. So we'll talk about this for a second because my career is actually broken down into two acts. Act one is the first decade I spent in marketing. Right? I started doing publishing and online advertising and eventually transitioned into digital marketing and social media management, online acquisition. So everything from search engine optimization to paid advertising, affiliate marketing, and social were all parts of the work that I did. Now, if you would have asked me at that stage in my career, I would have told you, hands down, my goal, I'm going to be a chief marketing officer. I'm going to go be a chief digital officer. That was my journey. That was my path. And I was really excited about that. But what happened was, somewhere along the way, my career took a turn. And probably one of the best turns and transitions I could have ever imagined. So I'll talk to you a bit about how that happened. But The second half of my career, Act 2, has spent the past 10 years in hyper-growth customer success organizations and SaaS businesses where I've helped either build, scale, or transform these customer success teams and post-sales organizations to really help the businesses thrive and grow. And so I'm going to break this down for you and share a little bit about how I got there, but it's important to note that there was 2 stages. Now, I've been asked this a ton of times, right? Christy, how'd you get started in customer success? Now, I have the privilege of being connected with so many folks who have started their career working in technology and in SaaS, where they were account managers, right? Which is the previous title for what actually is customer success if we start to think about it, right? Maybe they worked at companies like Oracle or Adobe and got their footing understanding what that tech landscape looked like. Maybe they were working in these perpetual models right before SaaS was around. But I didn't have that same luxury. But what I did have was a wealth of knowledge and understanding of not only the digital marketing landscape, but also a technology that I had the privilege of using. So how did I get there? Well, there was 2 organizations I worked at. One was the Knot, or XO Group, and the other was AJ Madison, where I had brought on a company called BrightEdge as the technology provider to help me navigate, manage, and plan our search engine optimization efforts. It helped with our content optimization. It helped with our e-commerce and sales through Google and other engines. And over the years, I got really familiar with not only the product, but the impact using that product would have. Now, at the time, I'm based in New York, and BrightEdge was nestled very closely in San Mateo, California, in the Valley. And they didn't have a presence on the East Coast at that point. But I was onto something, right? Like, I really liked the product. I understood it. I was a customer of theirs. I understood the challenges they were solving for. And so eventually I said, hey, if you ever open an office in New York, let me know. I'll come work for you. And guess what? They did, and I did. And that's how I started my career in customer success. It was through the relationships, the conversations, and that practical application that I figured, you know what? I'm able to take what I know about digital marketing, specifically SEO, and the work that I was doing with the peers and companies and challenges I was overcoming, that I could be wildly successful there. Now, what I didn't realize when I arrived was that there was going to be a steep learning curve for me. Now, mind you, I was in publishing, I worked in e-commerce, I did advertising, I did events for a while too, but I didn't know anything about this world of SaaS. Now, I spent my first couple months, I would say imposter syndrome is an understatement. I would sit in rooms with folks who were MBA graduates from Duke and Harvard or Stanford, MIT, folks that had been in the SaaS space for their entire careers, the best of the best from Silicon Valley. And I'd look around this table and figure and try to think about, how did I get here, right? I didn't belong here. These weren't people that looked like me or thought like me or behaved like me even. And so these were some challenges that I had to face. Now, trying to figure out and understand the world of SaaS, that was its own challenge, right? I didn't understand what was different about what they were doing versus this perpetual model that everyone talked about. How was the business different? How would it benefit organizations to move in this direction? I didn't get that. I had to figure it out. Customer success was new. I was a marketer, right? I worked internally with teams. I guess my customers were other stakeholders in the business who needed me to market their products, their content. But customer success was new. Now, it wasn't just new to me at the time, right? Thinking back to 2012, it was new to the industry. People were still figuring it out. So not only was the industry trying to figure it out, I was trying to figure it out. I didn't have a wealth of content. I didn't have webinars and boot camps to join. I didn't have articles to read. We had to go on this journey as an organization at BrightEdge and figure it out along the way. Oh gosh, now, for those of you who know me, you probably know I'm not a math person. And so introducing new KPIs with new metrics and new equations I had to figure out. Things like understanding my churn rate and retention rate and understanding MRR versus ARR and TCV, adoption rates. All of these were new. They were new metrics, new formulas, new data I was presented. And not only did I have to understand it, but I had to be intimately familiar with it, right? These were the things that drove our business. I had to figure out what was so great about having investors and funding, and why do we keep trying to raise money, and what we're going to do with it. What did our board expect from our company? What did they expect from me? This was all new, right? Challenges and pressure that I was never exposed to previously. If I didn't drive as much traffic to the site one week, that wasn't going to cost me my job. But if I didn't retain our largest customer, that would have real impact. Oh gosh, and then there's recurring revenue. Managing a renewal process, what did I know about that? I didn't know anything about managing commercial conversations. I've never been in sales. I didn't have anyone coaching me along the way. I had hoped that the work that I was doing was going to be great enough for our customers to stay. But it's not always the case, right? We've seen customers who are happy and getting value leave, right? Whether it's through M&A or the company goes out of business or some other change in direction, a new stakeholder comes on board. We've all been there. And these were challenges and new things I had to navigate. I didn't come with experience. I didn't come with pedigree and degrees, and I wasn't well-traveled. And, these were all insecurities that not only did I not know these things, but I had to deal with my own kind of demons in my head that were telling me I couldn't and convincing me that this was wrong and I should probably go figure out something else to go do. But with the help of my husband, Anthony, and a lot of late night hours figuring it all out, I was able to navigate that curve. And so over the past couple of years, I had built my own career trajectory. Now, it took me 10 years, right? And I started off as a frontline CSM. So just like Dave talked about, right? We started the frontline working with customers. My first role at BrightEdge was as a senior customer success manager working in the enterprise. I had my own book of business. I was onboarding our customers, navigating conversations, working through renewals and growth. It was difficult. I then built my own career because I was vocal about it. Moved into a director role. A few years later, moved into a senior director role. From there, I was able to build up a role that was unique and new, where I was a VP of customer success and practice development, helping solidify the practice of how we would execute customer success at BrightEdge, and got to lean into all of the different teams across all of our customer segments and the global business. Now, at a certain point, we decided to make changes. And so while I had a wonderful run at BrightEdge for 5.5 years, I knew that it was time for a change. I needed a new experience that was going to teach me something different and help me figure out what would be next. Took a role over at Sisense, where I was the global director of enterprise customer success, working with huge global brands like GE and the like, and navigating a global team where we were managing some of the biggest customers, not only in our industry and at our company, but in the world. Now, some might see that title and think, oh, well, that's interesting that you would go from a VP to a global director. But who's to say that a title defines the scope of the work that you're doing? If you ask me, it doesn't. I think we're defined by the impact that we're making both to our businesses and to our customers. And so for me, it was less about the title, but more towards the work I was working towards. Now, over the past 5 years, I've been cozy in the seat as VP of Customer Success at some fabulous businesses. I've worked at companies like Better Cloud. I've worked at Sisense. I've worked at IntelliShift. Client Success I joined. Now, I did have a question mark on my slide originally under the year for Chief Customer Officer because that was something that I was working towards. But as Dave announced this morning, I guess we've filled that. So in 2022, I get to announce that I've officially made it to that next step in my career. But you see, it's a journey. And it's not one that, everyone's going to have one that looks a little bit different, feels a little different, and that's okay. And you shouldn't think about moving from a leadership role to an IC or, a lesser title as a step back. All these changes, hopefully, they're going to help you learn something new, create new experiences that you're going to be able to bring to your customers and, more importantly, your teams. As you become a leader in your own career, you're going to want to take all those experiences, good and bad, the leadership that you've been exposed to, good and bad, and introduce that in new ways to help continue to grow yourself and those around you. Now, I spent a lot of time, right, because I wanted to talk to you about how I've used this career to build myself into an industry thought leader. And so for those of you who I am connected with on LinkedIn, this might be a familiar picture or snapshot here. This is a picture of my LinkedIn page. Now, I talk about this because this is really how I started to build myself into an industry influencer. Now, I showed you a trajectory of 10 years. That came with a lot of learnings and probably more failures than successes, if I'm being very honest. But all of those came with stories and learnings and developed me into who I was. And so one of the things that I didn't have as I was entering into the world of customer success as that frontline CSM, I didn't have resources. I didn't have stories to compare myself to. I didn't have other learnings to help me be better or to help me avoid making certain mistakes. And I thought to myself, wow, Wouldn't that have helped? Wouldn't that have made me better? Could I have done more or moved faster if I had had those resources? And so it was at that point, probably thinking back to about 2017, 2018, that I decided to get very vocal about sharing my experiences with the broader community. And it was through those sharings that it helped me build my personal brand. Now, again, this isn't a story about building my brand. It's irrelevant who I am. But it is impactful to hear about the way I've been able to shape the community and help them be better. And I only know that because I'm privileged and honored to receive emails and stories and phone calls and people reaching out all the time to tell me how that the stories I've shared, the examples, the boot camps, the templates, how that's all really been, helping them craft their career and helping them avoid the mistakes that I've made or help them move faster to seeing the successes that I've had. And that's what it's all about. It was that sharing and that selfless giving back to the community that really helped me separate myself apart from others in the community and in this space. Now, I have to tell you, I've been challenged countless times. Christy, how are you just giving away deck templates? How are you giving away all of your trade secrets of the things that you've done? To be very honest with you, so what? Who cares, right? Rising tides raise all boats. We're all better as a community if we're all doing better. If every single customer success professional can contribute more, drive more impact, and help everyone be more successful, as an industry as a whole, we're going to be better. We're going to do better. And so for me, it wasn't about, oh, it's my deck and I built it and I don't want to share it. I don't care. I give it to everybody. In fact, we do, right? We do these boot camps and we give away countless assets and materials to help make everyone better because we do believe that that's going to help us all. And so it was that mindset. It was this ability to let go and stop gatekeeping insights and learnings and experiences that helped me build my career trajectory, to increase my visibility, to raise my profile, to push me to be better, right? I started doing things way outside my comfort zone, things like public speaking. I never thought that was something I'd be comfortable with, let alone something that I love at this point. But because I've had the opportunities to go and share those stories, it's become natural. It's become a part of my day-to-day. And I love it so much. And hopefully that comes through the passion and enthusiasm in which I talk to the community as a whole often. So when you think about all the content that you have, I think it's really important to think about how what you've learned is something worth sharing. Any story, any experience, any failure, any success is probably something that you can go and share with the broader community and start to help elevate yourself as a thought leader. Right? Rely on those experiences. You don't need to be a leader. You don't have to have ever led a team to go out and share a story. And that's what people connect to, is those stories. Get good at storytelling. Help people understand what's possible. Help people understand what to avoid. These are all ways that I've been able to shape my career, and it was through that mindset shift of just giving that has really helped me separate myself. And hopefully something that we'll see more of you do in the community to help elevate and make everyone else better. Now, anyone who's attended any of my sessions knows that I love a good takeaway slide, and so this is that for you today. I want to give you a few things that I've learned that I think will help each of you as you're thinking through your career and what will help you propel yourself into the future. The first one, communicate your career ambitions early. If you're in a role today as a frontline CSM and you want to be a leader, make sure that you're telling your manager. Talk to your directors, talk to your VPs. Make sure that they understand what it is that you're working towards. Get clarity around what it will take for you to get to that next step. Those conversations will help you move further and faster than anything else. What happens is, for a lot of us, we sit in roles all day, every day, and we expect that people are going to notice how great we're doing, right? We're doing all this wonderful work, I'm working so hard, I'm making an impact, that we're going to get noticed and we're going to get recognized and we're going to get promoted and we're going to get salary increases. And that's just not always the case. But if you're vocal about what it is that you're working towards, people can work with you on that. Create your plan, but you've got to be able to communicate it. You've got to be able to do the work. I think that's probably the most important thing. Sadly, I have a lot of conversations with folks who just believe that they're entitled to that career progression, right? Oh, I've been in this role for 6 months and I've been doing great. I want to go be a VP. I want to go be a consultant. Let me tell you something. You've got to do the work. You have to put in the time. I'm not saying it's a rite of passage, but those experiences will make you better and stronger. You need those experiences to learn more about yourself, to learn the business, to learn how to perfect your craft. Don't rush that process. Invest in it. You've got to figure out your gaps. Guess what? We all have them. I probably could do an entire 30-minute session on all of mine. But you've got to figure out what those are, and you've got to start to work towards building and kind of bridging those gaps. If it's, you know what, you're not great at math like me, maybe that's something you're focusing on. Maybe it's having business conversations or challenging conversations. Maybe it's commercial discussions. Figure out what the areas of opportunity are for you to improve as a leader and a professional and start to work on those. Work on them with your leaders, right? Start to put together a plan. Maybe invest in some coaching. Maybe enroll yourself in some training programs. Whatever it is, fill those gaps. You've got to spend the time to find the lesson in every setback. It is very easy to get lost in the sad story of failure and to not recognize that every time you take a step back, or what feels like a step back, is a huge opportunity for you to take a giant leap forward. Now again, I could probably do a 30-minute session on all my failures. That would probably be entertaining. But I will tell you, it took me a long time to figure out and remind myself that there's something to be learned here, right? And whatever it is I take the time to learn and explore, it'll help me avoid making that same mistake in the future. It'll make me better because I've already navigated this challenge. And so when people tell you that kind of failure can be your best friend, it really can. If you can get through the emotional part of it. You've got to learn how to compartmentalize and separate yourself from that failure. You're not defined by those. But you do have to take that opportunity to learn, to grow, and to get better. You've got to build a strong network of trusted advisors. I will tell you, I've got a group of friends. We call ourselves the New York Breakfast Club. They know who they are. And this was a CS group of folks that we came together very early on, pre-pandemic, and we're each other's best friends and allies in this space. We would get together in person all the time for coffee and dinners and drinks and really talk about the challenges we were navigating. We'd be able to rely on one another. In fact, one of our friends from that group just announced that she's pregnant last night. And so super thrilled for her and her journey. But these are real relationships with real people who have helped me learn how to be better at the work I do, who have challenged me to think differently, who have pushed me, motivated, and supported me. That network is important. Go find yours. Now, you don't need a dozen people. They don't all need to be executives or VPs. They don't need to come from big companies. They're just folks that understand you. They understand your journey, what you're working towards, and are going to be there to help guide you along the way. And then lastly, find a strong leader. And I think that's more important than salary, especially if you're early in your career. Don't worry about trying to, set these high bars on all the compensation that you could potentially be making. Find yourself with a really strong leader and align yourself early to that individual. Be open to listening, to learning, to receiving coaching and feedback. Embrace that process. I will tell you that some of the leaders I've had in my lifetime have really, I think, molded me into who I am today. Some for better, some for worse. But you can learn a lot from good leaders. You can learn a lot from bad leaders. I always say every leader can teach you something. But find a strong leader. Find somebody with vision and clarity, somebody who you enjoy being around, somebody who inspires you. But that individual will have a tremendous impact on your long-term success. So find that person, seek them out. Make sure that as you're going through your interview process, that's something you're spending time around, because that will make or break you. So please invest in these areas. This is, again, I could probably do a ton of different points here, but I would say if I'm giving you lessons learned, these 6 are probably really critical to your success. And so what I'll leave you with is this. Find out what you like doing best and get someone to pay you for doing it. My last change from a company IntelliShift, where I was their VP of Customer Success, when I decided to leave that role, I did a lot of soul searching. And I had a lot of folks ask me, Christy, why don't you go into consulting? Why don't you start your own business or go down that path? And it was something I considered and I thought of. But the reality of it is, what I loved doing best was serving the customer success community. I loved telling my story. I loved coaching people, getting people to think differently about how they were approaching their problems and challenges, helping them navigate solutions. I just wanted to talk about customer success. And so I was fortunate enough to come across a role and a company who not only embraced me, but my philosophy around customer success and pay me for doing it. And so hopefully, as you're navigating your own personal careers, you'll be inspired by something. You'll be inspired by some work that you've done or some work that you want to do. And you'll go explore an opportunity to pursue that as a career and a passion. And that will be the thing that changes your career trajectory over time. So without further ado, I'll close that off, and hopefully that you've taken something away that will inspire you to do something really great and bold in your career that will set you on your path. Thank you. What you've probably all been waiting for, aside from me talking about my career trajectory, is how we're going to be starting our day with our keynote speaker, James Cook at Next Level Coaching, who's going to be talking to us about the 6 mindset barriers to customer confidence and their 6 principles to overcome them. James is joining us from London, and let's see if we've got James on the line here. Hi, James.
Hi, Christy. How are you? How are you? How are you doing?
How's everything in London?
It's good. It's rainy, which is not a surprise to anyone who's ever been to the UK or indeed has not. But other than that, all things are good.
Excellent. Well, we are so thrilled to have you here, James. I'm really excited. I think you probably remember when we first connected, I was just super excited and inspired by this entire conversation you're going to lead us through today. And so I'm honored to welcome you to our virtual stage here as you lead our customer success community through this topic. So without further ado, James, I will pass it over to you to get us started.
All right, Christy, thank you so much. It's an honor to be here. I am really looking forward to talking to you guys about something that I'm very, very passionate about. And this keynote, much like most of the workshops that I've ever built, were built to serve one of my own needs. And so this comes from a very my own personal career trajectory. So I really do hope that you get a lot from it. I have a couple of goals for this keynote today, one of which is to echo Christy's point from her talk just now, is to inspire you. Not all of it's going to be relevant to you, but there will be things that grab you, things that are light bulb moments for you. And so I want you to really take those, focus on those ones. And so yes, welcome to 6 mindset barriers to customer confidence and 6 principles to overcome them. We could call that 6 principles to dance with them. It's about progress, not perfection, with anything that I do. And so as we go through this, I want you to bear that in mind. First things first, we're in the world of virtual. And so if I suddenly disappear, I shouldn't do, but if I do, I will come back. If you disappear, do what you need to do, come back to us, we'll be waiting for you. So here's today's agenda. Here's what I'm going to be talking to you guys about for the next little while. First, we're going to talk about Next Level's perspective, who we are, what we do, and how that informs everything else that I'm going to be talking to you about today. Then we're going to spend a bit of time talking about some definitions. What exactly do I mean by mindset barriers? What exactly do I mean by customer confidence? What are principles? We're going to get into all of that because what I've found in my work with customer success professionals, leaders, and founders is that the right or the most useful definition to a particular term in of itself will change how you see things and how you will perform at them. We'll then get into the barriers themselves. We're going to dive deep into them. We're going to talk about the barriers that I've found over my years of coaching. We're going to talk about what they do, how they dampen our natural talents and enthusiasm, how we can move through them, and in some cases, some actions to take. Some of these actions are going to sound really, really obvious because they are, but that which is most obvious is often overlooked. And so I'm going to get it said so that we can move past them together. We're then going to move into the principles, and these are guides for our ways of thinking, guides for doing small things, big things, and everything in between in our customer success game that if not directly counteract the barriers that you're going to see, they'll help guide you through different challenges that you face in your role right now. And then we're going to round it up and some lessons and then some next steps that you can take if you want to know more. My aim is to help, first and foremost. I always want these things to be entertaining, but I want them to be useful. I want this time we spend together to give you something that you can go away and put into practice today. But mainly it's going to be questions. Mainly it's going to be getting you thinking about yourselves, your performance, your areas of improvement, the things that you're strong at, and all things in between. As we go through this, I want to make it as interactive as we possibly can. And so I want you to look out for this little icon, this little notepad and pen. This is your cue to write some stuff down. You certainly don't have to, but think of it as silent coaching. Think of this as my way of helping make these things a little bit more practical for you. So when you see this icon, you'll also see a question. I'll, of course, read out the question. But what I'm going to get you to do is I want you to write your answers down. Here's the key. They are just for you. You can share them if you want, but no one is going to be watching over your shoulder. How could they be? So I want you to be really real with yourselves. I want you to reflect. I want you to get those half-formed thoughts down, but write them down. That's key, because if it's written, it's real, but it's just for you. So be honest. The key thing to remember here is that in this exercise, in these exercises that are coming, there are no right or wrong answers. There are only real and not real. And since it's only you that's ever going to see them, I invite you to be as real as you can. As I said, there's going to be a lot today. Too much for you to be to take in all together. If you want a copy of the slides, I'm happy to send them through. But what I want you to do is really just only take notes of the things that really grab you, those light bulb moments, those things that go, yes, that feels real, that feels true for me. And then write that down and get that said. The rest of the time, sit back, enjoy it, be thinking, be engaging. You certainly don't need to be taking notes the whole time. In all of the workshops that we do, we have a series of rules, and those rules are there to create the right environment for the right kind of learning, the best kind of learning to take place. We have rules such as be present, leave the outside world at the door. When we're in workshop mode, it's a conversation, everyone contributes. To be creative, we're not judging in this space. So I invite you guys to not judge yourselves as we go through this. What I talk about will bring up areas of weakness, things we're not strong at. That's the point. We want to work on the things that we're not strong at so we can get stronger at them. It's about progress, not perfection. There is no perfect. For all of you recovering perfectionists out there, and I am one of you, I want you to remember that there is no perfect. There is only progress. Be uncomfortable, because that's how we learn. You never learn anything without a bit of discomfort. Be honest, be constructive. In the workshops that I run, we go to some heavy places. We want it to be constructive always, and change what you can change, because that is enough. Those rules are all useful, but I want you to remember these 4: 1, 4, 5, and 7. First, be present. There's plenty to go through today. There's plenty to go through in this session. I'm sure you've got emails. I'm sure you've got Slack messages. I'm sure you've got lots going on. Allow yourselves to be present with me listening along. I have a wife and a daughter. I am used to being ignored. I'm used to not being listened to. But what I want you to do is be present for yourselves to get what you want to get what you can get out of today. Remember that it's progress, not perfection. There is no doing anything perfectly in what I'm about to tell you. It is only steps forward. It's only progress. Be uncomfortable. Challenge yourselves in the silent coaching exercises. Challenge yourself to write down the things that you're not comfortable speaking out loud. Be real with yourselves, because that's how you're going to learn. And then when it comes to, hey, what can I change? How can I move forward? Focus on what you can change, because that will always be enough. So first things first, our perspective. Who is Next Level? Who am I? And what is it that we're talking about today? So biggest, broadest statement you're going to get today is we specialize in organizational high performance. What does that mean? Next Level are a group of coaches, and we work with teams, individuals, and organizations to remove the barriers that hold them back from a higher level of performance. Ultimately, the vision that we have at Next Level is a question, because we're coaches, we love to ask questions, and it is, what would the world look like if we all lived to our fullest potential and lived our best lives? What would it look like? What would your career look like if you achieved your fullest potential and lived your best customer success life? That is why Next Level exists. That is what we do. And we do that by focusing on what we call the 3 pillars of high performance. And these can be for a person, a team, or an organization. First is mindset. Mindset, and we're going to define it a bit more later on, is the confidence to perform. It's great to have skills. It's great to have tools. It's great to have techniques. And I have no doubt that you're going to get plenty of amazing stuff today as you go through the course of your day. But mindset is the start. Mindset is the key, because if you do not have the confidence to go and try the new things that you're learning, you're never going to get proficient at them. And confidence starts in the mind. And so we spend a lot of our time, we're all trained coaches. That's where we came from. That's what we do. We spend a lot of our time working with our teams and our individuals on their mindset, their approach to their professional performance. Then there's skills, the tools, the capacities to perform at a higher level, and then culture. We do it together. We do it in teams. We do it as an organization so that we have the right environment for performance. Today is all about mindset. Today is about how we think about what it is we're going to do. There'll be 1 or 2 ideas for sure, but this is about mindset stuff. And so it will be abstract. It will be principles based. It will be broad. That's the point. You're going to take from it what you want, and you're going to tailor it to your situation. As I said, we work with organizations, and we work in 3 levels. At the top level, we work on high performance culture building. So that's clear structures, clear cultural frameworks, purpose, values, getting everyone aligned around how we do things around here in our team, in our organization. Why do we do this? Well, one, because it makes for a better place to work, but also we want consistent optimization. We want to always be running at high capacity, at high performance. And as we scale, as a team, a customer success team gets bigger, we want to be able to keep that high level of performance as it grows. And ultimately, the impact of this side of our work is in retention and productivity, keeping our talent in the customer success team and getting them to be as productive as we know that they can be. We work with leadership. We do a lot of work with leadership, from high all the way down to the first line team leaders. This is about frameworks for leadership. This is about helping leaders stay resilient, stay focused, stay empowered, stay dynamic, and help drive that level of performance and confidence that they need from their teams. That's again about organizational efficiency and team resilience. If we have a resilient leader, we have a resilient team. And so a lot of our work, we talk with leaders, we hear the things they're struggling with in their customer success teams, in their worlds that as we see it. And so all of that informs what we're going to talk about today. And then finally, and the most key for today, is the confident and proactive customer teams work that we do. We work on commercial mindsets and skills with customer success and sales team. I myself have a sales training background. We work with customer success teams to help them get confident selling, confident having commercial conversations, feeling confident talking to stakeholders about money, about budget, about KPIs, about ROI, all of these big acronyms that make us get a little bit tense. That's what we do. And that's what today is about. So I call them the human elements, because culture is about belonging. Do I feel a sense of belonging in this team? Owen Eastwood, who's a great culture builder in his own right, talks about the sense of belonging being foundational to high performance, because if a team does not feel like they belong, if an individual does not feel like they belong in a team, then they are going to spend more of their energy trying to fit in than trying to perform. And so to all you team leaders and leaders of organizations out there, focus on your culture, because that sense of belonging will improve the performance. Then clarity, leadership. Leadership's about bringing that clear sense of direction, of focus, of what's relevant, what's not to a team. And then, and this is the key point I want to be focusing in on for a few minutes, energy. Customer success, sales, anyone that is anything to do with customers is about the energy of an organization. And let me tell you what I mean. This energy, this is what drives organizations forward and gets them to scale, gets them to grow. Sales, as my mentor used to tell me and still does to this day, sales is the energy of enthusiasm and opportunity. When we work with customer success teams, a lot of the time they don't feel confident going in and talking to big groups of people or high-level executives in their client companies, but they need to. They need to have that enthusiasm. They need to have that passion that we know that they do, but that gets dampened when they don't feel that sense of confidence. And if they can, then there's that wondrous sense of opportunity from building those relationships and building those networks and getting higher and wider in an organization. The energy of customers, getting more customers in, it's always a thrill. That energy of connection and status. These are the logos that we have working for us. The energy of revenue. We've all been through an incredibly tough time over the last few years, and it's affected us individually on different ways. But the broad impact of the last couple of years has been, this does not feel stable. But you guys, as customer success professionals in customer teams, you have the power, the responsibility of bringing that sense of stability and possibility, because you guys are the key to the revenue. You guys are the key to delivery, of making sure that what your clients are buying, they get to use to its fullest potential. There's that thing again about potential, the energy of impact, the energy of value, the buzz as you see your clients go, this thing's awesome. We want more, we want better. And then of course, the energy of refinement, refining the product. You are the bridge, you are the conduit between your clients and the business. You are the ones that internally they're going to come to and go, hey, what are the clients saying about this? You are the ones that the client's going to come to and go, hey, can we have this? Can we improve this? You are the key. And so when I say that customer success and customer teams is about energy, that's what I mean. You guys have got it. You've got that energy for the enthusiasm. And so our perspective on customer success is you are the engine. You are the ones that are going to help a company start and scale. It's that simple. Yes, sales is key. Customer success, in our opinion, is a sales role. It's a different kind of sales role, but it has sales elements in it. And that's what the rest of today is about. And so all of the work that we do is what informs the perspective that follows. Let's now move to definitions. What do we mean by mindset barriers? What do we mean by customer confidence? Well, first of all, customer confidence is the confidence in selling and conducting sales activities. Now, there is a chance that I may have lost some of you by now. There is a chance you've gone, oh, no, and gone for a coffee. That's cool. Go get your coffee. When I've talked to different customer success organizations, there's a big split. Some don't see themselves as a sales role, and some absolutely do. I'm going to invite you for at least the next 45 minutes to embrace the idea that this is a sales role. And I'll tell you why later on. But those who do get this idea, get this concept, you're going to like what follows. But here's, in essence, why I say this is because if you can get confident with the selling side of the role, some of the best customer success professionals I know were salespeople before. I think it's a skill set that goes so well together, because ultimately what you're doing, if you can follow that proactive, diligent, consistent activity of sales, you create confident customers. And confident customers are the ones who buy more, buy bigger, that introduce you to other logos, other brands, all that good stuff. And so that's what I mean. When I say customer confidence, I'm talking about ourselves. I'm talking about our ability to go sell and go along commercial activities. It helps to get a useful definition of sales. I do a lot of work with people who don't feel comfortable with the idea of sales because of the image it brings up. And that's one of the barriers we're going to look at. But for now, let's define it. For me, sales is just about helping someone buy what they want or what they need. No more, no less. You're serving your customers. And no one gets upset when the waiter comes with a suggestion for an extra dessert that you might really enjoy. No one gets upset by that. They either say no or they say yes. If they say yes, they get a wonderful dessert. But there is an art to it. There is a nobility in helping someone buy what they want or need. Another way of looking at sales, and it's a very useful one, and certainly one that has been useful in my own life, is sales is about how you get from where you are now to where you want to be. On the other side of the hesitation around the commercial activity, that being proactive, that customer confidence is where you want to get to. I know Christy was talking about going to the next level in your organizations. This is the way to do that, or it's a way to do that. One of the ways is to go, all right, if I know how to sell, which is to influence people, to convince people that the way I see things is the way they want to see things, to get people to buy into our ideas, which is what sales is. That's how you get to where you want to go. And great sales is about helping people achieve what they want to achieve. So that's what we're doing here. We're helping you and we're helping our clients. Whichever definition grabs you the most, I want you maybe to write that down right now, but I would like you to have both ideas in mind as you go through the next bit. Let's define confidence now. We all know what it means. We all know what it feels like, but if we were asked to write it down, what would it be? For today, I want to give you my definition of confidence. And confidence is the ability to trust yourself in a given situation. Confidence does not mean that you always are right. Confidence does not mean that you are always successful. It does not certainly mean that you never feel fear. But confidence is the ability to go into a room, virtual or otherwise, and trust yourself and go, yeah, I reckon I've got this. That's what confidence is, or at the very least, that's what we're shooting for in this conversation today. A quote that I love about confidence, because I think it speaks to the true essence of it, to true, real confidence, is this: a bird in the tree never fears the branch breaking because her trust is not in the branch, but in her own wings. That is confidence, is trusting yourself no matter what the circumstances are around you. And so as we go through today, the mindset barriers that I'm talking about are what hold us back from that level of confidence. And the principles that I talk about are how we can move towards that level of confidence. So a bit of silent coaching for you. First exercise to get you going. Grab a piece of paper, a pen, something to write down with, and go and answer this question for yourselves. And again, it's just real, honest for yourself. How confident are you at the commercial side, the sales side of your role, honestly, on a scale of 1 to 10? 1 is absolute fear, absolutely not, don't go near it. 10 is flow, I love this thing. Now, if you're anything like the customer success professionals I know, you're not going to be a 10, and you're not going to be a 1 either. So choose a number that fits for you. Now I want you to write down this question. I'm going to give you a few seconds to write this down for yourselves. What could you do if you were more confident with your customers? Now let's move on to mindset. Your mindset is your perspective, your attitude, or your belief to a given situation. You'll notice that the picture in front of you changes depending on how you look at it. Some of you immediately saw duck, some of you immediately saw rabbit. But if I say duck, you're all going to see duck. And if I say rabbit, you're all going to see rabbit. The key here is that how we think about it changes how we see it. And that is what mindset is how you see a thing. If you see it as impossible, if you see it as overwhelming, if you see it as scary and unbeatable, that's how it's going to be. If you see it as something that you can tackle, something that can be overcome, something that can be improved upon, that's how it's going to be. My mindset to maths, and it sounds like Christy and I have something in common there, when I was growing up, was not a positive mindset. I couldn't do maths. And so guess what? I didn't try very hard at maths. And so I didn't get to be very good at maths. But then as I moved into business and needed to use numbers and all that kind of stuff, I started to get quite good at it. And so as I got better at it, my mindset changed. I went, oh, wait, actually, I'm pretty good at maths. And so I got better at maths. When you change the mindset, you change your output. When you change your output, you change your performance. You still don't want me doing your accounts, but I'm better at maths. So here's the next quote to do with mindset. Whether you believe you can or you can't, you're right, by Henry Ford. I'm going to let it sit there. Whether you believe you can or you can't, you're right. That's what mindset is all about. Mindset barriers. Mindset barriers are how we get in our own way. Mindset barriers are tricky because they are not something you can blame on other people. You can try, but they're all to do with us. They're all the stories that we tell ourselves. They're all part of our mindset that get in our own way, that we have to box with, that shadowy figure that comes up and comes our way when we least need it to. Mindset barriers are the way in which we get in our own way. And so now I want you to go back to the scores that you gave yourselves. And I want you to ask yourself, hey, what stands in the way between where I am now and maybe 1 or 2 points further up along this scale? Just write down your ideas now. The key thing I want you to take from this section is this. Your mindset, minus those barriers, is the key to greater levels of confidence, which is your key, your way to better, whatever it is that better means for you. Whatever it is that better means, whatever, if you got an answer to your question of what could I do if I were more confident with my customers, your key, the way to get there, at least one way to get there, is to work on your mindset. And that's what we're going to do together right now. So let's now move to barriers. And I want to give you 6 mindset barriers. Now, these I have lived myself to more or less of an extent, some including very recently, and some will be with me forevermore. I want to talk you through these 6. I want to talk through specifically what they are, give a definition. I want to talk through how they get in our way from a commercial standpoint, a selling standpoint. And with some of them, I'm going to give you, well, with all of them, I'm going to give you some perspective to consider. But then what I'm also going to give you for some key ones, some of the bigger ones, is I'm going to give you some actions to go do that start to relieve the pressure of these particular ones. Some will be relevant to you, some will not. There are some that are pretty much universal. There are some that work for some and not for others, but I'm going to go through them all. And as I said, taking this, what fits. Now, remember, mindset barriers are the way in which we get in our own way. So these are all to do with us. Now, the good news is that means we can work on them. The bad news is no one can do it for us. That's just the truth. So mindset barriers prevent us from doing the activities we need to go to the next level. Now, you'll remember the definitions of sales that I gave you. It's helping people buy what they want or what they need, and/or it's how we get from where we are now to where we want to be. So I want to share with you now the 3 laws of sales. I do a lot of sales coaching, a lot of sales training. And so here are 3 laws of sales that govern a person's success in a commercial endeavor. The first is that they will never let you know. We've all wrote those emails. We've all finished an email with, hey, let me know if you want to know more. The problem with that is that even if they really do want to know more, they're busy. Our clients are busy. They're high-level people. They've got lots to do. And so even if they do want to know, they're not going to let you know because they'll forget. It's not top of their priority list. And so we must get into our mindset as customer success professionals that they're never, ever going to come to us with a problem or with a request. It is on us to get proactive and go and create those opportunities for them to ask or for us to go straight ask. Of course, on occasion, they'll come to us, but it's good to get into the habit of always being proactive or never assuming that it's going to come to us, because that way we can create more opportunities than waiting for them. The second law is that you're always selling even when you're not. Now, if when I said before that customer success is a kind of sales role and you disagree with me, that's fair. You're entitled to your opinion. However, we're always selling even when you're not. I'm sure a lot of you have heard the idea that A company has a brand, whether they choose to be intentional about it or not. Well, we are selling whether we choose to be intentional about it or not. Your customers have come to you by way of a salesperson, so they've had an interaction with your company already. Now they're handed over to you and you're ready to get going. Whether you are intentional about the commercial side of your role or not, they are still deciding whether to buy from you or not. In my opinion, you guys have got the hard gig because they've been sold a particular vision and now you've got to deliver it for them, or at least you are instrumental. You are the face of the company in delivery. And they are still deciding whether they want to stick with you. Depending on the contracts that you have, it may be that they can just pull the plug. It may be that they're already deciding, okay, in 12 months, I'm not going to be working with this person. But the point is they're already deciding. They're always deciding whether they want to be still working with your company, with you or not. And so whether you choose to be front of mind about it or not, there's always that sales element, that buying element, that do I want to buy, do I not, going on as we go through. So it pays to remember that whether you choose to do the things I'm talking about or not, that's entirely your choice. But that buying mindset, that buying mentality is always going on in the minds of your client, whether we choose to interact with it or not. And the third law is that there are no immediate consequences to ignoring laws 1 or 2. You can completely ignore me. You can choose to wait for them to let you know. You can choose to not believe that there's selling going on. That's cool. And there will be nothing, there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with not doing the sales activities in the day or maybe in the week. But they are small and they are consistent and they need to be done all the time. And if like I've done in the past, fallen into bad habits and reactive habits, then the consequence is you lose a client, you lose 2 clients, you lose your portfolio. And by then it's too late. I do a lot of work with small business owners who they think they've joined to go do their craft and follow their dream. But actually, first and foremost, they're a salesperson, because if they're not, they don't have customers. And if they don't have customers, they don't have a business. And those who choose to not consistently and proactively sell are usually the ones that struggle to find the work that they need to live the life they want to live. Now, if you boil these 3 laws down, what we're really talking about here are 2 things. Confidence in the sense of proactivity, being proactive, leading our clients along a journey rather than waiting for them to come to us with good or bad news. And consistency, doing things regularly, all the time, come rain, come shine. These are the 2 key things you need to be successful in a selling context, in a commercial context. Of course, there are other things, but those are the key flavors of activity that you always want to be doing. And the thing about our mindset barriers is that they get in the way of those 2 things. So let's dive deep now into the 6 mindset barriers and see where that takes us. The first is the image of the salesperson. Nearly everyone that I've ever spoken to about this, including myself, hates the idea that they are selling. Because if we're selling, then we're a salesperson. And if we're a salesperson, then we're going to be seen as pushy or aggressive, desperate maybe dishonest, maybe have a horrible choice in fashion. But this is the problem. We don't want to be that. Who wants to be seen like that? No one wants to look like this guy that's on the slide right now. And so the challenge here is that it gets in the way of confidence because we are not proactive. We don't push forward with what we know we need to say or what we know we need to do, or a product that we know the client would love, but we don't push forward with it because, or at least we hesitate to, because we don't want to be seen as a salesperson. We're here to help them, right? Yes, sales is helping people. Sales is bringing them solutions to their need. You're not going to get them to do something they don't want to do. But if you believe in the thing that you are selling, then you will put it in front of them because you know that it's going to help them. But the image of the salesperson, this mindset barrier gets in the way of that because we don't want to be seen that way. And so we don't push it forward. And it makes us awkward when we finally do have that conversation. We mince our words when we're talking about budget, or we are more hesitant when we're putting forward a new plan for a new year. And the problem with that is that we seem not confident. And if we're not confident and we don't have that enthusiasm, then they don't have that enthusiasm. So they don't buy into us. And then the whole horrible cycle starts over and over again. And it gets away in the way of consistency for a very similar reason. We fear following up. We sent that email. We said, hey, let me know. They didn't let us know. We need to follow up because our managers are on us about, hey, did you follow up on that proposal? And we don't, because we don't want to be seen as that person. And when we do, we sort of try and edge into it. And so this idea that we are a salesperson in the negative sense, in that image that some of us hold, stops us from doing the sales activities that we know we need to do. And so I want to offer you some perspectives to consider that hopefully will burst that bubble of the image of the salesperson mindset. The first is the best customer professionals, the best salespeople, best customer success people, most successful aren't like that. They're not pushy. They're not aggressive. They're not desperate. They are great at what they do, and they show that authenticity. They show that confidence. They do it their way. And so we all know people, we all know salespeople, we all know customer success people who are great, that they renew year on year. They have high retention rates. They have high upsell rates if that's on their desk, but they're not like that. And another thing is there are plenty of other good professions, noble professions that have horrible people in them. I've met some really unpleasant, pushy, aggressive doctors in my time, and yet we don't paint all doctors with that brush. It's food for thought. And the other problem with not being confident, with not being consistent, because we don't want to be seen as a salesperson, as pushy or aggressive, is this: if we don't do the things we need to do to hit our KPIs or to renew our clients, we're going to lose our clients. And if we lose our clients, we're going to get desperate, which makes us aggressive. And so you're going to end up doing exactly what you didn't want to do. So bear that in mind. All right, next up, which should really be the top, because this is 100% universal. Every single person in the world gets it. Imposter syndrome. Feeling like you're pretending. I have been a coach for nearly 6 years. I have coached hundreds of people, executives, business owners, team level, you name it. Every single person has had imposter syndrome. And if they say they haven't, they're either lying or they're not very self-aware. I had imposter syndrome about 35 minutes ago. I'm talking to a lot of you. I'm talking about a subject that maybe some of you get, some of you don't. And I had a wicked sense of imposter syndrome, but we moved through it. Everyone has it. How does it get in the way? Commercially, well, it gets in the way of confidence because we don't feel like we can or should be as proactive as we want to be with our customers, because who are we to do that? And so we don't. Another way it gets in the way is we undervalue ourselves, our work, our products. And so I have a story about one customer success professional that I was working with, and they had just received a new target, new mandate. They were responsible for both renewal and upsell. And he said to me, if it's a choice between getting full rate for this product or offering them a discount or giving it for free to make sure that they still like me, I'm going to do that. Here's the reality. Their commission was tied to that, but they were more interested in being comfortable than pushing what they knew to be the right choice. And so imposter syndrome, not feeling like we deserve this, not feeling like we are real and here and legit, that gets in the way of our confidence. We don't come across that way, and so we are not perceived that way. It's a barrier to consistency because we're less resilient to setbacks. No one is going to hear yes all the time in a commercial world. Things happen beyond our control. Companies get bought. Pandemics happen. Stakeholders leave for other jobs and leave us with someone who doesn't particularly care for our product. You're not always going to get it right. But if we have that wicked case of imposter syndrome, we're going to take that more personally. And so we're going to take a break from that pushing, that proactivity, that consistency, and we're going to procrastinate. We're also, and this is key, we're going to put off conversations or ignore them altogether about ROI, return on investment, expectations conversations at the beginning of our relationship. If you have an expectations conversation at the beginning of your relationship, you can get clear what the customer expects, what they don't, what's great, what's not, what success looks like, what it doesn't, the different ranges of success that they would consider acceptable. If you get that right, and for some of you, this is really obvious, for others, it might not be. If you get the expectations conversation correct and clear at the beginning, the renewal is nearly already done, because all you've got to go do is deliver. And then when it comes back to it, you can say, hey, we delivered above that line. And so do you want to sign here for another 10 years? If you don't get that, if it's ambiguous, if it's subjective, if things are left unsaid, it's going to be very, very, very hard for you to have that conversation later on. But imposter syndrome gets in the way of that. So here are some perspectives to consider. I have found it really powerful for myself and for others that I work with to forget your title and consider your role. What is it you're actually there to do? This is particularly useful for leaders, by the way, but works with any kind of profession. Forget your title. Those are loads of words that are mainly made up. Think about what your role is really. As a customer success professional, you're there to help the client get the most from what they have bought from your company. That's a definition. It might not be yours. That's a definition. That becomes a whole lot easier to do than customer success manager for the Nordics or something. Or you can create an analogy for your role and just perform that. but make it simple. Make it so that a child can understand it. If you have children, explain it to them. If you have a niece, a nephew, explain it to them. Because if it's simple, it's a lot more accessible. And when it's accessible, you can just go do that role, because I promise you can all do it. Avoid certainty and embrace discomfort. If you are certain that you are great, chances are you're not as good as you think you are. The best professionals that I know, the best leaders, the best customer success professionals, the best business owners, question themselves. They are constantly thinking, hey, how can I improve? There's a balance to be had. We don't want too much questioning. We don't want too much self-doubt. But the key is this: if you're certain, if you are comfortable, you're not pushing yourself enough. There's a nice level of pressure. There's a nice level of discomfort that tells you that you're in that zone of learning. Too much is not good either. Too much leads to burnout, leads to making mistakes that you can't come back from. But you want a good level. And also imposter syndrome. If you're thinking about yourself the whole time, you're not thinking about them enough. Be thinking about your clients. And if you're thinking about them, you're not thinking about you. Here's some actions to take. Take off your cape. Imposter syndrome is linked to perfectionism. And by perfectionism, I mean trying to be Superman or Superwoman. Just don't. We're not superheroes, and even superheroes are flawed. So take off that cape. Seek feedback and internal validation. Trying to be perfect is about getting external validation. There's nothing wrong with that, but if that's the only thing that you subsist on, it's worth starting to look for other methods of validation and seek feedback. Get comfortable with asking for uncomfortable, real feedback, and let go of perfect, as I said before. By the way, if you try and define perfect for yourself, you'll find it's very hard to do so. And even if you can, it's subjective. Everyone's perfect is different. All right, on to the third one. We're talking now about people pleasing, placing too much importance on being liked as a person and not enough on being respected as a professional. I have definitely had this in my time. I used to work with a lot of sales teams that weren't particularly very nice people. And I was spending more energy trying to get them to like me than I was on getting them to listen to me. Okay, that was just youth. Everyone does it, but here's how it gets in the way. First of all, if we're spending our time worried about whether people like us or not, if it seems like they won't, our confidence gets dented. And we may annoy that person by pushing too hard, or we may fear annoying them, so not pushing or being proactive enough. And it gets in the way of consistency because we don't want to follow up with them because we feel like we're going to annoy them, which means they won't like us. And so we don't follow up. We don't lead them down the journey, or we don't tell them the uncomfortable truths. Sometimes they're going to need to be told. Customers are not always right, despite what people keep saying. We might even compromise ourselves unfairly. We might agree to stuff that we know we can't do. We might try and get a discount that we know we shouldn't for the sake of our company because we want them to like us. And so here are some perspectives to consider. It might be that you're frustrating them by not following up because you're dragging your feet, or it might be that you're putting them off by trying to be too familiar. That can happen too. Business relationships are about mutual benefit. What have you done for me? What can you do for me? The more you do that, the more they're going to like you and respect you. Ask yourselves this: is it more important to be respected or liked? You can do both, but being respected is more resilient. It's a better state to be than being liked. And also, by trying to please everyone, I promise you're pleasing no one because you're going to be overcommitting and under-delivering. Barrier number 4, victim mindset, believing that there is nothing we can do. The stakeholder who holds the keys to our account has left, there's nothing we can do, for example. It gets in the way of confidence because we see the situation we're in through the perspective of fear, and we ask the wrong questions. What will I do? How can I do this? I can't do this. This is impossible. We see ourselves as powerless, which is neither true nor helpful. It gets in the way of consistency because we don't take action, because what's the point? We're a victim. We have no power. And we blame. I've seen a lot of customer success professionals who, and they couldn't see it, they blamed the portfolio they were given. They blamed the market conditions. They blamed all sorts of things. Now, that may be a factor, but there's always, I'm here to tell you, if someone hasn't already told you, there's always something you can do. And so what I want you to consider is this: if it feels like the situation is out of your control, if it feels like there's nothing you can do something anyway. Do it with fear. Great confidence, great courage is moving forward in the face of fear, not without it. If you didn't fear it, there'd be no courage, there'd be no confidence. Do it anyway. Keep good records so you can see how much progress you've made and opportunities you can pursue, maybe a line of questioning or something that you can go back to. Remember that if you do nothing, you definitely will fail. And then a final phrase, and it again sounds small, it sounds trite, but it is true. If you write down, and writing things out works very nicely, this happened to me, change it to, so I will. So I will go do that. So I will take a break and come back to it. So I will email my manager and ask for help. There's always something you can do. A great way to bust through victim mindset is to do the inquiry. This is not an exercise of mine. It's one that I love, though. If you Google the work practice, Byron Katie, you will find the inquiry. Go through it. It's 4 very simple questions. I promise it will give you a burst of inspiration and energy that you did not know you had. Write out ideas, and again, write them because they'll be real, using could rather than will. Could is more creative. Could is, I could do this, I could do that. Will is black and white. And when we're in victim mindset, we tend to see things as black and white, right or wrong, yes or no. And it's never that way. And ask for help. We're not perfect. We're human. Ask for help. There will be someone somewhere who has had your problem and gone through it. Go ask for help. The last 2, and I'm looking at leaders here, are cultural barriers. Some have them, but it's mainly an organizational thing. And so I want you to be paying attention to these because they're subtle. They seem obvious, but they're subtle, and they can be a barrier to consistent, confident activity, or at least consistent activity. Too much passion, being way too enthusiastic about what we do, loving what we do and ourselves so much that it either puts people off or slows down commercial activity. And the way it slows commercial activity down is through consistency, because we value the product or the service so highly that we assume that people are just going to buy it. I've worked with a company that had that culturally through the whole of the founders all the way down. They thought what they did was amazing, and it was. But because they loved it so much, they didn't take the time to consider that some people might not actually want it. They would just show up to meetings and go, yeah, this is amazing. Like, how much do you want? No one likes that. We also value it so highly. We're so close to the services that we do that sometimes we assume that people understand it like we do. They don't. If it feels painfully obvious in a pitch or a proposal or a plan, you're probably halfway there. Make it extra obvious because they don't live in the world that you do. You talk about the product all the time. Your customers do not. And it might be that we value our product so highly that there's a pricing problem. We might price it too highly or too low. We might overreach. So look at it with intelligent naivety. When you've got new people coming in, make sure they tell you what it is they don't understand about the product. Speak to people who don't value it. Some of the most useful conversations I've ever had have been sales meetings that I've failed at, where they've told me absolutely not. I've wanted to know why. Why don't they like coaching? Why don't they like training? What is it that they don't like? This is a coaching business rule, but it might hold true for some of you guys. If you don't hear that's too expensive at least 20% of the time, then it's too cheap. If you hear it more than 20% of the time, then it's too expensive. Go for the no. As customer success professionals, you need to be providing, like the waiter, providing different options, upselling, cross-selling. That's part of your job. And so if you hear no, that's good. That's the way that you know you've offered them up to the limit, enough for them. But if you never hear a no, you don't know when is the right time for them to stop, or for them that they've had enough. And remember, it's our job to lead. It's our job to ask these things. And so be proactive. Make sure that you're asking those questions that seem obvious, seem beneath you, but are not. And then this final one, linked and subtle, entitlement, assuming that the business should just come to us. This is very key with business owners, but can be in organizations as well. Well, they're just going to come because we're great. I've worked in a company like this. I was like this. It's not useful for sales because we feel like we deserve the business to come to us, so we take no action. We can present an image of arrogance, and no one buys that. We're slow to discuss return on investment because we think the product's going to talk for itself, speak for itself, and we wait for the great clients before we make them greater. We assume that if it's not working, it's something to do with the client. Never assume that. Perspectives to consider. There's always something we can do. There's always something that can be improved. And this is, again, an organizational thing more than an individual thing, but quiet confidence is always better than loud confidence. People are way more likely to buy into it. So I want you to take a few seconds now. We've just whistled through the 6 mindset barriers. Which is your biggest one right now? Just write it down for yourself. Which one feels like the biggest one? Let's talk about how we can move through them. On to principles. Now, principles are ways of acting. Principles guide a behavior or evaluation. I do jiu-jitsu, a martial art, and that's a very principles-based sport because there are thousands and thousands and thousands of techniques, but very few principles. And so if you understand the principles, you can deploy them in different techniques. The other thing I want you to remember is that principles are directions, not destinations. You're never going to do any of these perfectly. All that's worth remembering is that you're served by trying them, served by deploying them. So principles, I want you to think of them this way, as an internal compass that help us navigate difficult and uncertain situations. So the first is to be intentional, which is being deliberate and proactive in our actions towards a clear goal. I love this quote that speaks to intentionality. When your intention is clear, so is the way. How does it serve us? Well, because if we're more proactive, remember law 1, we're going to be asking, we're going to be proactive, we're going to be leading our clients, we're going to be more efficient in our actions. If we know what we want from the interaction, then we're more efficient in getting to that outcome. We're going to be clearer in our decision making. Leaders, I'm looking at you again. If you bring that intentionality to your team, knowing what's number one priority, 2, 3, they can be clearer in their decision making also and take more ownership. And when we are more confident in our actions, in our communication, in our presentations, that confidence inspires trust in our clients, and confident clients buy more from us than clients who are not confident. How can we put it into action? Always be asking what's next. Always be a couple of chapters further along in your client's story than they are. Always be thinking about, all right, well, what's next for them? What could be next for them? And be asking for each meeting, what's this about really? What do I want from this interaction? And be asking, what if? What if this doesn't go right? What if? Always have a backup plan. Always be ready for your clients and whatever they can throw at you. Next up is integrity. Walking the talk. I see integrity as just following through. It's a very simple one, but one that is not always practiced. How does it serve us? Because you are consistent. If you do what you say you're going to do and you do it all the time, you are consistent. Make a plan for your commercial activities and stick to it. What's great about this is it builds confidence in your clients as well. If once they see you being consistent in your actions and what you say you're going to deliver and what you deliver, that builds confidence in them and also in you, because you're going to build that momentum. You're going to have a stronger wave of commercial activity. And I promise you, you're going to love it when you're surfing that wave. And people buy into credibility and legitimacy. And so if you have that integrity, you're going to do fine. Set clear and realistic activity levels with your manager, if that's relevant, but make them clear, make them realistic for the long term, not just a week or a month, but make them realistic. And plan in your sales, your selling time, your customer time. It's important. It can feel like you can put it off, but if you plan it in, you're going to get it done. And if you get it done, you're going to be consistent. And even if you don't feel like doing something, if you're scared of something, do it anyway. Ignore those fears and deploy your integrity principle. Next up, objectivity, seeing things as they are, not how we want them to be. In the work that I do with customer success professionals, they often fear particular selling parts of the role. And so what do? They procrastinate because they don't want to do it. Objectivity is the key. It's about knowing that not everything in your job is going to be fun. The sales part's particularly not fun, but neither is losing a client. And so objectivity keeps emotion out of it. You're going to have bad days, but you got to do it anyway. Objectivity is that professionalism that I know we all want to bring. And the more objectively, and clearly we can see our situation, the more we can act in the most useful way for our clients and of course for ourselves. How do we put it into action? Keep records of our activities. Are we doing enough commercial activity? Have we had enough touch points with that particular client? Be mindful of our emotions. How are we seeing things right now? Is that clouding how we're going to go into the next meeting? Identify the necessary tasks we don't like and make plan them in for when you're more likely to do them. I myself have much more discipline in the morning than in the afternoon. So make sure that you have, you schedule as much as you're allowed to or as you can to get your morning energy, afternoon energy, however you are. All right, so next up is curiosity, being genuinely interested to know more. People always worry about being looking like a salesperson, having to know all the answers and all that stuff. They don't. Great salespeople are really, really interested. You can't help people if you don't understand them. And if you're genuinely interested, you really want to know more, your clients will talk to you. They will open up. They will tell you about it. And everything's interesting when you're told something by someone who finds things interesting. And by focusing on asking questions, you don't need to worry so much about knowing everything, which is the imposter syndrome thing. If you're just thinking about asking great questions, you don't need to worry about having all the answers. So be intentional about your meetings, like I said before, but don't be intentional about how you get to the answers. Be open, listen to it all, and ask spontaneous questions. If something interests you and you think it might sound stupid, just ask it anyway, because it might be interesting. Empathy, principle number 4, stepping into the other person's shoes. And I love this quote. This is from a client of mine, Julia Fern. She talks about, on our podcast, she talked about empathy as a key leadership skill, but I think it's also a key skill in general, about seeing them as humans. Here's the thing. Companies aren't clients, people are. We talk about the logos, but it's about the people buying from you. To solve their problems, you need to know and understand them. And by the way, empathy is not the same as sympathy. Empathy is understanding their situation, but telling them what needs to happen. Sympathy is crying along with them. And so don't feel like if you're going to be empathetic to them, you're going to be led by them. It's quite the reverse. It's about understanding where they're at so you can lead them better. How can you put it into action? Ask the silly question, like I said before, really listen to the answers, listen to discover, not to confirm what you already thought to be true, and allow that space for the human element. Allow for the fact that they may have had a bad day. Allow for the fact that their kids are running around in the background. We're in the Zoom world. We're going to see that stuff. Be real, be human. I'm giving you that permission. Collaboration, be on the same side of the table. Like sales, great customer success is about problem solving. People buy solutions to problems. We can't do it all for them. They have to work with us. We can't do the full adoption thing if they don't do their side of it. And so please see yourselves as equal to your clients. I know a couple of, certainly my younger clients, a lot of them see themselves as somewhat subservient to their clients, and that's just not true. Always be using we, not you and me or you and us. See it from their perspective. I actually have exercises on getting into the shoes of a client. So if anyone's interested in that, I'm happy to send them a copy. Just make sure that any deal, any arrangement works for you as well. Can it be delivered? Make sure, yes, you're representing your customer, but you're also representing your company. It's okay to say, hey, I don't know, and go back to them. So here are our 6 principles. Which principle feels most useful to you for right now? Please write it down. All right, let's start to round up. If you want to get better, and I'm sure that you do because you're sitting in this virtual room right now, if you want to get better, a big step forward to you is to work on your confidence levels. That's not to say that you're not confident now, but there are areas in all of our lives where we're more or less confident. And in order to improve your confidence to perform, work on your mindset, how you approach a certain situation. It might be that you're great at the initial call with a client, but you're not great when it comes to talking about money or renewals or the upsell conversation. That's fine. That's just who you are. That's to do with your experience and all that good stuff. So be working on your mindset in that particular area and be working on reducing, not removing, because we won't remove the barriers altogether, reducing the power that those barriers have over you. For me personally, mine has always been imposter syndrome. And so it's about, all right, how do I make sure that I've got tools and skills and testimonials around that to help me feel confident and inspired as I go into the parts of my job that I'm less confident about. Mindset barriers, they are the way in which you get in your own way. We've all got them. They're different for different people. They show up in different ways, but we've all got them. There are 6 here: image of the salesperson, imposter syndrome, people pleasing, victim mindset, too much passion, and entitlement. They get in the way of confidence and consistent activity. Next up, principles. Principles are a guide. Principles act as an internal compass that helps us navigate difficult and uncertain situations. Again, you're never going to do your principles perfectly. There's no 100% in any of these principles. But what there is a guide. When you go into a meeting, think, all right, intentionality, what does that look like? Get out a piece of paper and be intentional about the outcome. What do you want to have happen with this meeting? What will you see more of and what will you see less of if it goes well? Objectivity. I'm feeling a bit emotional right now. Let me deploy the principle of objectivity and let me see where that goes. Again, it doesn't mean you're gonna be devoid of all emotion. It doesn't mean if you're fearful, you're suddenly not going to be. But focusing your energy on, let me be a bit more objective, is going to help you through that particular situation. So they act as an internal compass. They can work for, you can write an intentional email and you can live an intentional life. They expand and contract depending on the particular task that you want to deploy them to. But these 6 I have found to be particularly valuable, particularly useful for the customer success professionals that I work with. So if you want to know more, if you want to get a summary book of everything that I've talked about, it's a long thing. I'm happy to send it to you. You can do one of 4 things. You can scan this QR code that will take you to the customer confidence page on my website, fill out the form, and you'll be sent a summary book free of charge. Or you can email into hq@nextlevelcpi.com and we'll be happy to get a copy across to you. If you'd like to join me on LinkedIn, there's my LinkedIn handle right there. Or you can go over to nextlevelcpi.com/customer-confidence, and that will take you to that same form that the QR code will take you to now. So with that, I think we have a few minutes left. I'm happy to open it to questions. Christy, if you can hear me, or you can tell me to shut up because I like to talk about this stuff.
James, this is Dave. Thanks so much for awesome content and joining us from London. Maybe just one tip. What do you do if you've been burned in your sales process? You're a young CSM. You've gone through a tough renewal or commercial conversation, and things didn't go as well. How do you regroup? What's your suggestion for somebody who's maybe lost a little confidence through a painful experience?
Yeah, so there's one particular, I'll call it a technique, but it's really a question to ask yourself that I wish I had 10 years ago. It's because the setback of being burned is incredibly painful. It's just, it shakes you to your confidence, to your core. It's what you do next, in my opinion. And so the question is this, is you think of a time in the future when this situation that you're feeling that is miserable is over, and it's contained and it's part of your history, it's part of your story, and it's something that you are talking about with someone. The question is this: what is the story you want to be able to tell? What is the story you want to be able to tell? And what that does is it focuses you on the here, the now, and the actions that you want to take. And that snaps you out of feeling sorry for yourself, which everyone does, and goes, all right, I've been burned. What do I do next? It helps you to deploy intentionality, which we've talked about, and objectivity, because we all want to be truthful. And so we want to be able to tell that story when we're telling it in the future. And so that gives us a route map for, okay, here's what I could do. If you're a really young CSM, that means I'm going to go talk to my manager. What are the options here? It's very tempting to blame oneself, and it's very important to own the mess ups that you have done yourself, but it's never entirely your fault. So I found that particular question to be really, it won't make the pain go away, but it helps the focus.
Okay, that great advice. Well, we appreciate you joining us. I know it's late there in London or early evening. Thanks for all the advice and the recommendations. It was very powerful. Thank you.
That's my pleasure, Dave. Thank you very much for having me.
All right, Christy, tell me your thoughts. I mean, I loved what James had to say. I remember as a young CSM where my customers came to me and wanted to have these conversations, but I was a little bit timid. They were a little bit scary. What about your experience? How were these commercial conversations for you?
I mean, so if we reflect back to my presentation this morning, right?
Yeah.
One of the things I had to overcome was this whole recurring revenue kind of aspect of the business that we work in. I didn't know how to navigate them. I didn't know how to even ask somebody for the renewal conversation, or forget growing, right? Like, more money was off the table. Asking them for the money they've already invested, that was a challenge. And so, I think one of the things we all need to be cognizant of is, if we're going to have our frontline CSMs navigating those discussions, is empowering them with the talk tracks, right?
Agreed.
I'm a big fan of role play and just coaching people through that. But you got to power them with the right way to have that discussion. But it's scary.
I love that too. For all CSMs, I would highly recommend role playing. I think the sales teams do this quite a bit.
Yeah.
I think CSMs need to adopt that more. And it's interesting because I think that I've always said CSMs are the best solution sellers out there, because they know their customers inside and out. They know what they need to continue to grow and expand. And I just really think this is a skill set that CSMs need to develop very early, is to have this confidence in having those kind of conversations. I liked what James said. He said, embrace the discomfort. And that was really good. And I know that I've been there, uncomfortable, and now I feel a little bit more comfortable.
I think you got to do it enough times, right? It's like with anything. This is why experience is so key. And we talked about, like, you got to put in the work. You have to do it enough times to build that muscle memory. I feel like now I can enter that conversation, and if I reflect back to just even being present and how I feel in the moment, it feels completely different than when I initially started having those conversations. You do develop that confidence over time, and that's true with everything, right? But the commercial aspect in particular.
Yeah, I know the great debate in customer success is, should the CSM team own renewals and expansion? Does it matter? Do you still, even if you don't own renewals and expansion, should you create and improve these skills?
Absolutely, because even though you might not be going through the commercial motion, right, of like the paper process and executing it, you're still advising your customers on a solution that hopefully is in line with something that they need. And so again, to your point, through that solution selling, you're effectively still having that conversation. Yeah. And that's something you should be doing all the time, because you're selling the value of your product and how it's going to inherently help them solve the problems that they came to you with.
Yeah.
So I think those are the things to think about, whether you're executing paper or not. I think that doesn't matter. How you help your customers solve their problems, I think it's the same talk track.
Okay, great. And I thought one other part that resonated with me is he said there's this concept of people pleasers. I think this is interesting. I know this is gonna be a generality, but CSM personalities tend to be people pleasers. We love relationships. We want people happy, successful. But how can that prevent us from having these conversations or navigating the conversations well?
I mean, as probably the ultimate people pleaser, I get it. It is difficult, right? You never want to let anybody down. You always want to tell them what they want to hear. But I think building the strong relationship that we always advise folks to build with their customers and putting yourself in and earning the right, I don't want to say putting yourself in, earning the right to be the trusted advisor allows you the ability, I think empowers you with the ability to not always tell your customer yes, or not always give them what they want or tell them what they want to hear. It allows you to actually have a constructive dialogue with them, right? And I think about it like in a marriage, right? You don't always tell your partner what they want to hear. Sometimes you have to have a tough dialogue. And I think that comes with the strength of relationships. So if we're focused on building relationships, which we all should be, then hopefully over time we can start to build the confidence around being able to maybe say things that don't please everybody.
Well, that's good. You're great at that, actually, and I agree. I think sometimes you've got to hold firm. Sometimes you've got to have those tough conversations, and that's where the respect comes in from your customers when we do that. But great topic. Hopefully everybody enjoyed. We appreciate James joining us. We're excited about the next one. We're jumping into a panel and talking all about goals. And so goals are so important as a CSM. We talk about we just talked about commercial confidence. I actually believe that this is the means to that ends, is understanding customer goals, managing to them, driving them, and accomplishing them. If we accomplish their goals, then that commercial outcome, that sales outcome will naturally come. So we're excited about this topic. We have an awesome panel led by Leslie on our team. We also have Elizabeth and Guy and Jeremy who will be joining us. So do we have our panel up? Are they online? There she is. Leslie, how are you? Hi, everybody.
Good morning.
It's good to have you. We wish you were in studio, but we're just happy to see all your smiling faces wherever you are around the world.
Yes, absolutely. We are here and we are absolutely representing the global community with this panel. So very excited.
Well, thanks. We'll let you take it away. We're excited to hear your thoughts.
Okay, awesome. Well, welcome everybody. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. We are so excited to bring you the first panel of the day. Today, we're going to be talking about setting goals, identifying, managing, and achieving customer outcomes. So probably one of the most important things that we do as customer success managers. And I have a fabulous panel with us today. We have Guy Rahimi, our Enterprise Customer Success Manager from Linear B. I have Jeremy Levin, Strategic Customer Success Manager from G2, and Elizabeth Cortland, who is representing us from a CS Ops side, she's the head of the Customer Success Practice at Uppercut First. So we are so excited to get started here. My name's Leslie Sutton. I'm a Senior Customer Success Manager at Client Success. And we have several questions, but one thing I did want to mention is please drop any questions that you have for the panelists, and we will reserve the last 10 minutes or so for your questions. So without any further ado, we're going to go ahead and get started. So question number one for the panelists, We hear a lot of companies talk about the importance of achieving customer outcomes, but very few folks have mastered the ability to get their customers to really articulate what their goals are. We get a lot of very, very broad answers when we when we ask those questions. What have you done with your customers to help them, come to the partnership with clear, measurable goals? Elizabeth, this is something you and I spoke about, and you had a really interesting perspective, coming from the ops side.
Yes, absolutely. So there is different ways to think the way to articulate goals. There is a high touch point of view and the digital led point of view. So what we do at AgroPulse from the digital point of view is basically identify the goals that our customers are supposed to achieve with our solutions. So when a company develops a product, we know exactly, as a company, we know exactly the kind of goals, the kind of objective we want our customer to achieve. So in terms of CS ops, meaning digital led, and for the tech touch part, what we do is that we display the goals to users. Obviously, we double check with the sales team what is the closest goal that the customer wants to achieve, and then we confirm that with the customer. In terms of tech touch, digital-led touch, what's happening is that we cannot get in touch with customers directly. So what's happening is that we can just send them a questionnaire, and based on different questions, we can say, okay, your goal is XYZ, please confirm. Or we can just display the different goals and say, what applies the most to you. So it can be done on the digital-led part very easily, as soon as the customer is aligned with us, and we will discuss that further. Another thing that we can check with the digital-led part is the customer who does not know what the objective is. And in that case, as a company, we need to tell him or her or them what's the strategy and what's the goal our customer covers the most. But I'm certain Jeremy has another point of view from the high-touch perspective.
Elizabeth, one of the things you shared was about how you confirm the goals, how you're running some discovery questions and you're validating those from what you've heard. So my experience, I work with enterprise organizations, and where I look to understand objectives are to my sales counterparts. So as a CSM, I'm coming into the conversation towards the end of that contract signature and reaffirming those objectives. So if I hear their goal is awareness, I was just on a call this morning, literally 30 minutes ago, someone said, I want to improve my awareness. Well, what does awareness mean to you? So through a variety of discovery questions, or similar to Elizabeth, put on that thought leadership hat. And as someone who's been in the space, how can you guide towards SMART goals? How can you guide towards measurable, hard objectives that you can really track month over month? So if we wanted to look at awareness, G2's focus on reviews and review presence. So maybe one of those objectives is to grow your review volume 10%, to improve your NPS score by 5%. Some of these different components are how we take what we hear as their goals at the start of a contract, and we start to quantify them, and then bringing that as our main why to continue on throughout the conversation.
Those are such excellent points. Clearly, we all agree, that a solid onboarding is defined by our ability to document what success looks like to our customers. And I think you guys offered some really great tactical points there. Early on in the customer journey, it is easier, to get some of those goals and to really hear from the customer, what they're trying to do. They're very excited. They've just purchased your product or made that decision. But what is your strategy for keeping those goals top of mind? And, assure that they're still relevant and accurate, for that customer throughout their journey. Guy, I know this is something that you excel at. Tell us how you drive goals throughout the customer journey.
Yeah, I think it's a great point, because I heard this saying not long ago that data is the new oil. If you have that, you're rich. So I think it helps both you and your customers to deliver with more efficiency and more quality. So we both want to excel here. So you have like a honeymoon part of the, after the selling process. And now it's real life. So I think that we need to use data to have proactive conversations. And we need always to keep tabs on how our customers are doing with meeting their goals, not in terms of usage, but in terms of actually making the goals that are important for them. So I also think that when you have the data, you can tell the story. So backing up your stories with data is always good. And I think that we should also congratulate and celebrate our customer achievements and letting them know, hey, you're meeting your goal. This is great achievements. I also believe that another important aspect is keep on reiterating on the goals and revalidate them as we go, because sometimes goal can change. You know, we have like dynamic atmosphere and environment. We live like in SaaS B2B world, and goals tend to change. So it's always important to always keep tabs on that as well. Elizabeth, I think that you have like a more tactical approach there. I'm really interested what you have to say there.
Actually, I will also rely on data regarding keeping track of customer goals. And one thing you mentioned, Guy, which was really accurate, is the steps to achieve the goal, which is basically the milestones, which are basically the milestones. So what are the steps that are necessary to take, that we have to take to achieve the goal? And as you said, data can help us see if the customer is achieving the goal, is going through the right milestones. Now, in an ideal world, we as customer success manager will call the customer every time the usage is quite low, or if he's reaching the goal, or high performing. Let's be honest, we don't have time for that. And most of the time we are running after our own time, running after our customers. And if we are lucky enough to have them on the phone, they want to cover other topics. So data can also help us with automation and CSM software, for instance, client success, to achieve our objective by sending customers emails based on the data, based on the usage of the product. You said you wanted to achieve objective A. To achieve objective A, you had to do milestone 1 + 2 + 3. You did not achieve that. Now, because you did not achieve that, look at this use case, look at what you could have done. So always empower user based on automation so they can really guide themselves through the process of achieving goals.
Yeah. That's
data is the new oil, as you said.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, absolutely. That's, that is so true. And I think the one thing that we've learned the last couple of years is things can change, and they can change on a dime. And being flexible and being able to, number one, either communicate or recognize that those goals are changing, or, as you were saying, validating them is so critical for that relationship with your customer. So great points. Now, after the goals and objectives are identified with your customer, this is probably the most important part. How do you document, track, and measure the goals? I know we've talked a lot about data, and I know we're going to hear a lot about that, but how is and then like a secondary question in this, how is that progress communicated to your customer? Jeremy, I love your answer for this, so I'm excited to hear you share it with everyone here today.
So to no surprise, I love data. Guy's spoken about it, Liz has spoken about it, we can call it the oil. My world is focused on data, and I truly believe there's ways to find new efficiencies by using data to our advantage. And so I have a mentor who shares this as efficiency hacking. I think it's a great effect of how do we take those objectives that we've just defined a couple minutes ago with the partner, and how do we continue with those, as Guy mentioned earlier, throughout the contract term, and always keeping those top of mind, because that is how they're measuring success. And as a CSM, we need to get this contract in the best case scenario to re-sign, grow, and continue the success of the partnership. So some of the tools that I use would be a business intelligence tool to help build a custom dashboard to define those objectives. And then the efficiency hack here, we use Google Suite here at G2. Google has a great opportunity to actually link Google Sheets to Google Slides. And I know Microsoft has similar capabilities. So how do I build decks that are based off of Google Sheet? And that Google Sheet is actually powered by our BI tool. And so all of a sudden we have this kind of nesting doll experience of, we run our data through a BI tool. It's delivered into a Google Sheet. and we then present that in a Google slide. And on a month-to-month basis, you mentioned, Leslie, how do we communicate this efficiently? This is now running on automation. So if I have a partner whose goal is to grow their review volume 10%, maybe from 100 reviews to 110 reviews in one quarter, I now have this data presented and automatically will update. So myself as a former data analyst, I'm always looking for those efficiency hacks. And then how do you pass on the message in your decks, in your presentations? So including call outs, including recommendations, so it's easily digestible by those who are going to continue to view it, because we all know everything is just forwarded on to someone else. So we have to make that efficient, not only for ourselves to build, but also communicate that down the line.
That's fantastic. And Guy, I know that you had a really great perspective here too.
Yeah, so a repetitive motive here, data. It's the word of the panel. So yeah, so Linear B, it's a data platform. And I think what's special about that the customer has a full visibility whether they're making, their goals or not. And we even came up with a feature called Goals to help the customers to see it. It's like team agreements and see the compliance they have around that. So part of what we do is research. So we take data and we benchmark that. So the customers are exposed to this benchmarks, and they can put themselves in the different tiers. So it helps them to see where they at and how they are moving forward according to their plans. And then you can make the small changes and the small fixes. And I think also what really helps here is to find ways in the product itself to show the customer where they see their progress, because sometimes you have dashboards, you have this different features and tabs, but sometimes you need to be able to tell the story and to connect the dots and showing them, I don't know, in QBR and EBRs, in return of investment conversation, you see that point over here, see how it links to that, and then they understand the bigger picture, and it's like you have that aha moment, and you've done your job right, and you're happy.
Yep, that's yes, absolutely, Elizabeth.
I was thinking about the documentation and tracking and measuring, and everything you said, guys, is amazing. And I was also thinking that most of the time, our customer, they send our presentation to their manager, to their coworkers. So beyond data, beyond showing progress, it's important. It's super important and crucial to make the data talk. So there is no confusion about what the data means, and maybe explain within the presentation, what does it mean? What does this progress means? And how did we go there? How did we achieve these results? So I just wanted to add that tiny stuff.
Yeah. No, absolutely. You're reading my mind, Elizabeth. Like my point, based on their answers, was the exact same thing. Customer success, we know it lives and breathes off of data. We have to have the data, but the biggest part is, getting that data to tell a story for the customer that's going to help them lead, throughout the journey. It's going to lead to value realization faster, which is going to lead to them meeting their goals, and obviously very smooth renewals, which is everybody's goal. So very, very great. Okay.
Leslie, right. I noticed a trend here a little bit, and that there's a lot of individual suggestions here focusing back to thought leadership. And this is where as CSMs, we really become dangerous. I love this description. You become dangerous. You have someone who's new. The first 30 days, they're finding the bathroom. They're understanding what the solution really is they just signed on for as an employee. Yep. And then that 30 to 60, 60 to 90, you start becoming dangerous in those discovery questions. And so Guy spoke about being a thought leader. How do you then guide your partners where they're confused on some of their objectives, and you remove any agenda you have and you put on your CS partnership, friendship hat, and you want to help them along the way. So I love that we're finding these themes of thought leadership and flexing those discovery skills to help guide, because how great would it be to help a partner get promoted would be really fun, but to reach their own goals for the investment, to see their own success because of what you've done. So as CSMs, I see that as an entirely, unknown or unspoken skill set, is just being a thought leader and a true, authentic at the foundation partner. Because then this data speaks for itself with time. You're defining the why throughout that process too.
It's it's a great point here. Like, I just have to chime in as well. I love saying that as CSMs, we are experts on our product and also experts on CS best practices. So we know our product and we know about the onboarding process and later on adoption and value realization. So we know the different steps and we know how our customer journey looks like. We also know to say like their maturity level. Hey, you are now here. I want to help you to get to that point, but let's take it like maybe a bit slower. Or you see like maybe a more matured account that have like maybe a wider understanding and has like already like have the visualization or the vision on where they want to go to. So like, hey, let's go. I'm down for the ride with you. Let's do it together. It's a partnership.
I'm thinking about what we've discussed during the preparation, Jeremy, when we said, show them the mountain and ask them which ones they want to reach. So basically the mountains are the goals and there is different way to reach the top of the mountain. So, and the different ways are just the milestone. And you need to understand how, so Jeremy, obviously you'll know more the terms than I do because I'm not a professional hiker, but or an outdoor person. But depending on the maturity of the hiker, you'll take different paths, and that's exactly what it is.
I have a peer. This is the last plug I have here to kind of. I will lean into outdoors, and Elizabeth, I love that you brought that up again. I have a peer who calls himself a Sherpa. And, you know, you have all these LinkedIn titles and different varieties. And some of them are factual. Some of them are really funny. I love my peer who uses Sherpa because truly, Elizabeth, that aligns to you. You have to get to the top of Everest. There's one way to do it, I'm sure, but there's also more efficient and safer ways to do it than just going straight up. And so that's our role. How do we help guide them along the journey so they're not drinking from a fire hose and they're not, there's energy involved. So Elizabeth, I love the outdoor analogy. Thanks for bringing it back up.
I love everything that everybody just said. One thing that Guy said really stood out for me, and that is we are experts in customer success. Customer success is not a department. Yes, our organizations all have customer success as a department, but it is a culture. And regardless of who we are working with, who our customers are, customer success is important to them. And being a value to them as a customer success manager and, you know, helping them along that road and showing them, you know, what your customer success practice and how it can help them in their organization, I think is one of the things that we absolutely bring value to. So I think those are all such amazing points. And I'm glad we took that little off-road there. Thank you, Jeremy. Okay. All right. So stepping back just a little bit. And I think this is really, really important because we love, you know, rainbows and butterflies, and we love it when our customers hit their goals. But that is not reality. It doesn't always happen. What is your process when the product or service or, you know, something comes up short and that goal isn't met? It's not met in the timeline that we set. The specifics aren't met. Maybe tell me about a time when you did have an unmet goal that ended up being a defining moment for that customer. Guy, we talked a lot about this in the prep for this, and I really love what you had to say.
Yeah, so I think this is the stage, like this is the part like where I shout out to all the aspiring CS that want to join this amazing community. Like celebrate and own your previous experience. Like I've been talking to teachers, to lawyers, to whatever that want to break into customer success. What you've learned in your past experience can serve you very well, even if you cannot like place your finger on that. So I used to be a defense attaché in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and this is where I gained the skill of asking questions and ask a lot of questions until you want to get your answer. You obviously ask it in a polite way, but you do want to get an answer, or you want to help the customer to find their answer, to find their voice. This is how I like to put that. So I think it can happen, but I think that you need to identify with the customer. So I love to start my calls, even like random calls, with an open discussion. How do you feel about this? Because sometimes sentiment has like a big portion of that. Like data can be one thing, but sentiment another thing. So you want to identify whether there is like maybe a problem with the usage, a lack of usage, that they're not using enough, so they cannot reach their goals. There is maybe a gap in adoption and they're not using the full set of features we have to show them. Or there is a gap on training. Maybe we need to revisit the onboarding process. Maybe we need to do more sessions. Or any additional context, and this is really important, that the customer is willing to share with us is critical. Because if they will tell us, hey, I think this flow is not really working for me, and this is not very intuitive for me. So you can understand that there is something else that is in the way. And I think after getting all this information, you have to come up with a success plan. So you have to like really build it and maybe set like even more like sub goals or like tiny goals for yourself to bring this customer on track. It could be like create feature requests, revisit on a training session. And I think what helped me the most is share best practices of other customers. I learned a lot about my product from how other customers use that. And I tend to take these learnings and just tell other customer, hey, my customer found a really neat way of doing that. It really helped them achieve that. Maybe you should also try that. And they're like, this is really interesting. And I love it's coming from the customers. I simply love that.
Awesome. That's fantastic. Elizabeth, I know that this was something that was really strong for you as well.
So the first thing I would wonder is when the goal is not met, can the goal be met? So we need to examine the ICP, the ideal customer profile on that. Is the customer a good reach for us? So as you said, Leslie, and I think we all align on that, customer success should not be a department. Truth is, it is a department now. We should all be customer-centric. We should have customer-centric companies. Truth is, all companies are not customer-centric. So what do we do with that? So if the goal of the client does not align with the goal of the company, maybe it's a bad fit customer, and maybe we should put all our energy on customer who meet the ideal customer profile, or at least the value or the goals that enable the solution to achieve. So that's the first thing. After that, when you are a good fit customer, but when you cannot achieve your objective, you have indeed that it's so funny, guys, because I was writing success plan and you just mentioned that. So weird. So regarding success plan, ideally at the beginning of the journey, you will draw with your customer what could be the difficult part to discuss, to take. Like, for instance, I don't have my dev team available. I have difficulty with the training. So ideally, you would know everything in advance and you would know when it's going to be difficult, so you can tackle that in advance. Obviously, and truth is, it's not the case. And sometimes you have, and most of the time, you have difficulties that you are meeting that you did not plan. So what do you do with that? And how do you identify this? Well, first, data again, thanks to usage, you can identify when the use case or when the milestones are not met, and therefore say, hey, do you have difficulties on that? And CSRs, automation, customer success managers can help you with that. So as soon as we identify that the action do not meet the goal or the milestone we define, you can just be proactive and say, hey, you said you wanted to do that. You did not achieve that. Why? Guy, I love what you said regarding the use case. We realize that some people who do not achieve these goals, they may have this or this and this issue. So you enable the customer to say, okay, you know what, you're right. This is the plan, like this is the situation number 2. So they don't have to say, no, everything is going well, and just lie to you because they don't want to tell you the truth, which obviously can happen. And in order to put them back on track, what could be very useful, and I am sorry, I'm going to steal what you said again, it's the use case. The customer who did not succeed, in order to succeed, they did this and this and this. And you draw the picture for them and you articulate the journey for them, thanks to the success plan, in order for them to have visibility and understand what's going on. Nothing is scarier than no transparency. So be transparent with your client. Tell them, okay, you have an issue. The good news is that we are both aware that there is an issue and we're going to fix that together. So this is what we're going to do. We're going to discuss what's going on. I'm going to explain you how other customer who face the exact same issue went back on on track, and you're gonna share a use case. I'm certain, Jeremy. I see you want to share.
I know for time. I just want to plus one with the concept here that it's okay not to reach a goal. That's why we set goals, so you can see them, you can measure towards them, and redirect. Elizabeth, exactly what you said. Maybe it's the wrong goal. Maybe as a thought leader, you're guiding them using the best practices that Guy just shared from one partner to another, and that may not be applicable for that partner. There might be some nuances to their industry, to their role, to their team setup, their budget. They may not be able to hit the exact same goal. And so that's okay. Use that to learn, adapt, and try again. And learn, adapt, and try again. That is from a career perspective for those trying to move into the CS world. You take those skill sets the Guy said before. Guy was like managing satellites in space. Is that remotely related to customer success? We're spinsters, we pivot. So how do you take that and learn, adapt, and try again? So that's the only thing I want to plus one, Elizabeth. I love the recognition. It's okay to fail and adapt.
Yeah, absolutely. It's about having those tough conversations. And when things go wrong or we don't quite meet those goals, that's when you can really define yourself as a consultant, as a partner, as a thought leader for your customer. That's only going to strengthen that relationship and, and help move them in the right direction. So that's fantastic. All right. Now, the next one is another kind of tough question. And because oftentimes we are really kind of put in the middle between our organization and our customer. So how do you manage the need to meet internal goals that your company has set when that doesn't match up with the goals of your customer, whether it's NRR or adoption of new features, advocacy? How do you reconcile that misalignment when it takes place? Jeremy, I know that we talked a lot about this.
Yeah, I'm happy to start. I think this aligns to a little bit of who you are and who your book is and what that value is to you. My CSM philosophy, and I share this with any new team, is to be an extension of their team. I don't want to be seen as a vendor. I would love if I can include it in their Slack workspace if we are in a texting relationship. I want to respect boundaries. I also want to be there to help them out and to be leaned onto for support. That foundation of trust really helps to establish the authenticity we spoke about earlier, that you are a thought leader in the industry and not just the third-party vendor. So to me, one way where I then have to align internal priorities to my clients' priorities is CSMs are advocates. A client needs a feature that Guy spoke about earlier. You go to your product team. There's a marketing miscommunication. You go to marketing ops. We are that advocate and that conduit for our clients internally. So I'm measured on adoption. Like many CSMs, how often are users getting in our product? There's a handful of other features that we calculate in that health score. And one of those are how often are users using the tool? And so one authentic way for me to get users into the tool is, instead of me demoing on a client conversation, I may actually just have the client demo. I will share the link with them. I'll ask them to share their screen and close out of their bank statements and the Cubs scores and the football updates, and actually have them share their screen. And does two things. One, it helps reach the goal for me of adoption because they're an active user. And two, for the partner, that's an active click. That is muscle memory. They are now becoming more familiar. And so I'm taking my goal of building relationships and helping a partner be a little bit more self-sufficient as well, and my internal objective of adoption. And so both of those now are a 1-2 punch to help align my values as well as helping the client's goal. So you find your own nuance, and as CSMs, it's all trust. We are in the people business. Where the great resignation is real, I have partners leaving vendor A and going to vendor B and reaching out on LinkedIn to continue working together. That's not their vendor. That's not the company who cares. That's the individual. Those are the relationships with CSMs that we build. So if you're trying to come into the CS space, keep in mind, this is all personal. Empathy, especially in the last few years, is so important, and how you align what your company needs you to do to how you bring your own voice that everyone here has spoken about, how you bring that authenticity back into the picture.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. And because of where we are in time, I am going to skip to the next question because I feel like it's probably my favorite question that we wanted to talk about. I think that, everybody's points have been so fantastic so far. We've talked a lot about, how we define the goals, how we document, how we measure, how we track, how we celebrate, what we do if goals don't happen. But I feel like I would be really remiss if I didn't ask this talented panel about their own goals, professional and otherwise. Guy, tell us about your goals, that you've set for yourself, and then we'll go down the line here. And again, make sure you're putting the questions in the chat because we will go to Q&A directly after this question.
Yeah, I'll keep it short and sweet. So as for the professional aspect, continue my amazing journey with Linear B. We're on a rocket ship. I wish to become a VP of customer success in the near or far future, and pretty sure I will get there. It's really important to me. I also want to keep on creating customer success memes. This is a great passion of mine. So I keep it in the professional because I brighten other CS professionals' days, and that's good. So for the personal one, I think that this is might be like other people can also relate. It's like to maintain a better life-work balance, because we want to see our customer success. Sometimes we dive head deep into that, and just like setting the right hey, this is where I stop. This is where I zone out and go do my own things and put time, invest in myself.
That's awesome. I can't wait to see all of the memes that are created.
Check my LinkedIn.
Yes, I absolutely. All right, Elizabeth.
Sure. So my professional goal is very linked to my job as a CS Ops. I recently discovered World of CS Ops and how to make life of customer success easier by automating a bunch of stuff so they can focus on what's matter. So it seems like a Pandora box. I'm taking tons of training to master that. And that's actually my professional goal by the end of the year, to master all the automation and make a significant difference and be able to measure the amount of time, the amount of stress I've saved for the customer success team at Agora Pulse. So that's a professional goal. Regarding the personal goal, I'm a new mom, so I have a baby. I'm exhausted.
You look great, though. You look great.
Thriving.
Makeup. So my personal goal is to spend more quality time with my family, meaning not spending time with my baby and try not to hear him scream or yell at me. It's more like putting down the phone and spend quality time with him. So just with him and my husband.
Awesome. That's fantastic. Jeremy?
And I'll close echoing similarly. I'm looking to grow in the CS space. I love how green this is and how much opportunity. And one of my goals this year in particular is how do we take success from the books that we work on today and build those into playbooks as G2 scales and grows, having more of those strategic guides that if you have this goal, try this playbook, is something I'm looking to build out as one of my professional goals. On the personal side, I have 4 weeks left in my 2-year MBA program. I'm in my final capstone, and my goal this summer is just to treat myself a little bit, as we spoke about work-life balance. I don't have evenings in class anymore, and so I'm hoping to use that time to really enjoy summertime Chicago, enjoy beach time and biking and outdoors time with family and friends.
All right. Well, congratulations. That is such a great goal. Myself, I'll just mention really quickly, professionally, I want to continue to build my brand within the customer success community. And I love mentoring new customer success managers. If there's anyone out there that's looking for support or to grow, I am open to all communication. Feel free to reach out to me on LinkedIn. And my personal goal is to continue my passion for travel with my daughter. I've taken her somewhere new every single year, and that's something that we're going to continue to do. So I want to open it up to the questions now. We have quite a few questions here, so I'm going to try to get to as many as possible in the time that we have left. So Amber asked, is there a recommended training or resource for learning Excel to utilize for showing data, reports, and tracking outcomes? This is a great question. And I'll let anyone on the panel, I am self-taught in Excel and probably very poorly, but, just kind of learned by, by doing. But does anybody have a great resource for Amber?
I can jump in.
Okay.
The Amber, it's a great question, and Excel can be really, really scary, especially when there's people who think in a Word document, people who think in PowerPoints, and people who think in Excel. I think in Excel. So when I travel, Leslie spoke about travel, everything is planned in Excel. It's also my CSM coming out a little bit and project managing everything, but that's kind of life. You learn to check it at the door. But to Excel, there are great resources. LinkedIn Learning, I'm a huge fan of, and also tapping into mentors internally that could support you. If you were looking for where to focus in Excel, I'd say there's 3 areas that make you as a CSM dangerous. I'm going to use that term again. It makes you powerful, and that you can take a 2,000 row data set, a 200,000 row data set, and analyze it. And so that's going to be a pivot table, how to use VLOOKUPs, and becoming familiar with the ribbon at the very top. If you can understand those few things, I know it sounds like a lot, that's going to make you dangerous in your conversations to pull a data set and in real time, run a pivot table. Show the client, show your partners your data savviness, and build outputs that you can then build into recommendations. So pivot, VLOOKUP, and just becoming familiar.
Okay, awesome. That's great. Anybody else have a resource specific for Excel? I know I always just went to the person in my organization that was really good at it, and I would see them do something. I remember, it was many, many years ago, but the first time I saw somebody do a pivot table, I'm like, oh, show me how to do that. And then the VLOOKUP, and then you just, you learn by repetition. And maybe I don't do it the most efficient way, but learning a tool like that is definitely important. Elizabeth, I have a question here that I think would make a lot of sense for you. So Debbie asked, we have a lot of customers. Okay, sorry, it jumped on me. We have a lot of customers in product that she supports that are one-to-many. What is the best way to set up goals with this group of customers when you can't interact with them, each of them on a one-on-one basis?
Debbie, right?
Yes.
Okay, Debbie, thank you so much for asking the question, because it was a talking point in my first question and I forgot to mention that. So thank you so much. So for one-to-many customer success management, I would strongly advise you to use a form and a decision tree, more especially a decision tree. So you can build that on Typeform. And to jump on the previous question, I'm in love with Airtable. It's the best invention ever. So I would strongly recommend to use forms so you can easily ask questions to customer in terms of decision tree. What kind of organization do you have? What kind of issue do you have? And question after question, you refine the need. And based on that, you can either say thank you, and then you provide an answer via email, or you can just push the email at the end, push the answer, or the understanding at the journey to be led according to the goal at the end of the form. Now, what's super important is to not lose answers providing within the form as the decision tree, and push that again within your CRM, within your CS platform, so you can easily find everything after and articulate the milestones.
Okay. That is great. Okay, Jeremy, this next question is coming to you, and I knew we were going to get a question on this. Actually, multiple people asked this question, and I'm gonna throw it out there to Christy that this would make a great boot camp someday. So keep your schedule open, Jeremy. But do you have any suggestions for learning how to automate the Power BI information into the Google Sheets and slides? It sounds like a game changer. I mean, absolutely. Like, I think this is something that everybody would love. Anything that automates and, makes beautiful dashboards gets me excited. So any suggestions like that we can quickly cover? But like I said, this sounds like a great webinar that we could do, as an additional training in the future.
I would love to hop on any conversations. So client success team or anyone who wants to have one-off coffee chats, let's do it. Please reach out. The two things that come to mind immediately are familiarize yourself with your tech stack. Since I've been at G2, we've had 2 business intelligence tools and a couple different data warehouses and other data sets where we have to pull from. How do you use those tools? So Looker is going to be different than Tableau, than Power BI, than Domo. These are all different solutions with different features and different packages. So with Looker, I can automate to a Google Sheet. I can then build Google Sheets that are based on data and run queries and run formulas on that data. So the second suggestion here on automation is everything you build should be copy and pastable. That is my approach as a CSM, that we work with many products, we work with many clients and vendors and offerings. We sometimes want to share that success and don't want to customize everything. And there are some areas you have to customize, but how do you build a dashboard that runs calculations off a data set? You can copy and paste that spreadsheet and just change out the data set. Automation, there you go. So we're more than happy to talk about this at another time. Learn your BI tools. They will work differently. Some might not have an integration to Google Sheets. Some might integrate into your data lake and you can pull it in that way. So familiarize yourself with your tech stack and try to standardize as much as possible so you can copy and paste in and out new data.
I love that. Thank you, Jeremy. And we'll be talking for sure.
Let's do it. Let's go.
Okay. Guy, I think that this next question is built for you because, some of the things that we've talked about, but what's the best approach to engage the unengaged customers? How do you get the ones that don't want to talk to you? We have to be creative as customer success managers sometimes, but what's your and this was Ash that asked this question.
Yeah, so Ash, this is a great question. That was something on my mind for a very long time. So as customer success managers, sometimes we get to onboard our customers. Sometimes they're being transitioned to us in different stages of the onboarding process. And sometimes there is a relationship, sometimes there isn't. So I think you have to try, first of all, multi-thread. So don't only hang on your champion or your main point of contact to be able to deliver you, because they sometimes leave, and that is okay. We know that people are being poached and people change jobs. So yeah, multi-threading, being able to find the power users. So if you have a third-party tool that tells you, hey, this specific user is using a lot. So maybe try to climb up the ladder. Maybe say hey, I see that you're want to jump to a one-on-one call. I want to show you our new beta feature. I want to get some of your feedback. That always helped. I found LinkedIn very helpful, actually. First thing I do with every new customer I have, I follow their company and I ask to connect with the people I work with. This is another great way of making wins. And I think you need to try different approaches. You can use Slack, you can use email, know when to use which tool. And in the end, you will be able to make that. You will find your link. In the end, you will make it happen, I'm sure.
Yeah, no, absolutely. You got to get creative for the ones that are tough. That's for sure. All right. Gary asks, for new CSMs and CS teams, what are some common things that are missed when figuring out goals for a customer?
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. For new CSM, so we have a lot of people, joining us today that, they're brand new to customer success and they're still figuring some of this out. What are some common things that maybe you feel like you missed early on in your career, when figuring out goals for a customer? I know for me personally, it was thinking that all customers were the same. And, if I worked with this customer that seemed like, a very similar company, then of course their goals would be the same and my best practices. So that would be my one thing that I missed, and, not to get to know individual companies on that deeper level. Does anybody else have something that they feel?
Yeah, I would be very happy to chime in here.
Okay.
I think what really resonates with me is that as more of a junior CSM, I was eager to start the onboarding process. Hey, kickoff call, let's start. Let's dive into the details. Let's go see the product. And I think that if you you pause, you take like a deep breath, you have an open discussion. You need to hear what the customer wants to achieve. You need to like have this open discussion, ask open questions, try to direct them towards the different features that you have in your product to help them to achieve these goals, being able to quantify them, like maybe align them in different like use cases. So we rally in my company around 5 master use cases. So it goes from marketing to product marketing to sales to customer success. So we all know we have like the same lingo. Customers already know this use cases, and it's very easy to hone around that and like really, put it down. So like have open discussions, ask questions, really important.
Okay.
I would
That is
also
fantastic. Oh, go ahead, Elizabeth. I'm so sorry.
No, it's fine. I think it's very linked to what you said, Guy, regarding the personas. Indeed, at the beginning, just like many others, I've stick to just one person at the customers. And I've learned the pyramid of persona, which was amazing. So 1 decision maker, 2 champion, 3 end users. So you always get in touch with someone. So not everyone can blacklist you. Or if they blacklist you, you have the issue is about you. So I think the pyramid of contact is the first thing. The other thing is the solution that you sell is a way to answer to the issue. It's not the issue, it's not the solution at itself. So be candid, and it's very linked to what you said, Guy, again, regarding the question. You don't be afraid to ask tons of questions saying, I do not understand, I don't know. I can help you regarding the features, but you are the experts when it comes to telling me what's going on with you, what's the issue with the company, why did you decide to solve this solution, what did you have to buy the solution, what did you have before, who is on board, who did not want this new solution. So I think something that I should have done more and that I'm doing now is ask tons of questions, and maybe when I explain stuff to customers, explain stuff as if it was to my grandmother. So it's very easy to understand to everyone.
Yeah. Jeremy, any final thoughts?
Understand the why behind a goal.
Yeah.
I work with enterprise. Most of my partners are public organizations, and I can look at investor reports, quarterly reports, to understand and connect the dots. So if they have a goal to add 10% more reviews, what's the why? Maybe the investor report is speaking to user testimonials and an advocacy function. So that 10% of additional reviews ultimately connects to that CMO's objective. And so in your discussions, you asked earlier about why, like what question can you ask are you missing in your goal setting conversations? Understand the why. Why do you want to grow your lead volume? Well, pipeline. Well, is there a specific product group? Is there a specific region? Is there something behind there? So keep teasing out the questions with some discovery work, just to see if you can connect the dots elsewhere and use that thought leadership cap to help them connect those dots.
Fantastic. All right. This has been so wonderful. I love this panel so much. Everybody should connect with them on LinkedIn. I hope everybody got a lot out of it. The questions were fantastic. Elizabeth, Guy, Jeremy, thank you. We are going to send it back to Christy and Dave in the studio. And I hope you guys enjoy the rest of the day. So
Thanks, Leslie.
Kick it off. All right.
Bye. Thank you, everyone. Bye-bye.
Awesome. Well, thank you guys so much for that. Leslie, Elizabeth, Guy, James, awesome content. I want to spend some time chatting about this with you, Dave, because this is obviously a topic that is near and dear to us, so much so that we went as far as building part of our product around managing and capturing goals for our customers. But want to hear your thoughts. What were some of the big milestone or key takeaways that you heard in today's discussion?
I liked right at the end where Jeremy said that to really understand the why behind the goals. I often say a common theme that says seek to understand. I think that's so important to like really understand. Don't just write down a goal, but understand the business perspective behind it. Maybe understand even what are the incentives for your executive sponsors to achieve the goals. And the more we understand about their business and the more we understand about the goals, the easier it is for us to help them achieve it the right way, if that makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely. And I love the 5 whys strategy and like approach to these things that often you feel annoying and pestering. But if you ask the questions thoughtfully and ask them wise, you'll get some great insights and answers. All right, I gotta call out a couple other points from this conversation. I loved it. Honestly, the customer goals is like the hill I'll die on, because I do feel that this is the new health score. I think we need to get away from us focusing so heavily on like our internal metrics as our barometer of health, and start focusing on our customers' ability to achieve these outcomes. Yeah. So if it's not something you guys are doing today, it absolutely is something that you need to be. But Guy, I think you had your mic drop moment in your comment here. Data is the new oil. I absolutely love that. If you have it, you're rich. And I love that you guys talked so incessantly about how you integrate data around goals to either help you guys automate, drive efficiency, but more importantly, how you're able to tell stories with your customers. So I really loved that as like a key takeaway.
Yeah, I love it as well. You know, I think one of the challenges, goal capturing is somewhat of an art, if that makes sense, and being able to get that information from your customer and be able to do it in a trusted way, and then work to collaborate to achieve those goals. But I love your statement, I'll say, that goals are the new health score.
Yeah.
If you want to know if your customer is healthy, if you want to know if you're driving value, look at what goals you've been able to accomplish along the path. And I saw a recent study. I can't remember who it was.
Was this the YouTube video that you shared with me? Yeah, I can't remember the gentleman's name, but go, continue. It was good.
That basically said that the greatest indicator of success is achieving value, achieving goals, and achieving milestones, desired outcomes, objectives, whatever you want to call it. That's really important. So learn to be a master, learn the art of capturing goals and navigating those and achieving them with customers, and your likelihood of success will go up significantly. It was Greg Danes. Greg, I'm sorry.
That's right.
Greg, big shout out to Greg Danes and his recent YouTube video.
Yeah, and it was great. And honestly, I think the thing I liked about that the most was something that you and I talk about a lot, Dave, is that, you know, when you have a customer who maybe may unfortunately have left, when they leave and they're like, oh, well, we loved you, we loved the experience, we want to come back, like, we'd work with you again in the future. It's like, but why are you leaving? Exactly. Well, probably because you didn't achieve your goals. Yeah. So really, really awesome content. So without further ado, I want to introduce our next panel for today. And so I want to bring onto the screen Krista, Tamara, Andrea, and Matt, as we talk about changing how we manage change as CSMs as our change champions. And so anybody in customer success is probably navigating change with their customers, right? You purchase technology, you're inherently going to need to do something different than you've done before, and change management is so critical. So thrilled for today's panel conversation around how we help our customers navigate that change.
Krista and team, how are you doing?
Hi, good morning.
Y'all look great. Love the smiles.
Hi, all.
Thanks for joining us. We're really excited for this panel discussion.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Dave and Christy.
You bet.
Okay. Well, welcome everyone. We are so excited for this next panel. And as Christy stated, you know, this panel is all about how CSMs truly are change champions, and how as CSMs, you know, that's really one of our top roles and responsibilities, is to help our clients navigate change and to help them navigate change within their organizations. So today I am joined by three amazing customer success professionals, and I'm so excited to have them in this conversation today and to share some of their tips and their feedback and just everything that they've experienced as CSMs and experiencing change with their clients. So just some quick introductions, and then we will jump right in. So I have Tamara Bruskowski, who is a senior CSM with Bizarre Voice. We have Matt Forrester, who is a customer success manager with Attract AI, and then Andrea King, who is a customer success manager with Carbine. And we are the global team. We are everywhere. Matt is up in the middle of the night, had a couple cups of coffee already. We're really excited to be here, today, tomorrow, whatever day it is for everyone, and just excited to have the three of you joining us today. So just a quick reminder to everyone watching, we do have our live chat going, and the rest of our amazing team here is capturing any questions you have. So please drop them in the chat for our panelists. We'll reserve about 10 minutes at the end to answer those questions. And we will go ahead and get started. Oh, well, actually, I guess I can introduce myself and then we'll get started. So I'm Christy Roberts, and I'm a senior CSM here at Client Success. And this is, as everyone knows, our second CSM Summit. The first one last year happened within like my first 2 weeks of joining the company. And so super excited to be on this side of it, putting this event together for the team. So awesome. Well, let's go ahead and jump right in. So first, we're going to start and, just really kind of open it up to everyone here. How are CSMs change champions? Tamara, you want to get us kicked off on this one?
Yeah, sure. So first of all, I want to say that I loved the title Change Champions, and I hope it's here to stay. But to answer your question, Krista, I feel that CSMs are in a unique position to be called change champions because we're perfectly positioned within companies to support, guide, and champion change. And I love an analogy, so I'll use one now. But imagine a cobweb and the CSM placed in the middle. We have access to every single department within the organization, whether it be technical support, sales, marketing, product, or even leadership. So we speak practically to everyone. And we also have the product knowledge, the business acumen, access to a plethora of data points, best-in-class examples, and most importantly, a direct line to the client. And we are the owners of our client portfolios. We sit within our remit. We have access to and knowledge of the entire programs. So we understand program health, adoption, upsell opportunities. And it's also worth saying that ever since the digital world has progressed over the past 2-3 years, it's amazing to see how important the CSM role has become, and that leadership across the globe are invested in supporting CS departments in a way like never before. So in my view, we are in a very good position to support change and to take the lead. And we don't necessarily have an ulterior motive. We're not sales with sales targets. We actually have a genuine interest in the client relationship that we build. And that puts us in a perfect position. We look to drive change and to move the needle in a way that will benefit both our company as we look into keeping retention high, and clients as we help them reach their goals. What we can't underestimate, though, is that change management is super hard. People are creatures of habit. Change comes in many different forms, and there's a whole book about this called Atomic Habits. I'm not sure if you've read that before, but our EMEA CS leader recommended it recently. But that's a whole different topic in itself. So with the right attitude and mindset, I think with the resources that we have available to us today, I firmly believe that we can drive change as change champions.
I love what Tamara said about how, we don't have the same motivations as sales. As a CSM, sometimes we have to sell the value of the product for our company in a way that doesn't involve dollars and cents. And we have to do that by using the relationships and the influence that we've cultivated. And, that's how we make change less scary. And we champion it in a way that makes our customer comfortable with following us. So you're absolutely right. Even though we're not motivated by the money, we're still selling the value. And that's what makes us change champions.
Wow, this panel's off to a pretty good start. Hey, I think everyone's raised some, very important and very valid points there. I really like the idea of a customer success manager being in a cobweb and liaising with different departments and relying on relationships to influence and really be a driving force for change. I think that's definitely true. As customer success managers, we're armed with such a unique knowledge bank, so we can basically sit down with our customers and go, hey, this is what we need to be doing to facilitate change and for you to achieve your goals and outcomes. For me as well, I think another important point, which probably expands on what Tamara was saying as well, we're also, we're change champions internally. We're, as CSMs and client-facing individuals, we're like constantly on the front line having conversations with our customers, right? Like we're understanding what their pain points are, what their goals are, where they want to end up with implementing and using our products. So that really does put us in a unique and powerful position to then go, like a cobweb, I guess, to go and liaise with product and with development and marketing and basically enhance our product offering and build new features that overcome bottlenecks for our users, but also progress them towards the dream state for them, which is achieving their outcome and using us more and expanding and growing accounts. So yeah, I totally agree with what's been said so far. We're definitely change champions externally for our customers, but we're also change champions internally for our own business and for our own products. And I think it's really important to acknowledge the fact, and it's quite powerful.
Absolutely.
Yeah, definitely. I saw a little note in the chat. Everyone is loving the cobweb analogy for sure. So I think that was perfect. I mean, you definitely, hit it right on the target there that, that's exactly what we're doing, and I think, I've heard people say, like CSMs or the quarterback of, for like doing sport analogies, we're really the center of, everything that's happening both internally with the cross-functional teams that we're working with to support our clients, but also for our clients as well, just like they are, we're really helping to help facilitate, like Matt said, what are the goals? What are we looking to do? And here's how we're going to navigate through this change. And how are we going to get others involved and make sure that we all are kind of, staying on the same road and going towards that same goal. And, to go back to, the previous panel on goals. So, I think that's huge, but I think, even the point about, like we're not really, selling, but we are selling value. And so I think that, regardless of, the type of role you're in any type of an organization that you have clients and you have customers, which is pretty much anything, you're selling at some point. I mean, you're selling, you're selling your value, you're selling what you can provide. And then also to be able to sell the value of successfully managing change. And I just think it's so big as customer success managers and a skill that it's hard to really perfect. And so it's something that, I'm excited to just continue to hear more about that from the three of you. So wonderful. So, kind of just leading into kind of how, we navigate change with our clients and kind of what we're working in traditional, SaaS or technology teams that we're working with. So, Christy had mentioned in the intro that, really anyone purchasing any type of technology, they're looking to do something different. So they're looking to either replace a platform or a piece of software they already have, or this is brand new. And so this is going to be big. This is going to be a change regardless of if it's new or if it's replacing. So, I'd love to hear, we'll kick it off with Tamara again. How do you introduce the concept of change management with your customers?
Yeah, this is such a good question and quite a broad one as well. So I'll try to piece it out to make it a bit comprehensive. But first of all, change is inevitable. It's part of evolution as it brings us from one status quo to another. And I believe that it's in our human DNA to constantly want to drive change, right? Like from a business point of view, we constantly think about what's next. Like what are we forecasting for in the next 12 months? How are we currently performing? What is the competition doing? What are the trends saying? We need to keep up to date all the time. So to put it into context, give you an example, we'll take John, who's head of marketing, comes out of a meeting with other execs and he looks into his current KPIs, looks into trends and competitors and shops around for products that could help him further to drive the KPIs that he wants to see in the results. And so he buys product X, passes it on to his team. The marketing team now sit there with another deliverable. And the expectation here is now they need to adopt and consume the product. But the problem is that they have zero context. They don't know what to do with the product. So it's the CSM's job to introduce and address this topic, to give them context behind the why, to educate the client, to enable them, to train the clients to really understand and see the value behind this change. And your job essentially is to ultimately help them connect the dots, which is how you allow the client to understand the why for the change. And that will then support them to find motivation to then drive time and effort towards building value. But then CSMs then ask themselves, how does this happen? How do we make this happen? And I've thought about 4 key parts of the process, and I love process. So I thought about discovery, partnering, communicating value, and being authentic. So these 4 pieces, discovery is a crucial first step that will allow you to understand your client better. What are their needs? Are there any barriers that they're facing? How can you help? And be understanding. Number 2, partnering with them on a level where they feel they can trust you will allow for a more open dialogue. That will help you with the discovery if they feel that they can, look to you as an expert and a friend. Communicating value, guiding them towards connecting the dots between state A, where they are, and state B, where they want to be. And finally, point 4, being authentic. I think everyone will agree that people like to work with people they like. So the energy you bring to the room, the enthusiasm, and the fact that if you show that you care about them and the project, those are all key elements in my eyes. So to come back to your question, Krista, I believe that addressing change with enthusiasm, finding a connection with your client, and partnering with them to work on an exciting project will make this adoption phase a worthwhile experience, and hopefully with good tangible results at the end.
Love it. Yeah. Andrea, how about you? What do you have to add to that?
I love the idea of having processes as well. So those 4 key concepts, we talked about them earlier, and I took notes on them because I definitely want to start implementing them myself. For me, on a more organic level, introducing the concept of change, it always begins with demonstrating the value. Mm-hmm. And, it's a known fact that people are much less resistant to change when the change is kind of their idea to begin with. So demonstrating the value of the product or the process or the service, it allows for the customer to connect with it. Mm-hmm. And that's how you drive buy-in. Because once somebody believes in what you're doing and they're able to connect with the mission behind what you're doing, they're going to champion the change for you as well. Then you get to focus more on walking them through the change process rather than trying to sell them on it at each step of the process. As Tamara mentioned earlier, oftentimes, the decisions are made on that executive level without much input from the actual users. And so one of the things that I've adopted is in those beginning stages, when I'm in the process of connecting and making those relationships, or if it's a relationship that I already had that I'm now, bridging the gap with my company and the person or the company that I have a relationship with, I like to advise them on things that they can do to help build that trust, like hold focus groups, get a cross-section of your users together and brief them on the change and get their input on what they would like to see, how they would like to see it utilized. Let them use the product. When you allow them to do those things and they get comfortable with the idea of it, and then they start to become those early adopters and it becomes their idea, they will absolutely champion it for you. So it makes that introduction to the change a lot easier.
Yeah, wonderful, wonderful points. It's like that, what's in it for me? Why do I need to do this? What am I going to get out of it? But that what's in it for me, and then really, be like, again, that making it their idea. And it is their idea, whether they weren't the one that brought this new technology on board, their leadership team did, and now they're being tasked with implementing and rolling it out. So really kind of helping to turn the tables and really build that true champion. It's awesome. Matt, I thought you had a couple great points on this and kind of how you like to, really kind of help, kick, change with, helping your clients navigate through change.
Yeah, so again, it's quite an interesting question, and like how in terms of how we set the stage for change as well. So I think it was mentioned earlier, humans, we don't always take so quickly to change, right? We're often a little bit reluctant or hesitant. It doesn't feel normal. We want to have the status quo. So, and I'm sure all of us as customer success managers and professionals, we've all had that experience where a user is a little bit pessimistic about using like a new product or a new tool. So I actually had this experience quite recently where, again, to echo what my co-panelists have been saying, the executive sponsors signed off on a deal. We're super happy. Our sales team absolutely killed it. And then it was handballed over to the key user. Now, the key user, they already had a lot of tools at their disposal, and in their eyes, they were performing quite well already. So this was just another thing that they had to be managing, right? So it was flagged quite early to us that, hey, like this person may be a little bit reluctant to the change process. So how do you change that, right? So like, how do you go about facilitating the change? And for us, a strategy that worked very, very, very well and proved to be quite effective was taking a data-driven approach. So as customer success managers, we know what our high-performing, our well-educated customers are doing day in, day out on platform to achieve their goals, right? So we were then able to look at like how many times our high-performing customers were logging in, what features they were using, how often they were actioning things on platform. And off the back of that, we were basically able to take that data, hold the hand of our customer who was a little bit reluctant, and basically set milestones in place at certain timeframes. And naturally, as that occurred, so like a success plan or an account plan, as that occurred and we were achieving milestones at week 1, at week 2, at month 3, they started to see the change and the progress happening for themselves. So yeah, I think to summarize it, there's almost 3 key pillars there when we're thinking about setting the stage for change or implementing a new tool for someone who may be a little bit reluctant or hesitant. Basically, they are, for us, taking a data-driven approach, effectively communicating what the journey is going to look like and implementing milestones, and yeah, communicating that effectively, like talking to them about what it's going to look like. And again, we hear the words trusted advisor. We really are that. We're there to work with them so closely in the beginning and hold their hand and create an awesome customer experience. So yeah, that's a strategy that's proven quite effective for us and our business over time.
I love that.
Point. If I can chime in, I think also showing, so doing everything that Matt said, but then also showing what success looks like, what does good look like, so that they have an idea, and then basically decide whether it's worth going through all of that effort and time, because it's not nice to hear, but we're usually just 2% of the client's list of agenda. So lots of priorities, and they basically need to hear from you, what is the value you will drive and how can you make this happen? And if it's realistic and they trust you, then you'll be on top 3 priority list.
Absolutely.
Andrea, what do you have to add to that?
When Tamara said, about what does success look like for them, it brought me back to when I did my CSM certification training with Success Hacker. And they posed the question, is the success canvas just an internal document? And at the time, we were, there was a mixed answers, but the answer is no, it's not. Your customers should always be aware and have input on what success looks like for them. What is the plan for success and how do you reach it? And what are the benchmarks at each step of the way that demonstrates, again, that value demonstrates how we are helping them to be successful. So I think that's definitely a huge part of the change management process, is stopping to say, hey, we reached this benchmark and I want to make sure this still aligns with what you deemed as successful for you. Good. Okay, now let's set the stage for the next benchmark. What else is going to help you to be successful. Because again, it's about showing that value. And that's how we as CSMs help them to see the value that our company brings to them.
Exactly. Yeah. And I think, that's like really both, all of you have really, had said it, but I think that's something that I always really push, when we're working with our clients and, with our team here is, when you talk to clients about goals and what does success look like, it's really easy for us to want to push like what our goals are and what success looks like to us and the usage of our product and our services and our tools. But at the end of the day, it's what is the client paying for? What are they looking to achieve? And how is partnering with us going to help their overall business goals and their business outcomes? So what does success look like to the client? And you start that off right in that initial partnership kickoff or an alignment meeting, if there's a transition, whatever the case may be, of, really flipping the turning the table. And a lot of times clients don't hear that from other vendors. They're used to just hearing, okay, we want you to hit, this many logins and do this and do that. Yes, that's great. But if it doesn't mean anything to the client, then why are we targeting for that? So, really shifting and helping them to see what is success for them, setting those milestones, as Matt said, really kind of working out that success plan of navigating through the change. That's going to really help set the stage for a successful change management process and implementation of a new tool and really any new initiative that your client's working on. So wonderful points there. So we've been, kind of all positive so far. Okay, here's some great things that we can do to set the stage and really kind of help prep our clients for change and even others internally. But, we know sometimes things don't always work like we planned. And we have to learn from things that, have kind of challenged us. So, Andre, I'd love to hear a little bit about, and kind of what you've seen in the area of change management when it comes to maybe some mistakes that you've either experienced or that you've seen others make in this area.
Yeah, there are a number of mistakes that are unfortunately made too often during the change process. As we all know, leadership plays such a huge role in change management and setting the stage and just, making sure that the implementation process goes well. Leadership also has the ability to negatively impact that change from the beginning. And that's by having a faulty implementation approach. I've experienced a leader, for example, who decided that in effective 2 weeks, the employees were going to go to a schedule change where they were changing from a 4 10-hour work week to 5 8s. And they didn't seek out any input from the floor, from the personnel. And, while it may seem like that's a minor change, it certainly wasn't to the employees. And this leader demonstrated little to no regard for the significant impact that this change would have on the employees. And they didn't recognize that, it would ultimately impact the operations of the business. And so that's just an example to say that, it's vital that you gain some sort of buy-in from your employees before implementing change, whenever appropriate. Obviously, there are times when decisions have to be made and you don't have the opportunity to gain that buy-in. But I think that's one of the biggest mistakes that I see is back to all of the things that we talked about previous, not setting the stage properly, not having that implementation approach from the beginning, not showing transparency, having benchmarks that and a plan that your employees can see for how we're going to navigate this change. And so bringing it back to how CSMs are change champions, we have a window of opportunity at the beginning of any change implementation process to kind of show them the roadmap, to say, these are the things that, we recommend that you do. These are the things that you can do to help your employees embrace what is about to happen. Mm-hmm. Because change is scary. There are a lot of reasons that people resist change. And a lot of them may not seem rational to us, fear of the unknown and a departure from the current state. Those things, when you're the decision maker, they don't necessarily seem like it's not rational. Like the people will be fine, but it's real to the people that are about to experience this change. And so if we don't acknowledge that those fears, those reasons for resistance or resisting are real, we're going to be off to a bad start as leaders that are managing change or implementing change. So my biggest piece of advice when implementing change and trying to avoid mistakes is have implementation approach. Be transparent about that approach, what the plan is, and involve your people every step of the way that you can, so that everybody's on the same page when it comes to what's about to happen with changes taking place.
Yeah, that's awesome. I love all those points. Like 100% like agree with everything. I think the leadership piece is crucial. And like you said, there's some things that, have to be made, behind closed doors, but when it's something that big, you really do need to involve other stakeholders, and especially the individuals at the end that are going to be really affected by that big change. So absolutely. Matt, how about you? What have you seen kind of in the areas of mistakes when it's come to trying to implement change, and either that you've experienced or maybe have seen other your clients navigate through?
Yeah, good question. For me, the biggest one is just not managing expectations from pre-sales, implementation, throughout the journey, right? So such a common mistake, and don't get me wrong, I love our sales team. We have a really unique and strong strategic partnership. But occasionally what can happen is that a executive sponsor or a key user has these expectations on what it's going to look like at a certain point. And sometimes that might not always be realistic. And then as customer success managers, we're playing catch up. We're reacting to things, and we don't necessarily want to be doing that. We can do that. But I think, for me, the most common mistake that we see is, not managing expectations from the beginning in pre-sales, and then as we implement the product. So echo exactly what Andrea was saying. Leadership is critical, executive sponsorship, and having the backing and support of that is critical, because if we get that right, and as customer success managers, we all know the importance of being involved in the pre-sales process. If we get that right, then there's less chance for us to be misaligned in expectations, and we can manage it effectively. So I think the biggest piece of advice for me, and the mistakes we've seen, is you really want to be managing expectations and getting involved in the pre-sales process quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. No, those are all wonderful points. And I agree. And I think I feel like you all probably agree, like that's kind of the common thing. I feel like a lot of, CSPs say is, it's that, expectations from the sales process. And again, we all love our sales teams. We wouldn't be here if we didn't have our sales teams. We love you all so much. But there's different roles, different responsibilities, different expectations in the roles between, our account executives, our sales reps, and what CSMs do. And so, there's, definitely having, some great alignment is key to success, but also knowing that, there's still going to be opportunities that, we're going to need to help kind of navigate through the change. And that's where we pick things up and help lead our clients through that. So wonderful. Well, we're going to jump into our Q&A here in just a few seconds. But I did just one last question I was going to ask, and kind of already talked about it a little bit, was really the role of leadership and supporting change management. So I know, Andrea had, some amazing, your example and kind of input on that was awesome. And same for Matt, but we'll love to hear just a little bit from you, Tamara, and really, how do you feel leadership, really plays a role in supporting change management?
Well, I think it's extremely important. I think they decide and set the platform for the change, and it can be good or it can be bad. And as both Matt and Andrea have alluded to it earlier, I think it's all about transparency, about communication, about process, ensuring that people are being respected in a way that they understand what the process looks like, what is going on, because it's completely understandable that change happens. It's completely normal, but it's about how you go about it. And I think the ideal scenario would be for the leadership team to trickle down that information from top to bottom, so that every single leader, every team leader understands what's going on and can then communicate that to the relevant department. And in addition to this, for CSMs especially, I think it's really important because we are client facing. So it's only fair to us to understand what is going on, because we then are not left to look stupid if the client ever asks what is going on, and we're like, I have no idea. As we speak to the client on a daily basis, we need to know what's going on. And basically having that in place will allow for change to happen naturally and also positively.
Yep, absolutely. Wonderful. Well, we're going to go ahead and jump into a couple of questions that some of our awesome viewers have sent over. So let's see here. So, okay, this is a great one. And so kind of alludes a little, kind of tags off what we just talked about. So Santiago asked, any good tips on how to create urgency for the change? So, creating buy-in to make the change now, and not, in an elusive tentative future. So, Matt, do you have start with you, what tips do you have to kind of help, your clients or, others that you've worked with, and really kind of to create that urgency for the change?
Great question. To be honest, I would, and this is where that strategic partnership with sales comes into it through the handoff, right? So if we're thinking about creating urgency so they adopt really effectively and really quickly, lean on the goals that have been set through the process, through the implementation process. So they bought our products for a reason, right? So there is urgency. They want change pretty quickly. So yeah, I think understanding what the critical event is and understanding why they bought the product in the first place. And then as we kind of implement the product, we can fall back on that critical event or the reason why they bought the product in the first place and go, hey, your goal is over here. We need to get there pretty quickly. We're maybe not on track, or we maybe haven't implemented quite well just yet. This is our plan of attack to tweak the course a little bit so we can get you back on track and accelerate towards your goals. So yeah, to answer the question, just really fall back on why they bought it in the first place and use that critical event to really accelerate them towards change and to get the buy-in pretty quickly would be my advice.
I love that. I think also it's important to show them the success. So my company, Carbine, we're in the public safety space and we provide life-saving technology to 911 centers. And for us, one of the ways that we try to show the urgency, drive the adoption is by showing them the success stories, capturing the success stories, and then showing it back to them. Like, look, this is what your 911 call taker was able to achieve. This is how they helped save someone's life by using this solution. So showing them how they were successful in using it helps them to first spread the word. They become champions, change champions, and they start to spread that word amongst their peers. And it helps to show how we're helping them meet their KPIs as well. So I think it always goes back to demonstrating that value for me, but showing them their success, capturing the success story and giving it back to them.
That's such a perfect summary. I would just add, probably speaking to the right people will help there. If you speak to someone who's pretty junior, they won't see it because they're quite tunnel visioned with, we need to set, we need to hit this target, but they don't see the overall big picture. So if you speak to the executive, they are more likely to drive the change within the company.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, again, by getting back to who are the right people, getting that buy-in, because that's really where that, partnership and that true alignment is going to come in. So Drew would like to know, how do you handle course correction when a highly anticipated change doesn't produce the right outcomes? Andrea.
I think it's important to adapt and overcome and pivot, first of all. So when you are facing that, being transparent is the first and most important thing. Having those direct conversations, sitting down with your customer. Well, first talking about it internally. My team is an amazing team, and we sit and kind of troubleshoot with each other all the time. Have you ever experienced, what do I do when this situation happened? So get those collaborative minds together to come up with a solution that you want to present, because we always want to be solutions oriented, especially when going into a customer interaction. So then once you do go into that customer interaction, don't, shy around the issue. You've got to address the fact that whatever we anticipated happening is not happening. And let's figure out together how we get back to our intended goal and our intended outcome. Present your solutions, being solution oriented, help them come to that solution together. And then set the success canvas again. This is our new goal. This is how we're going to achieve it, and follow up at each benchmark as well. So, but it's important first to adapt, overcome, and pivot.
Absolutely.
Sorry, Chris, I really like that answer, to be honest. I was thinking along the same lines, particularly around presenting solutions and putting in like new goals or new success markers. So a tool that we leverage is we actually go back and revise our success plans or our account plans when we feel like we're not on track to achieve the goals that they want to achieve, right? So actually I have to give a bit of a shout out to a colleague of mine, Amber. She's probably on this call. This was her lovely work. So we created a process where we could look at data and go, hey, they're not on track at the moment. Let's actually go back and look at the success plan and go, hey, these are the things we're doing well. These are the things we aren't doing. And then we come up with a solution and be quite proactive with that going into the next customer call to go, hey, yeah, we're not on track. Let's tweak it a little bit. This is our solution. These are the things we're going to be doing. These are the things or the behaviors we need you to do as a user. And then basically there's a mutual agreement and you can kind of tweak towards where you do want to start going. Yeah, I don't know if Tamara, you've got anything you want to add to it?
I think it's all about having a plan. And things don't work out as planned. That's just reality. And I think being transparent and being a partner in this whole relationship helps, because you can just tell them as is. Results haven't driven, we haven't attained the results that we have hoped for. However, let's look into alternative E and look into how that works. And if they trust you and if there is a partnership, there is no reason for them to say no to that.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I agree with all of that. I think that, it's what they say, the best laid out plans, it's like you can only plan so much, but you can still, like Andrea said, Tamara said it, you still have a process or things that you can follow if whatever plan A didn't happen. So, okay, we'll go back, we'll regroup, talk to our teams, do some brainstorming, have you ever had this happen? How can we, what's the best way to go back to the client and have this discussion? Who do we go to have, again, talking to the right people and really to have that transparent conversation, but then quickly regroup and say, okay, that we didn't accomplish the goal. We're going to reset and let's move forward. So absolutely. Well, we have a handful of other questions, but we are out of time, unfortunately. But thank you all so much. This went by really fast. I know we were all like nervous and anxious, but look how fast it went. So thank you, Tamara, Matt, and Andrea. Loves, hearing all of your feedback and advice and experiences when it comes to CSMs as change champions. We definitely need to coin that and get some t-shirts and all kinds of swag made, because I love it. And thank you all to our wonderful audience and sending in questions. And for those questions we didn't answer, we'll be sure to, I'll get those to the panelists and have you all send out your answers there. So thank you all so much and enjoy the rest of the summit.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Krista, Tamara, Matt, and Andrea. We appreciate that insightful discussion. I loved it. Shout out to Matt, I think. Matt, it's 3 a.m., I think, in Australia, so thanks for staying up with us. And great discussion. It's a pleasure to have you all participate in the event today. Christy, change management. You know what I love about the topic so far, and kudos to your team, is all these skills, soft skills and hard skills that you need as a CSM, but sometimes don't think about improving. And so change management is huge, right? I mean,
change is hard,
yeah,
right? Like, let's just say that. And I think what happens is that we go through the motions of being really strong customer success professionals, but we forget about the experience our customers are having within their organizations that are even separate from the relationship that we're having with them as the vendor, right? We're trying to help them adopt this technology, but the change that's happening around that is so much larger, right? And so I think if we start to embrace what that feels like and what it looks like and help guide them, then we're going to be more effective.
Yeah, I agree. You know, I think if I were to think two things that I would add is just the importance of communication and setting expectations. I can't emphasize enough how important it is to just communicate. Take them on the journey beforehand, and then over communicate throughout the journey. That would be my tip. Any tips you'd have around change management?
Well, I mean, on the communication point, I would say, in my experience as a professional, customer success aside, that's always where leaders have failed.
Yeah.
Is in the communication, right? The strategy is often really well designed and developed and thoughtful, but then their communication around the execution has always fallen short. And I always say the absence of a story, right? People will create one.
Yeah.
And so when they don't know why and what's happening, they're going to start to fill their heads with what they think is going on.
Yeah.
So definitely communication. I would say the other thing to just embrace is, and Andrea talked about this, is like bring your team into the process.
Yeah.
I love that, right? Like make people feel, I like to say, people want to feel like change is happening with them, not to them.
Exactly.
So bring them along for that ride. Pull them in, get their feedback, make them feel like they're designing it with you. So that would be my tip.
Well, awesome content. Now we're going to move on. We talk about change management. The next topic is about navigating large and complex organizations, where change management definitely comes into play. We're excited to have Berta Weil here from Better Cloud, who's going to give his thoughts and experience on navigating large and complex organizations. Bertel, how you doing today?
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Thanks for having me today.
Where are you coming in from us, Bertel?
San Francisco.
All right, San Francisco. We're grateful to have you today. We'll throw it over to you and look forward to your presentation.
Wonderful. Thank you for the opportunity again. Let me just can you all see my screen? Perfect. So, first of all, how to navigate large and complex organization. This is a really broad topic. We only have 20 minutes. So the idea behind that is how can we bring as much value to those 20 minutes? So I decided to remain quite high level due to the time restriction. We're going to be diving into the navigation of how to navigate complex organization. So for the agenda today, I built this framework that first of all can be applicable to any type of organization. You have any type of book of business. You're handling corporation with 100 companies all the way to a strategic account with one account. This framework can be applicable when it comes to each of these companies. When it comes to navigating complex and large organization, the difference is really about the depth and the level of proactivity that you're going to lead to deliver the expected value to the client. So again, the framework for today, we're going to go through 3 topics that I believe are important, that I'm leveraging throughout my work and experience as a customer success in the past account management, starting with the mindset, starting with your homework, how to navigate those complex organizations, and how to make the most of each conversation you have with the executive team. Again, this is applicable to a wide range of clients. The difference would be the depth of research, preparation, and level of proactivity. So with no further ado, let's start with the first part, mindset. This is where before you have a conversation with your client, you need to start with yourself. You need to start with adopting this consultative selling approach. You need to become the consultant as a customer success manager. You need to become the consultant the client is expecting to have, the consultant they wish they had but they didn't have. How to embrace this mindset is essentially focusing on the value that are being defined and expected by the client. It is not about the product, it's not about the features, it's not about you, it's not about the service you are providing, it's about understanding the outcome. To do that, I would like to introduce you to someone who really changed my life years ago. He's someone who most of you haven't heard from. He's way before SaaS, way before internet. His name is Sakichi Toyada. Mr. Toyada was born in 1904, and Mr. Toyada created Toyota Industries. And the reason why it changed my life, and I encourage you to really dig into his history and his mindset, he created a simple framework called the 5 whys. For Mr. Toyota to go down to the problem, to the root, you need to ask 5 times why to one single challenge, one single problem. To go from to identify the problem to the root of the problem. So the mindset, as a summary, embracing the consultant that is in you, trying to understand where the client needs to be, and really embracing this Mr. Toyada mindset, asking 5 times why there is a problem to get to the root of the problem. We haven't been in touch yet with the client. Now we only work on the mindset. The second step that I encourage you, way before you even start speaking with the client, is to do your homework. So many customer success are starting picking up the phone and trying to discuss product and features, not enough about the value, not enough about the homework. You need to earn the right to be around the table with this executive team, with the users, with the team leaders. You need to do your homework. To do that, I broke up your homework into 4 pieces. The first one is capturing the corporate objective. The corporate objective is essentially the vision of the executive team of your client, the CEO. What are they looking to achieve in the next 3, 5, 10 years? Are they looking to launch a new product, getting into a new industry, breaking into a new country? Do they have specific goals to achieve, such as revenue? Are they looking to double their revenue in 3 years? This is really the high level, no more than 2 or 3. This information is available online via interviews and financial information you can find online. So that's the first step. The second part of your homework, way before you even having conversation with your client, is to identify the center of excellence critical priorities. What a CTO, a CISO, a CMO, head of sales, how are they looking to implement, to embrace the CEO's vision? What is the journey? What needs to be done to hit this level of revenue, to penetrate a new market by the next 3 to 5 years? So again, both for corporate objective and those critical priorities have to be very specific, measurable, and time specific. When, how much, what needs to be done. Now we're moving down the ladder. We started with the CEO, the CTO, the CISO. Then we're moving to how this vision and the journey has to live day to day. And this is a client initiative. Those are your users, your team leaders. What do they do every day to deliver what I expected from the CTO, the CISO, the CEO? What needs to be done every day? So I'm going to pause here and share quickly a story about the difference between a project and an essential time-specific deliverable. If you're focusing too much on a project with the client related to a client initiative, and the client is very happy with what you delivered, there is a chance that the client will churn, even if it's a happy one, and did a great use of your product because the project has been delivered and they no longer need your support. So this is really important when you're focusing on your client initiatives to make the difference between what needs to be implemented and aligned with the CEO vision and what is actually a project. You need to be agile. Christian, I heard a lot of journey, communication, storytelling. This is where you're going to build this hypothesis that you're going to share during this client initiative. The last part is very important, obviously, capturing the org chart. Who does what? As a customer success, you join a company, your book of business already leveraging you. They might be a client for a few years. They might just went through their onboarding. So you have an idea of who are the players, who are the economical buyers, who does what. So it's important now to identify the white spaces based off your product, which area you can place the product across multiple departments. Have you thought about M&A? They have a huge team. Maybe your product is really relevant to the M&A department, IT, HR. So where else can you help your sales team to grow? Who does what? Who are your champion? Who are your coaches? Who are the ones that are just going to, for any reason, be a huge roadblock, how to bypass them? So this is the homework you have done. Again, at this level, you have not been in touch with the client. You have not actually discussed any product features. You are doing your homework, you're trying to understand who does what is top of mind, and you're creating this journey that you're going to present to the client once you're able to actually deliver this hypothesis. Part of your homework as well is you need to be able to challenge your client. This is very important. Again, bringing back to Mr. Toyoda, this consultative approach. You need to be the consultant. You need to challenge them. It goes beyond the product. It goes beyond the features. What needs to be done based on the value that I expected from the client and where your product will fit. So now that you have the right mindset, now that you have an understanding of how to navigate the client, navigate your accounts, and you come up equipped with hypotheses to challenge the client based on the value they're expecting your product or your service to deliver, we're moving to the next part, which is the navigation itself. So you're all set, you're ready. Now you need to identify, you need to connect. First step will obviously be to connect with your current users, really go deep into whatever you're trying to capture, whose statement, trying to capture essentially who is the new economical buyers, trying to understand the difference between a project, a long-term value, what needs to be done today to achieve the goals. So I've added that as a first step when it comes to product limitation. And I haven't mentioned that during your homework, but you need to understand in depth your own product. I know it makes sense, but so many customer success are jumping right in, having a high level understanding of their own product and limitation. It's not about what they can do, what your product and service can deliver, but what are the area where you're not sure that you're going to be delivering the expected value. Understand your product in depth, discuss with your technical team to understand the limitation from the value that the client is expected. But as well, understand the products already in place that are not from your company. Trying to understand what are the gaps. I lived in the UK for 10 years, and for the British on the call, I love to say, mind the gap between the train and the station. Mind the gap between where the client is and the value they're expecting from a product. It goes both ways. Understand the product limitation from your competitors and yourself. What the client is missing. Once you have started to understand where the client needs to be, where they are today, how your product can help them to get them where they need to be. Identify their KPIs, their OKR. OKR being the vision of where you need to be. The KPI is more on the side mirror, but essentially trying to have a talk track around specific value and what can be delivered. At this level, you haven't really discussed your own product limitation with the client. It's still about the value and the gaps. Capture the data. How your client are leveraging your product. What are the gaps again in how they are leveraging your services? The mindset is how can you grow, but before growing, before net retention, you need to focus on protecting the base. What needs to be done today to protect the base? Make your client happy. For them at an individual level, see the value of your service. Don't ask to be introduced to people. Proactively ask questions about specific services and values that you have identified within your organization, and ask who might be interested by leveraging specific solution that they're essentially paying for. You're not here to sell. You're here to make sure that they see the value of your product. A clean engagement plan. again, this is a success plan. You can call it however you like. It's actually the journey of where the client is today, where the client needs to be in the next 6 months, year, 2 years, 3 years, and create an engagement. Leverage Mr. Toyoda mindset. Always ask 5 times why. Something is not working. Why? Get to the root of the problem. Once you are there, you understand the value, you then are going to be able to articulate next steps and how to deliver more. Being this consultant that the client is expecting to have, this is this gray line between the service you are delivering and the product. This is the added value that you bring that no one else will bring, because you're going the extra mile. You're securing the renewal and the growth because you care about your client's value and expectation, and you're going to move mountains to share stories, to introduce them to clients who are already leveraging your product. Have this clean engagement, create those quarterly sync with the executive team. Think the value. Why should they pick up the phone? Think of this value that will be delivered beyond the product and beyond the features you're going to present. Finally, the last piece is actually get to the meeting with the executive team. And this is a challenging one that you need to be able to articulate. Why should you take 15 minutes, 30 minutes, an hour to discuss with the CEO of a Fortune 100, a Fortune 500, to discuss, to connect with this individual? How do you earn the right to be around the table? And it's not about the product. It is not about the features. At this level, no one really care about this product and those features. What they care about is how we are able to help them to get to those goals. The CEO needs to report to the board. The CTO, the CISO needs to report to the CEO. The team lead needs to report to the head of the center of excellence. How do you help them to deliver the value? I like to say that customer success, we are helping for the individual users, for teams to become superheroes. And we enable them by helping them to think outside the box, get down to the root of the problem, define the expected value that will deliver the expected result set by the team leader, by the executive team. You need to help them to go over that limit. And this is how you secure a time with the executive team, by presenting the value, by being this consultant, by delivering value beyond what is already available in the product. During QBR, the business review, we rarely discuss specific features or product. We are really focusing on the value. The only time you can share a story about a product is if the client specifically asks for one service that was the sole reason why they purchased your product. Then you deliver that, and then you go and you move on to the value. So I'm hoping that we can leave a few minutes to ask for a quick Q&A, but I wanted to summarize for everyone this framework. Once you have moved over your mindset with Mr. Toyoda, please read about him. He really changed my life. Think of this consultative selling mindset. But for the framework itself, start with the corporate objective, the C-level, the vision, 2 to 3 points. From then, you move to the critical priorities of the center of excellence, the client initiative, team leader, the ICs. I'm a big superhero fan. And what I like to say is when you are able to identify this corporate objective, it's like a huge Captain America shield. Then you are able to actually move on from renewal to growth because you have delivered on each of those corporate objectives, on each of those critical priorities and client initiatives. Finally, capture the economic and the budget value of the expected solution. It's not about the product, it's not about the feature. You're able to communicate, to share this journey, to share some storytelling about the value. The client defines the value. The vendor doesn't define the value. We can create hypotheses around the value, but the client essentially is the one who's going to pay for specific deliverable. Capture the org chart. Who does what? Try to understand who reports to who needs to deliver what to who, and when. And finally, timelines and milestones. When things need to be delivered, and bear in mind that if you're solely working on a project that expires in 6 months, there is a strong chance that even if your client is green and has a great usage will churn because the project will end in 6 months. I would like to finish with this quote from William Arthur Ward, which I think really embodies this navigation. It's essentially, as a leader, you are the CEO of your book of business. You are the one who can secure their renewal, grow, and build a really strong partnership with your client. As a leader, you need to be extremely agile. You need to communicate, to Dave and Christy pointed earlier, communicate as much as possible with the client. You own the stage. You are their consultant. You're here for your client, and you need to drive the conversation based on the value that I expected from this client. Thank you very much.
Bertil, thank you so much for that. Really, really insightful. I got a question for you. So as somebody who myself has navigated large enterprise organizations, I know that there is no way that you can enable us on how to do that well in 20 minutes, but I appreciate your attempt to do so. One of the things that you called out during the adoption and white space section of your presentation was around capturing the org chart. Now, in my professional experience, I have found that to be one of the hardest things to get access to and then maintain its accuracy, especially understanding, who's in positions of power and influence throughout the organization. What are some tips that you have that can help guide folks on how to successfully secure that and then manage it with your customer over time?
It's actually not allowed to say which client, but one of a successful interaction I had over the past year with one specific client who had a flat renewal, flat engagement, wouldn't do much, only speaking with, only leveraging one part of the solution. The way I was able to grow their investment, capture from one team to 3 departments, is essentially delivering on each interaction I had with the users, able to identify who they report to. But back to your point, Christy, what I was able to do is, without speaking about the product and the features, I shared stories. I will communicate with client on other clients' journey who are facing similar challenges. As an example, for this specific client, I read over the news that 2 years ago, they had a huge data breach. Part of their subscription with us, they had access to our secure models. I openly ask, say, this is something you're currently paying for that you're not leveraging. You had this data breach 2 years ago. We had clients who leverage us to prevent from this data breach. Who should I speak with? And this is not a sales conversation, is you paying for that.
Yep.
And it happens to you 2 years ago. And when you have secured the relationship with your client, once your client trusts you as this almost independent consultant, and you are here to deliver value, they will introduce you to whoever they think is going to be alive. You're going to be able to help to deliver on that. And trust, communication, storytelling, value focus. And again, I rarely speak about the product itself. It's really about the strategy and the value defined by the client. I hope it answered your question, Christy.
Yeah, no, absolutely, Bertil. Thank you so much for those insights. We appreciate you joining us today and for all of your contributions to the conversation. Thank you so much. We'll talk to you soon.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Great. And so up next, we've got I think this is our first sponsor. Yeah. We've got a commercial from Rocket Lane. So we're going to shoot over to them, and then we'll welcome you back for our next piece of content.
everyone. I'm Sri, founder and CEO of Rocket Lane. I have a quick question I want all of you to think about as CS leaders. Does your customer success team spend more time playing offensive, focusing on NRR increase, or do they spend more time on the defense, trying to win back customer confidence? As a team, you want to spend more time on expansion, but often you end up on the back foot with customers from the get-go. Why? It's usually hit or miss customer onboarding. If half your customers experience a poor first partnership with your team, it's time to rethink how you do your onboarding. And there's a way to fix this. We did our research on what leads to poor onboarding: delays, escalations, customer unhappiness. And the top 4 reasons: firstly, poor on-demand visibility for your teams and customers, so everyone can quickly understand where things are at, the customer sentiment, and so on. Number 2, a lack of consistency in how we execute, and also hence a lack of insights on our execution. Third, we dropped the ball on things as a result of work being spread out across a bunch of software, documents, project tools, communication tools, emails, etc. And lastly, a lack of focus on customer experience during the journey. And that's why you need a specialist for the job, like Rocket Lane. With Rocket Lane, you can put your high-touch onboarding projects on the fast lane. You can accelerate your time to value. You can hit your project implementation goals consistently, and you can deliver a delightful experience for every customer. Let's look at how. We'll start our walkthrough with visibility. As a customer success or implementation leader, you want that zoomed out 30,000 feet view into all your current onboarding projects. And Rocket Lane gives you that consolidated picture: the current phase, project status, fields synced from your CRM, and even the customer sentiment through CSATs for the latest milestones in your project. You can group it in different ways, and you can also see the high-level overview for each project. This is unparalleled on-demand visibility. To top it, you also have dashboards and reports you can make use of to understand how things are going. Rocket Lane also helps you truly elevate your customer experience for your onboarding and implementation journey. Rocket Lane offers a beautiful customer portal that you can brand and make your own, say success.yourcompanyname.com, that customers can gain access to through magic links. And this enables the right level of sharing between your team and the customer, whether it's your tasks or documents, chat, status updates, and even comments. You decide what's internal and what's shared with the customer. We also have a presentation mode for different parts of the product. For example, you can do an interactive walkthrough of your methodology, phases, key activities, instead of using a static presentation, and then invite your customers into the journey. Customers can access the overview, Gantt, documents, chat, and tasks. So it's not one more tool to use during your onboarding, but instead it's the one unified portal that brings it all together and delivers value for your customers. Next, we look at consistency. Rocket Lane projects are set up from playbooks or templates which are comprehensive. They include phases, tasks, subtasks, and even dynamic conditions to create the right variation of every project. And also, you can templatize the documents that you collaborate on with every customer. You can create templates for each segment or vertical, making it easy to replicate the steps followed by your best folks. You can even templatize and automate your status updates. You also start seeing insights on your methodology and execution when you use a template for multiple projects, so you can iterate and improve on it. Once you create a project from a template, you get into a shared execution mode with the customer with clear responsibilities, timelines, and automated reminders. One last dimension I'll showcase is how we've unified all these typically siloed experiences into one collaboration platform. Today, our work is spread across multiple tools, from project management to document collaboration and communication. So it's hard to stay on top of all the work. Rocket Lane's unified workspace lets you bring it all together. You can create documents or embed external documents, spreadsheets, and more. You enjoy a tightly knit experience across these. You get the same conversational experience across project chat, tasks, documents, status updates that enables internal and external collaboration in one place. You can also create and track work tasks emerging out of documents. So your mentions, tasks, notifications aren't siloed experiences anymore. With everything under one roof, Rocket Lane saves you from the hassle of working on multiple tools. It also has tight integrations with your CRM, engineering tools like Jira, internal communication tools like Slack, and more. And if you build out onboarding as a separate function, as most CS teams often end up doing, your reports, resource management, time tracking can all come in handy as well. We are reinventing customer onboarding. We're making it more transparent, scalable, collaborative, and customer-focused. Sign up today to become eligible for a special 15% discount. This is Rocket Lane.
Thanks, Rocket Lane. We appreciate your sponsorship and commitment to the global customer success community. Now we've got another presentation that I'm really excited about. We have our very own Nicole Tetke, who's joining us. She's one of our CSMs on our team and brings a ton of passion. I love this topic where she's talking about top 10 tips to have increased productivity as a CSM. Nicole, are you there?
I am here. Hi, everyone.
How you doing?
Doing well. It's a little bit like Inception, seeing myself on the screen on your end and then on the screen in Zoom.
That's a lot of fun. Well, we're excited to hear all of your great tips and tricks for your peers in the customer success space. We'll throw it over to you and let you take it away.
Perfect. Thank you, Dave. Perfect. Well, first and foremost, thank you everyone so much for joining today's session. My name is Nicole, as Dave just introduced me, and today I'm going to be showing you all 10 things that you can do to be more productive on a day-to-day basis. But to begin, I would be remiss in not explaining why I'm the person to talk to you all about how you can be more productive with your time. I think telling you a little bit about my background will help shine light on that. I started my customer success career in 2016. This is also when I had the pleasure of meeting Christy, and I was an SDR. I was very good at getting people to talk to me, not so good at asking them for money. So the turning point there was about 3 months into my tenure at Vesterly, I started being a customer success manager, which completely revamped what my life would be like over the next coming years. But in that journey, I inherited 300 accounts, and it was my very first time stepping into the customer success world. So I had to learn very, very quickly how to deliver the best service to our customers at an at-scale way, and also figure out what does it mean to be a customer success manager. Over the course of 2 years, started getting my grounding. Christy helped a lot. But in 2018, I joined a company called Front. Front is a company that is very much focused on bringing all your communication channels into one space and making your day-to-day life more efficient. My job was an onboarding manager there, and it was incredibly focused on making sure that me, as the onboarding manager, I was able to show other teams how to be productive and efficient with their time. Those things that I taught my clients trickled into my daily life, and I'll be showing some of them to you. But in 2021, so last November, I joined the team at Client Success. And in joining the team at Client Success as a customer success manager, I actually inherited the largest book of business at Client Success. So the tips and tricks that I have learned from Vesterly and at Front are now seeing their impact on my book of business. And all of those learnings are what I hope to show you all about today. So to begin, let's say you had 30 minutes a day, extra 30 minutes that you could allocate. What would you do with that extra time? It can be time that you spend going on a walk. It can be time that you spend focusing on things that you want to focus your energy on, rather than the mundane tasks that take up your time. My goal is that by the end of this presentation, I'll help you guys gain back a few minutes in your day so that over time they continue to add up. So you have that time so that you can do the things that you actually want to be doing. So with that, I will start by saying it is very hard to be efficient with your time if you're not operating in a mindset that makes you happy and that makes you feel like what you're doing adds value to your day-to-day life. So I will start with the concept of operating in your zone of genius. The zone of genius is a concept that Laura Garnett writes about. I first heard about it at a lunch and learn where Front CEO Mathilde Collin and Justin Kahn were having a dialogue that we all were purview to. Mathilde writes a fantastic Medium article about it, but the main takeaway for me was if you are not spending your time in a way that is impactful to you and it is doing things that you love, the rest of the time that you're spending isn't well spent. So the very first tip that I will share with you all is take a moment to audit what does your day-to-day look like. And in that audit, figure out what are the things that really excite you and allow you to operate in your zone of genius, and what are the things that drain you. And for the things that drain you, I invite you all to think through how are ways that you can rejiggle them to make them more exciting to you? Or hopefully, as we go through today's presentation, what are some of the tips that you can incorporate into your day to make those things that drain your energy more digestible and easier to swallow? So to begin, start by an audit, go through your day, figure out what is exciting to you and also what drains you. And then once you have done that audit for those things that excite you and maybe even for those things that drain you, establish a hierarchy of your priorities for your book of business. We are all CSMs. We all have accounts that are doing really well. We have accounts that aren't doing so great. But at the end of the day, it's up to us all to determine how do we spend our time. And if we are being pulled in a million different directions and we don't have a good way to establish where we spend our time, it's time that's not well spent. So as you're going through your audit and as you're thinking about your day-to-day, determine if I had unlimited resources, how would I spend my time? For me, I focus on my renewals. I spend a lot of time on my accounts and onboarding. I focus on my higher value, not so healthy accounts to begin with. And then I have levels of priority that I focus on once my main top priorities are taken care of. And as I'm going through my day, I stick to that prioritization. So while we can have a list of priority or a hierarchy of priorities, if we're not acknowledging it and sticking to it, it makes it hard to be efficient with our time. Hopefully these two tips help you operate in your zone of genius. But what I find is also very draining for me, or was draining for me, was I spent so much time trying to find everything that I was looking for. So I would spend probably at least 10 to 15 minutes every day trying to find that PowerPoint, trying to locate that resource. So if you had that time back, how much time, and even if we had to quantify it, how much time do you spend looking for the things that you need? And with that in mind, I encourage everyone to organize your resources into a system of records that makes sense for you. I joined Client Success in November, and the very first thing that I did was I spent time shadowing and understanding how things work at the company. Once I had, as I will say, I'm still figuring things out, but once I had that foothold where I felt comfortable in knowing, okay, this is what my job entails, I also took stock of where does everything live and how can I easily locate it? What I did was I organized it into different folders that made sense to me. And I will say that organization and figuring out how you're going to organize your system of records does take time. And as the saying goes, you spend money to make money. I encourage you all to spend some time on this so that you gain some time back because you're organized in a way that makes it easy for you to locate what you need. When you are organizing yourself, you're going to also uncover that you might need things that you think don't exist. Chances are your teammates have something that they've worked on along the way. It might not be exactly what you're looking for, but your teammates are also your greatest resource. I would say it is advisable to not recreate the wheel, take what exists and make it your own, and use the tools that you're creating and organizing and share them with your team. At the end of the day, we are as strong as our team is. And if you have the opportunity to help your team and share from your learnings, it's a great way to, one, save time in the sense that you're not recreating the wheel, but also share that wealth with your team members, much like Christy shares her decks on LinkedIn. We've talked about operating in zone of genius, talked about getting organized. Let's and the next one that I'll share with you all is calendar block with purpose. I've seen, and I've been guilty to this, that it is very easy to put a block on your calendar that says, do not schedule, or do not block, or block. It's very easy when you don't have a block on your calendar that serves a purpose to start doing something that is not positively contributing to your day. You can start fiddling on LinkedIn. You can step away in a way that's not productive to your day-to-day. So as you consider blocking your calendar off for things that you need to get done, calendar blocking with purpose is a way to ensure that you are setting an intention for how you spend your time. So in my case, for example, I have a block on Mondays and Fridays in the morning. They're called my catch-up blocks to handle everything that came in on the weekend and then everything that I need to take care of going into the weekend. On Wednesdays, I have my proactive outreach block that is based on my hierarchy of priorities. And every Friday afternoon, I focus on renewals and retention or renewal opportunities. And I am very purposeful about sticking to my calendar blocks because I know that if I focus on those projects and focus on those intentions, I am able to get them done and move the needle on them rather than saying, okay, now I'm going to go do this and come back to it without a purpose and an intention. So these are all tips for organization. What I'm going to share with you all next is items focused on repetition. So if you think about your day-to-day, and as a CSM, we have many different ways that we focus our attention, but how many of the tasks that you are doing are repetitive? So how many of those emails that you're sending out are fairly similar? How often do you do the same training? How often do you spend time forwarding things to other teams? All of these things are repetitive tasks. So what I invite you all to do is identify what are these repetitive tasks and optimize for them. The next tips that I'll share will help you optimize for the repetition that you might have on a day-to-day basis. So for those emails that you are sending time and time again, templatize them. Don't spend time writing the same email. Don't spend time writing the same type of draft. In Outlook, you can save these as email signatures. In Gmail, you can actually create email templates. But every email that you are templatizing is a few minutes saved in your day. And all of those minutes add up. And as you're thinking through how you templatize, it doesn't have to be verbatim exactly what's going to go out in the email, but at least having a framework or an outline for how you would like to structure those messages and the consistency that you've established will help you save minutes and minutes over time. This is one that I was actually talking about yesterday with a client. And I started my career by not being the most efficient with. I find that it is very easy to take notes on paper. And it's a habit that took a little bit of time to break, but now all of my notes are digitalized, so they're on the computer. And while my notes are digitalized and I'm taking stock of what are my action items that I need to complete, going back to them was another thing that I had to do. And remembering that I had these tasks was a separate thing. What I have started to do and what I have started to implement on my day-to-day is taking all of my to-dos from my engagements, so from my calls, and adding them as an email draft. So I treat my email drafts as my ongoing to-do list, and I have the action items that I need to do. I have the actions that the customer needs to do. And then taking it all and coming full circle, I have an email template tied to it where I add in the to-dos in the client section and in my action item section. So it's very clear what the division of responsibilities is. But I do this as a way to, one, optimize my day and also ensure that I'm not letting things slip through the cracks. When you have a big book of business or when you have a complex book of business, it is very easy for things to go by the wayside. We are human, things slip through our mind, but this is one way that you can ensure that you are delivering on your promises and you're also not having to take manual notes, add them to your computer, and then from those notes, create an email. So the intention here is save some time, but also don't let things fall through the cracks. And for this tip, I would say, use a to-do list that makes sense to you, but try to incorporate it into a software or a tool that you are leveraging on a day-to-day basis. So it might be tasks in Gmail or in Outlook that you're using. It might be comments in front, going back to my past. In client success, it might be, well, I like to use this structure, but it might be a to-do list that you create. but identify what works for you and find a way to avoid doing duplicative work. Snoozing. Snoozing is my personal best friend, and I want to introduce you all to my best friend. Snoozing is a way to ensure that you have proactive outreach. So how many of you have Post-it notes sitting on your desk right now, or many, many calendar events on a day-to-day basis that are follow-up tasks based on what you've completed? Imagine a world where there was a button in Gmail or a folder in Outlook that you can move things to that act as a reminder for what you need to follow up on. The way that I use snooze is if I am scheduling something, if I am waiting on a client reply, or if there is an action item that is urgent, I will snooze the message in Gmail. After the snooze timing has elapsed, it pops back to the top of my inbox and I am proactive about my outreach. And the goal and the outcome here is I'm, one, not letting things slip through the cracks, but I also am conveying this sense of proactivity rather than reactiveness with my clients. So I'm establishing trust in the relationship, and there's this sense that I will follow up on the things that I say that I will do, and I will ensure that things get done that are important to both myself and the client. The last thing on my identify, repetition, and optimize is the concept of inbox zero. So if we're thinking about our inboxes and the way that we operate on a day-to-day basis, I'm sure that we all get a lot of emails. We're also sending a lot of emails. And it is very easy to go through all of those messages and read them. But what is not so easy is making sure that we actually get things done and we wrap up all of our tasks. The concept of inbox zero is less focused on what is read and unread in your inbox, and more so what is still open. What do you still need to action on? So when I look at my inbox, I look at all of the messages that I still have to do. We use Gmail, and it's a number on the upper right-hand side of the screen. And I use that number as the action items that I have that are external from my clients to me. So they are things that I need to get back to. They are items that I need to make sure I've handled and I've completed. And I do not consider my day done until I've whittled that number down to a manageable number. It's not always zero, but it is what I strive towards. I am very task-oriented and goal-oriented. We just did a whole session on goals, so I imagine many of us operate this way. And by knowing this is everything that I need to get done before I can call it a day, it helps me have something to work towards. And if you need to put a calendar block on your calendar with a purpose, perhaps use a calendar block. I have one every day from 3 to 5 p.m. And it is when I focus on making sure that I am getting everything done leading into the next day. Now, you can operate in your zone of genius. You can be the most organized person in the world, and you can optimize for repetition. But it is very hard to operate in full blast if you're not in a good place. So my very last tip to you all is allow yourself space to wind down so that you can bring the best version of yourself to work on a daily period, and so that you can focus. Take that time to go for a walk, do that workout class that you've been wanting to do. If it makes sense to you to step away from your desk to have lunch rather than eating it in front of your computer, that really helps me. But if I don't allow myself that space to relax, unwind, and take a moment for myself, I can't bring my best version to work. And I know that it is hard to step away when we have so much on our plates, but it's the best thing you can do, in my opinion, for your book of business, for your clients, and for your company, but also for yourself. So with that, I will wrap up with a big thank you to everyone. Thank you for joining this session. And also thank you for being part of my first speaking engagement. This was one of my 2022 career goals, and that's a panel that's actually coming up later today. So I appreciate you all joining, and I hope you have some takeaways that'll help you save some time in your day moving forward. Thank you.
Awesome, Nicole. Thank you so much for that. I know the team and I at Client Success, I know that we're always in awe of all of the work that you're doing, and oftentimes ask ourselves, how does she even do all of that? So I know these are only I know these are only a handful of your tips and tricks, but you do seem to be able to do it all, which is so super impressive. That said, I think Dave and I have a couple questions for you. So I'm gonna actually kick it over to Dave to get us started.
No, I just had one statement. My kids think that my best friend is snooze as well, but a different type of snooze. But no, so Nicole, did you just find these on your own? Did other peers give you these ideas? How did you come up with these productivity hacks?
I will say that a lot of what I have learned was a takeaway from my onboarding experience up front and rejiggling it in a way that made sense in other tools, and then taking what I maybe didn't find value in other at other roles or like other things that were pulling me in different directions, and examining why don't I like these things and figuring out a way to make them work.
Cool.
So yeah.
So a lot of trial and error and finding it. That's great.
Lots of trial and error.
Well, good.
Awesome. All right, Nicole. So I know that habits are important when we think about productivity and efficiency in our days. What's the one habit that you've developed that's helped you be most proficient?
It's being focused during my calendar blocks. I found that when I would block off my calendar at the beginning, it was really, really hard to just stay in the zone and focus on that one topic at hand. And a habit that I have been very, very diligent and mindful about building is if I say I'm going to work on my renewals, I work on my renewals. If I have my calendar blocked to do proactive outreach, that is how I'm spending my time. So it's like putting blinders on to focus on that one thing. And it's hard because you get pulled in a lot of directions, but it's the way that I'm able to really say, this is my intention and I'm going to move forward with it.
I love that. I feel so strongly about calendar blocks. Yeah. I sometimes don't respect my own blocks, but that said, I do have a question for you about that. How do you ensure no disruption during that time, right? What do you do to make sure that you're not listening to all of the things that we're trying to pull you into?
I close Slack.
Yeah.
Sorry, Dave. You want to share?
That's all right.
I close Slack.
Do it.
My parents are watching right now, and they have been purview to me putting a do not disturb sticker on my door so that nobody interrupts me. It is my focus time. And if I need to find ways to respect that, but also block out the noise, or not the noise, but the interruptions that could come my way during that time. So it's closing out things that do not contribute to getting that objective done.
That's awesome. I think one other thing that has helped me also is similar to what you do with shutting down Slack, right? Also quieting down your inbox, right? And so being able to shut that off periodically, whether you're closing it out entirely or using Snooze and some other functionality built into things like Gmail. But email can be equally noisy and distracting as well. So I love that you're doing that. Really super grateful for all the work that you're doing for us at Client Success. I know your customers are also in awe of how you are managing to do it all, but appreciate you joining us, Nicole, sharing your tips and your hacks, and congratulations on achieving your 2022 professional goal of speaking at an event, and we were thrilled to hear you, and you did a wonderful job.
Thank you.
Excellent job, Nicole.
Enjoy the rest of the panels, everyone. Bye.
Bye. All right. So next up, I'd like to take a moment to introduce our next solution spotlight from our sponsor, AirDeck.
My name is Nathaniel Bittman, and I'm here to talk to you real quick about AirDeck. No, I don't work for AirDeck. I'm a client, but I wanted to give this testimonial because it's really important. We're in the mortgage business, and I serve as a regional manager for a large national lender. How does AirDeck serve us as a mortgage company? I want to tell you it's a really impressive tool, and I'll share with you why. The mortgage business can be loaded with a lot of information, a lot of details. It's a very, very detailed industry with a lot of numbers that can be very confusing for consumers. So it's wonderful for a client to be able to click onto an Air Deck presentation, and at the comfort of their home, when they have the opportunity to digest the information, they can go at their own pace and review the content repeatedly if they'd like. If you're a CPA, if you're a financial advisor or attorney, this is a great tool for you, and I'll tell you why. Here's one of the features I absolutely love. As I mentioned, much like in your business, there's a lot of detail. So what's great about Air Deck is you can custom make all of your slides. You can add video, you can add narration to a screenshot, a PDF, whatever you like, so you can make this great presentation. Now, let's assume something changes in the process. You don't have to go back and redo the whole thing all over again. You can actually add in and take out certain components of the slides that you've put in. Most products out there require you to do the whole thing all over again. Here, it's a plug and play, custom make, refine, redo. It's a wonderful tool for you. Highly recommend Air Deck. We simply couldn't do it without you guys. Great product.
We use Air Deck literally every day. We have it built into about every single process that we use, starting with sales, going to prospecting, creating proposals, customer success, and with the services that we are giving to our clients. Before we were using Air Deck, we were using Zoom. So we were recording our proposals or recording different documents that we wanted to go through. And if we would mess up like 5 minutes in, then we had to start re-recording all over again. So it just really has leveled up our efficiency when it comes to the processes that we do. We're able to create videos a lot easier. Recently, we sent a proposal to one of our clients or prospective clients, and we walked them through the proposal on Air Deck with a video. The response that we got back from that email was, wow, this was the best proposal I've ever got. I have never gotten a proposal where someone's walked through it on a video, and it really shortened our sales process. We were able to sign that client faster because we didn't have to go back and forth with emails, different meetings, so it just really sped that up. We often, all the time, honestly, tell others about Air Deck. We had an entrepreneur come to us, and she was just struggling with I don't know how to best communicate with my prospective clients, with my clients. What are the tools that you use? The first tool that we always talk about is Air Deck, just because of the efficiency, being able to get in front of people and easily send videos.
Thank you to our friends at Air Deck for being two-time sponsors of the CSM Summit. I think it's a really cool technology, and I can see many ways it could be applied in customer success, whether it be QBRs or COR decks and other things. So thank you for our friends at Air Deck. We're excited and grateful that they're our sponsors. Now, on to our next panel. This is a great one, talking about adoption, driving a product and usage adoption. We're excited to welcome our very own KGP, or Kristen, and Danielle, Samantha, and Manish, who are going to talk about driving product adoption and at scale. So, KGP, you there?
Hey, I sure am, Dave. How's it going?
Hey, it's awesome to see your smiling face. She always brings the energy and the love and the passion. So, looks like you have a great panel there.
We have a great panel, and just a quick congratulations, you guys. What a great event. Such amazing speakers, amazing content so far. And I am so excited to introduce the next one. So thank you for having us.
We're excited to hear you.
Cool, you guys. Well, like Dave said, my name is KGP. I'm the Senior Customer Success Manager here at Client Success, and I am the honored host of our next panel called Driving Product Usage and Adoption at Scale. As many of you already know, product adoption is the process by which people learn about your product or app and start using it to accomplish their goals. This is a measure of customer health many organizations place a lot of emphasis on in measuring their effectiveness in guiding a customer's journey. So please join me in warmly welcoming today's panelists and industry experts on the subject. Danielle Geisler is the Senior Customer Success Manager at Splash. She brings over 8 years of experience within the SaaS industry, where she started her career in marketing and transitioned to success, where she now helps marketers reach their goals. Pretty awesome stuff. Welcome. Then we have Samantha David. Samantha is a Senior Customer Success Manager who has driven success within multiple customer segments. And today she's building out the scale segment of customer success for Monday.com. So really exciting. Super pumped to dig in with you about customer adoption at scale. Sam, so thank you so much for being here. And last but not least, my friend Manish Karamchandani is a customer success mentor and CSM for strategic accounts at New Relic, bringing over 20 years of experience of pioneering success strategies at companies like HP, New Relic. Today, he specializes in customer success strategy, product adoption, and value realization. So we've got some pros, you guys. Let's get out our pens and pencils, get ready to ask some questions. But I'm so thrilled to kick off with the first one. And Sam, I would love to direct this question at you just to get us started. So some may say that product adoption is the main leading indicator of success. How do you view these metrics in conjunction with other metrics you're focused on as a CSM?
Yeah, thanks, Kristen. So I agree that product adoption is the main leading indicator of success, but I think there are different ways that we can measure this throughout the life cycle of a customer. Measuring adoption is our North Star as a CSM to better understand the health of a customer. So since my team is currently working with low touch accounts, we're not as tied into their day-to-day, and each CSM is handling 200 or 300 accounts at one time. So this means we need to use data to quickly know which playbook we need to approach customers with, or even if we need to engage at all. A metric that we use to look at this is how many people are active in the user's account, either weekly or monthly. This is quickly proven that to give us an idea if the account is healthy. So if we can see in the past 6 months that there's been a decrease of around 30%, let's say, of active users, we know it's an indicator for us to reach out and engage with the customer. Adoption is also should be heavily measured right after onboarding, because that's when it is most critical. We've also seen that if there is low adoption after this stage, then the customer is more at risk to churn.
Got it. Yeah, great answer. So for anyone in the audience in the very early days of measuring and driving adoption, I know that could be many audience members. Is there anything you can share about when you would engage with an account?
Yeah, when we were building in the initial months of building our scale team, we saw as a team that we wanted to immediately engage with low health or dead accounts. These accounts had around like 0 to 20% usage for multiple consecutive months. Since one of our main goals is to reduce churn, we wanted to get in touch with these accounts as soon as possible to see if we could save them. We quickly learned as a team that we had better success with reducing churn with accounts that we could determine a slight decrease in usage or that were on the downturn. So we changed that mindset. Instead of reaching out to those dead accounts, we were reaching out to ones that were slightly decreasing so that we could catch them. Yeah. So for example, accounts that maybe had 20% decrease over the course of 3 months at a time, that was our main indicator to reach out and engage.
Awesome. Yeah, it's always so helpful to hear from other CS experts in the space talk about really effective pivots that they've made in their strategies. So thank you so much for sharing. My friend Manish, I am so excited to have you. Thank you for being here. Would love to hear a little bit more about your approach to measuring success today at New Relic.
Yeah, sure. So I agree that product adoption is an extremely important step, but I would break down the post-sales life cycle of a product into 5 different stages here. And let me start with, let's say, after a sales is done, right, and you bring in the customer success manager. I think the first important step is deployment, right? And there might be, depending on how the product is, you might bring in a professional services in the deployment. The client might be technical enough to do it by himself, right? But the CSM needs to be hand-holding the client most of the time, making sure that particular product is deployed in the right way, right? So that's an important step, right? The second step I would say is the enablement, where you train the customer on your product. It's a completely new product for the customer. They want to understand what are the features, what is the navigation, how would they get what they are looking for from the product. Enablement is another important step. And then comes the product adoption. So when I talk about the product adoption, it's a change for the client. It's not just a technical change. It's a mindset change. It's a process change, right? And you need to convince your user, making sure that why are we moving from that legacy product to this? What is the new thing? What is the value that it is bringing in? It's a slow process, but it's an important process. And you need to work with them. You need to discuss their use case and the details. And you need to build an expertise with the client, build a relationship with them to create a true champion out there. So that's where product adoption is and then comes the product maturity. Now, adoption is not enough. If you want to increase the usage on the product, if you want them to get the value, you need them to be matured enough on your product. Maturity is a very subjective term. Now, when you bring in the maturity, it brings in the stickiness on the product, right? And you need to measure this maturity, and it's a very difficult thing to measure. In New Relic, what we do is because we are born in cloud, we are a SaaS-based company, we collect a lot of metadata for the client. We understand where they are moving, why they are using, which feature they are using. So all that information is collected as a data point, a metadata point for us. And when we analyze this data, we build up a maturity app to analyze that what features they are using. And it's now easy for us to just go on that app and understand why a particular team is using this feature and why it is not using. So if the product team who is investing a lot of money in bringing up the new features, we find that they're not using a specific feature, we have a talking point and we can go and discuss with them that why this is not bringing up the value for you. And the last step is the value realization. So all the other steps that we talked about happens on the practitioner level, that you interact with the customer practitioners, you train them, you do the deployment with them, but value realization comes at all the different levels, especially the executive level, where you do the top-down approach, you understand their goals, why did they buy the product, and then tie those goals to your work streams and eventually prove the value. Similarly, you work with the practitioners on the bottom-up approach to make sure that they are getting the productivity out of it. They are getting their goals achieved by using this particular product. So I would say in addition to the product adoption, all these 5 steps are extremely important for the success of a particular account or a particular product with your client.
Oh, thank you for that all-encompassing kind of assessment of adoption at different stages in the customer lifecycle. I know that there are people in the chat I can't see right now, but I know people are wondering if you could repeat those 5 steps. Would you do us all a favor and remind us step by step what those look like?
Yep. So I'll again repeat them: deployment, deploying the product in the right way; enablement, product adoption; product maturity; and value realization.
All right, everybody's got it now, pen and paper. Thank you so much, Manish. Great overview. Danielle, I'm so excited to kick it over to you for our next question. So just out of curiosity, when in the customer journey do you begin measuring adoption? And a quick follow-up to that, what observations have you made that helped structure your approach to driving adoption at scale?
Yeah, well, first off, I think I'm going to need Manish to send over those top 5 as well, because I thought those were great. And coming off that question, I definitely believe that adoption isn't like a one-time thing that you check. It's something that is going to ebb and flow throughout the entire customer journey. So when a customer first joins your platform, I like to think of it as the beginning stages of dating. So everything's really exciting and new. They're eager to learn all the ins and outs, or at least you hope so. And this is what it's going to be really important that you're going to drill down into the customer. And it's really imperative that in this first 90 days that you as the CSM and your onboarding team are going to help to make sure that the customer is really onboarded correctly and they're taking advantage of hopefully the entire platform or as much as you can. And then from there, I really like to develop, I think Manish used this as well, sticky features. So what in your platform is going to make it so that your customers can't leave your platform or they can't live without your platform? And these could be maybe implementing key integrations. So they're getting all of the data pushed between all of their different types of technical stacked platforms. Maybe it's understanding and taking advantage of reporting that's available in your platform or custom build elements or any other key differentiators that your platform has in the marketplace. So develop these sticky features. If you don't know them already, you try to think about like what's really important to your platform and why the customer would want to be on it. Then what I like to do is take these sticky features and turn them into a feature mapping type of conversation that you can use in your QBRs or regular conversations with customers in order to see how they're taking advantage of the platform. Now, they're paying for this platform. They're probably paying a large amount of money. So they want to be able to get their ROI back on it as well. So how can you then turn that into a conversation that goes both ways? That one, they're getting the benefits of the platform, and that two, you're making it so that that customer is fully sticky within the platform. They have adopted everything and that they're really able to take the platform and do everything that they want with it, as well as not even realize what they were without it. So how can you make it valuable to both you and the customer?
Ooh, there were some gems in there. Integrations and reporting, like what a low-hanging fruit in terms of delivering those like sticky features. I loved those two examples. We learned very quickly at client success, like pulse, setting customer pulse. That's our sticky feature. And if my customer isn't doing that, it's an immediate red flag. So I love those two call outs. For anyone in the audience, can you talk more about feature mapping and how that pulls into your customer adoption strategy?
You're doing to me or the audience? Sorry.
Oh, no, that was for you, my dear. Go right ahead.
Yeah, so I think that this pulls into adoption because I think to Sam's point, she mentioned like, can you make sure that your users are actually using the platform on a regular basis? Currently at Splash, we have a platform that maybe they aren't using on a regular basis. And maybe you're a CSM to a platform that people aren't going to log into on a regular basis. But when they do need to use your platform, are they using it? And is it the first platform that they're thinking of? So I think that's why these key features are going to be really important and imperative to their adoption. So they think, hey, whenever I'm doing XYZ, I need to log into Splash and I need to make sure that I'm using it. Whereas some maybe day-to-day platforms, they're kind of just a part of their everyday schedule. And yeah, I think measuring, hey, are they logging in every day? Are they logging in every week is really imperative to their adoption as well.
Awesome. Okay. Thanks for bearing with me. Sorry for the surprise question. All right. Sam, let's turn it back over to you. I want to know about how you've applied what you've learned about your customer to scaling success at Monday.com.
Yeah. So as it applies to reaching as many customers as we can, that's primarily what we're working on our team. Really what I think of it as delivering the most value with the least amount of work as a CSM. One way we're doing that is called a program called Office Hours. So Office Hours are something we've kind of tested in the past year, officially kicking off this year. They're bi-weekly, hour-long small group Zoom sessions led by a CSM on our team. And they're all focused around features or use cases or just general Q&A. An easy way to connect with customers face-to-face without us reaching out to the customer one-on-one or spending that one-on-one time with them. It also provides them a time to communicate with each other, adding to that community feel. And then also adding to that stickiness of a product where they're learning from others while they're learning about the product and able to connect with one of us. So when it comes to measuring the effectiveness of these programs, we're still playing around with different ways where we can see the effectiveness of it because it's so new. We're trying to find the best path to measure that type of effectiveness, since customers can join one-off sessions, not necessarily register, or maybe they just join for 20 minutes instead of the full hour. Right now, what we're doing to measure the effectiveness is the number of attendees and then the number of signups. So that's what we're using. But so far, we've gotten really positive feedback from our customers, not just about the sessions and they are able to learn, but that they have the option to join these. So as we might not be meeting with our customers every day, they know office hours are that option to see a customer at least and get that one question answered, just adding to their confidence in the product.
I love this concept of office hours, and so excited to continue, rooting you on through the success of that initiative. I think it's such an effective way to scale one-on-one support. It's so exciting to hear that happening in your organization. I'm just wondering, before we move on, Manish, Danielle, how many accounts do you manage? I think the audience would really love to hear this. And Sam, I want to finish with you. But Manish, how many clients do you manage right now? What does your book look like?
So mine currently, I'm on strategic accounts. So it's a high touch point accounts. I speak to my clients 3 to 4 times every day. So it's a lot of work streams on a single client. So I have 3 accounts at this point of time.
Thank you. Danielle, how about you?
Yeah, so I'm also working with enterprise accounts. So I right now have a book of around 15 to 20 usually. But that being said, a lot of mine do probably have a similar structure to Samantha in that there isn't always one point of contact. There could be multiple teams using it. So you might have one account, but there's 100 people. So I've been using a lot of more personalized events for accounts, and doing kind of things where it's similar to Samantha's like office hours, but with customers. So they have like personalized sessions that we can do like trainings in, that they're more personalized towards them. And because they are an enterprise set of customers, I feel like this time is really valuable. Whereas maybe if you have 50 or 100 accounts, something that may be a lot harder to scale, but kind of picking your 1 to 2 main accounts and then really drilling in and focusing.
I love that. That's such a great way to kind of make that more personal for a smaller book, Danielle. Is that on a recurring basis, or are those one-off as requested? How does that work for scheduling?
Yeah, I like to do it where usually I'll be the one that kind of directs them. So like, who are my focus accounts for the quarter? Or who do I see the most growth opportunity in? Okay, I'm going to drill in, focus in on these. And then as you kind of run them after a while, so I really like to do like low level trainings. So how can everyone in the platform learn how to use it better and take advantage of all the sticky features or different levers. And I'll do that. And then as you start to do them, it becomes just like common sense to you. Like I could run a lot more. So you could probably take on a lot more, but I usually like to just choose like a few accounts per quarter or
I love that.
half year.
Oh, I'm taking it. That's a great idea. Samantha, talk to us about your book. How many clients fit into your segment?
Yeah, each CSM on our team usually manages around 200 to 300. But Danielle, similar to you, we use data to determine what accounts we should be spending more time with. So not every account will get that same amount of time per quarter, but we like to determine, okay, where is our time best spent? Which accounts do we need to prioritize? So we use something like the usage metrics, but something like office hours is something for all of our accounts across all CSM's books.
Awesome. Yeah, really great to know. And such a great representation of different types of CS management. Yeah, I love that. Thank you for being here, you guys. This is so great. Manish, I'm going to turn it back over to you. I'm dying to ask this next question. So folks might say that if your customers are not using your solution regularly, they're not getting value from it. So I don't know. I'm curious. Do you think that adoption is that black and white?
So I heard a couple of words like, let's first define the value. Right? What does value mean to a client? Right? Why did they buy us in the first place? What are their short-term? What are their long-term goals? Once we understand that point, then let's go on usage. How do we define the usage? Like it depends on the product. Like it could be a UI-based product where there are users who go on the product every day, and then you can count the number of users on the product, and it's easy to find what is the usage. It could be a process-based. Let's say there is a product which is just integrating two different products and passing on a data from one product to another. So that's a different kind of usage. Or it could be a assurance kind of a product where alerts are being fired if something goes wrong. And if nothing goes wrong in a month, that means there was no usage in a month. Like, I mean, there's a different way to find those the usage. Now, having said that, when the SaaS world is moving from a subscription model where you have a subscription for the year, for the month, for your users, to a consumption pricing, where a lot of companies are now moving, saying you pay what you consume. Although you have a commitment, you have a committed amount you can get off the product, but you are paying based on the consumption. Usage is extremely important. And as I said, it's not that black and white. It's that post-sales 5 steps process that we talked about, right? Those all steps contribute to eventually leading to a usage that you are looking for in a client and eventually getting the value out of it.
Yeah, it's a great call out. You're right. Some of my customers, their solution sends alerts when things go wrong. So usage is a tough thing to track for sure. Very, very interesting. Thank you so much. Sam, can I turn it over to you for a little bit of context? What do you think?
Yeah, so I think this has a lot to do with the stickiness of the product, and something that we've all touched on today. So we can tell it's super important in the customer success manager's mindset. So if the product is embedded in their everyday workflow or routine as a customer, so if you take that out of their tech stack, are they still able to do their job? So I see adoption as being able to fluctuate. So it's a CSM's job to give the champion the tools to adapt the product to their own needs as their business changes. So we use the train the trainer methodology to provide our champions with the knowledge and tools so they can can rely more internally with maintaining the product. Something that we do to support this is product-led support or dog fooding to make sure our customers are learning to use the platform as part of their everyday workflow. So Monday is a work OS tool, so that means it's meant to be embedded with their other platforms that they use every day. So some big strategies on our team that are making sure that we log initial meeting notes in the customer's instance of Monday. We're always using Monday to communicate with them within the platform, and we're creating Monday boards to track their onboarding progress, or maybe just specific meetings after onboarding too. So by working with this champion, we want to make sure they understand how the product can be a part of their everyday workflow. And we're seeing that trickle down to other end users.
Awesome. Awesome context. Danielle, I do not mean to put you on the spot again, but I'm dying to hear from you. Do you dog food at Splash?
I've never heard of dog food. What it is. When she said that, I was like, did she mess up?
Okay, so for anyone in the audience, it's terrible, you guys. Dog fooding is essentially when you use your own solution, similar to how I use client success to manage my book of business. That's what dog fooding is. But I think Christy actually coined, we sip our own champagne. Sounds a lot better. We sip our own champagne. But do you sip your own champagne?
I do, actually. So for those of you who don't know what Splash is, it's an event marketing platform. And so, like I said previously, I like to take some of my key customers and I'll run events specifically for them. So I actually use our platform to create the events, send the events, and then we also stream our events off of those platforms as well. So yeah, it's amazing because then you get to show them exactly how you can do it.
Yeah, practice what you preach, right? That's awesome. Awesome. Very good. All right. So, and my next question is actually for you as well, Danielle. So please stay off mute. With a subscription-based solution, our executive sponsors generally want to understand the value realization and the usage of the tool. Many products have reports baked in that inform the ES, how they're doing, how their team is performing or adopting the tool. I'm curious, how would you navigate a conversation with a client whose adoption is low?
Yeah. So in the CS world, I feel like we'd always love to have customers that are high adoption, but it's obviously not always the case. So this is probably a more common conversation for a lot of the CS folks in the room that you end up having at least once in your career. But yeah, I think it's really important to kind of always be prepared for these types of conversations and always be ahead of them as well. So being sure that you are checking either on a weekly or monthly basis your own reporting on your customers, specifically customers that maybe you've seen have lower adoption in the past. So you can always be prepared and ready for these conversations. And then what I like to do is kind of going back to like elementary school when you learned how to write paragraphs. I love to sandwich them into like the hamburger method. So I'll do like a really good positive, I'll bring in that negative statement, and then I'll finish off with a positive or a next step process. So this way it eases the conversation. And I like to say that a lot of the CS role is you kind of are just talking to your customer, you're creating a relationship with them. So how can you take this maybe disturbing news and turn it into a positive and maybe turn it into an experience of, we need to get you more training. Like you guys signed up for this product for a reason. You really wanted to make XYZ happen. And that's why you decided to purchase us from the beginning. Like go back to those beginning points that hopefully your sales team took, and you can use those to leverage this conversation and turn it into a moment where you can now learn from and then actually move forward. And I honestly think that sometimes these conversations, they bring light to a customer that maybe hasn't been getting that great of attention in the past. And then you honestly usually have the best conversations with them. A relationship gets 1,000 times better because you had these really hard conversations with them. I don't know who else has felt that in the Zoom.
I've certainly been there, but I don't want to take away from our amazing experts in the panel. Manish, does this resonate with you? Have you been in a situation where maybe a suboptimal usage scenario really turns into a super positive one?
Yeah, so yeah, it happens a lot of times when we interact with the client. Again, as Daniel was saying, that sandwich the bad news between the two different.
Love that.
Right, and that's a perfect strategy that anyone would apply on that. So yeah, it happens a lot of times when we have to break in, but we have to come up with the solutions along with that. We have to suggest some measures that you will take so that adoption can improve. And this is, we have to provide the basis why we are saying that there's a low adoption. And again, propose a plan that how we should go ahead next with that.
I love that. Yeah, very good. Thank you so much, you guys. I'm going to move into our next question. I want to save a little bit of time for audience questions. So if you're in the audience and you have something to ask, something burning in your mind for these amazing experts and product adoption, please, your time is now. We got a few more questions before we move over to the audience, but my next one is around strategies. So Sam, I want to direct this next question at you. What strategies do you use to increase adoption at scale?
Yeah, so right now we're really focused on those programs. So like I was mentioning before, office hours to use to target the majority of our accounts. We also provide those office hours for every CSM on our team to use in as Arsenal. So like if they have a customer that could benefit from attending one of those feature sessions and they don't want to use their one-on-one dedicated time, they're going to promote those office hours to their own book of business. So it's not meant to be just per CSM. They're meant to be used by every CSM on our team. We also use email campaigns. So we're using those in coordination with office hours. So campaigns that we're creating are meant to be from the CSM mindset. So workflows or best practices, things to get them thinking or curious about what else they could do on the platform. They're not meant to be purchasing more of the product or anything or more seats, but that is the main goal. And they're not similar to marketing newsletters where those are more sales focused. They are written from that CSM point of view, so they're more product usage approach than sales approach. So we're using the campaigns to promote office hours to allow the customers to have that other touch point with a CSM. So we're going to email them and then allow them to meet with a CSM through office hours, and it's not just a dead end. And here's a new use case. Here's a new best practice. Now try it on your own. They actually can talk to a CSM after we send that email.
I love that. I love that. We love options, right? That's a really smart choice. What does the cadence look like? I'm curious of the kind of email campaigns you're referring to. When do they start? How often do you send them?
Right now we're sending them monthly. So that's fairly new too. So we're looking into some of the performance of those. We might increase that or have them be trigger based. We're exploring that option too. So sending a campaign, let's say if they're decreasing their usage of a specific feature, sending them something based around that one feature. So we're playing with that idea as well.
Ooh, love it. Love it. Well, keep us posted. This sounds very exciting. Manish, I want to turn to you next. In previous conversations that you and I have had, you've shared your experience building COEs. Could you tell us what a COE is and what it does? Why should a business invest in one?
Sure, yeah, great question. And you would see a lot of big accounts will have this question, whether we should set up a COE, what would be the right way? There's no right or wrong way of doing a COE, but it's a very highly effective tool that one can use on the large strategic accounts. So number one, COE is not meant for every account. Imagine that there is an account with around 20 to 25 users. You won't build a COE for that because you can interact with all the users and it's easy, right? And the reason that we build COE, there are multiple reasons. Number one is the account team that works with the client is limited, right? We can have 3, 4, 5 people on the account team, and they can be huge number of users. One of my clients is like 3,000 users. So how do we interact with these users? So what we do is we pick up POCs from each of the groups, because on these large clients, there are multiple groups that we work with. So we pick up point of contacts from each of these groups and then try to train them, try to work with them, try to understand their use case, and eventually build a champion out of them, right? And then overall get this particular group together to move our strategy with the client. Now, they can act as a first line of support for us, because anytime there's an issue, you don't need to raise a support ticket. You can just reach out to your point of contact and understand this is how they are planning. Now, they can also help us with strategic planning, that where the client is moving in terms of their strategy and how do we align with them. We become a partner for them, right? They can help us with some trainings, right? Train the trainer, as Sam said. So they can help us with some trainings. They can help us in beta testing for the product. If we are releasing a new product, we want someone to have a first look at it. They can help us with that. They can help us with some deployment. They can help us with promoting and expansion of the product within the bank. So they are a great partners to have once we create those champions as a part of a group called COE or Center of Excellence.
Amazing. Yeah. Thank you so much for, I think that brings such interesting perspective. And, I maybe in my book can do something like a pilot group within an org. So I think that really at scale describes kind of what you're able to do for customers. I do want to wrap up with our last question before we turn to the audience. You guys, this has been outstanding, but to tie up our conversation and before we turn to audience QA, what are some of the most common mistakes that you've made when trying to drive adoption at scale? What have you learned that our audience can benefit from? I don't know, Manish, maybe you can kick us off.
Sure. Yeah, I would call them as a lessons learned while working with these clients. Sometimes it's like you wait for it and you don't do a mistake, but it's a lesson learned while you are working on this client. So I think the first one, I have three of them. The first one would be talk value. At any level on the client, you can talk value. Talk of the return of investment that it brings it, the product is bringing in. You should be able to understand the leadership goals when they buy the product so that you can talk more ROI. Second is don't get complacent, right? If you have a very good engagement with one team, don't just stop there. Keep generating more and more activities so that it generates more and more opportunities and more work streams for you within multiple groups on these large clients. So having more activities will result in more success on the client. And the last thing is work like a partner for them and not a vendor. They are not looking for a vendor. They are looking for partners in their strategy. So be one of them.
Oh, that fires me up. That was great advice. Thank you for sharing. Danielle, what about you?
Yeah, I mean, similar to Manish's, I definitely think working as a partner is key. I think sometimes we are thinking of our own internal goals or what we want out of our customers, and always having in the back of your mind that we're all people and we're here to foster a relationship with our customer and we are the face of our platform is something that you should always come back to in the end. Like knowing about your customers, maybe knowing their dog's name or that they got married recently. Those are things that are going to make you unforgettable for your customer and are going to make a large difference in the end. And then another thing that I think is really important is that customer is one adoption method is not a one size fits all. So tailor it different ways. Try different tactics that we talked about today. See what works with your customers. Maybe it works with one, but it doesn't work with another. And don't ever stop testing out different methods and trying different solutions.
Ooh. All such good advice. All right, Sam, let's wrap up and then we'll move to some some audience questions. What are some of your learns or lessons learned?
Yeah, I think those are all amazing ideas, and mine are most of those too. So I'll just go with one that I think is the most important, and that's definitely using data to approach every day, understanding where your time is best fit just based on account metrics, product usage, because that will determine how you best spend your time throughout the day and what customers you engage with.
Awesome. All right. Well, thank you so much, everybody. This has been super insightful. If you'd agree, we do have some pretty exciting questions from our audience that I would love to hear your answers to. So it's like first come, first serve. Just I want to hear from all of you or whoever's got some great learns to share. But this question comes from Ash. Thank you so much, Ash. Ash says, we always talk about product adoption or tracking as one of the points to track customer health. What about organizations with on-premise products undergoing transition to hosted or a SaaS model? What's the safest bet to track adoption?
I can go with it. See, it's a little challenge, definitely, but it's not impossible because when you are in SaaS and when you're in cloud, you collect customers' data, so it's easy to see what's going on, right? But with the on-premise products, what you basically would do is the relationship comes into picture, because in that case, when you have your champions, when you are interacting with them, and it takes a little longer than what it would take for a SaaS-based product to be on, right? And then when you have that relationship, you try to understand what are the use cases, and you try to take how many people are using it, how they are trained, and all those things from that. So it requires a lot of relationship-related stuff to get that information from your champions rather than getting from the data that we are collecting from the product.
Yeah, I love that. I would add on to that as well. Just focus on outcomes. What is the customer trying to achieve with your solution? Like that has been always really helpful and helping me track, my end customers' success is just, are they able to get their work done? I don't know. Anybody else? That was a tough question. Anyone else have anything to add?
Yeah, I'll add. So I think I always worked probably in a SaaS platform. So just thinking about though pre-pandemic and craziness, one of the most important things that we did on our team was always going out and meeting our customers in person and having those real life relationships, whether that be grabbing a coffee and just chatting with them, doing something on site like a training. But I think those are really important, and that relationship is really important. And then I think in our marketplace, there are probably 1,000 different platforms and technologies that do probably something very similar to what your company does today. So how can you really find the differentiators and teach those to your customer so that they don't have that wandering eye seeing what else is out there, and they really do trust and keep your relationship top of mind when maybe other fish start biting in their inboxes to come use their technologies.
For sure. Well, thank you so much. I'm going to move to our next question from Nader. In your view, what are 3 attributes that make up a solid health score?
Yeah, I can go ahead and take this one. So definitely usage. So how often are you in the tool? How many actions are you taking within that tool daily? So that's definitely one. We also measure capacity. So out of all the licenses that they have available to them, are they only using half? Are they using only a quarter? That's determining less or lower health. We want to see them really optimizing on the entire or all the licenses that they have available to them. So whereas that might not be an indicator to a full account churning, they might be reducing some of their seats. So that could be a strategy from a CSM, is to just to make sure that those extra seats, that they are being used by some team within the organization. And then I would say just, are they happy with using the tool? So what's their overall sentiment? What's their CSAT, NPS scores? So are they enjoying using what they have access to? Are they seeing the value, or are they just using it because it's available to them?
Love that. Those are great. Danielle, Manish, do you have 3 solid health score components that you'd like to call out?
So I'll add what we do. Again, because we are consumption based, one of the important parameters is how hot or cold account is running. Like if they plan for, let's say, 100,000 a month, right? Are they running at that usage or not? And then the second important thing that we follow is the maturity. How mature they are, how proactive they are, how much are they using, what features they are using. Based on that, we give them a maturity score, right? And then that can be given based on the groups as well, based on the sub accounts as well. So we can easily across all the whole account, we can see what groups are using us, what features are being used, and then that's how we try to derive an overall health score for the client.
Awesome. Danielle, anything to add? Go ahead.
I'll add one on top of those. I think probably another metric that I like to view is customer engagement. So are they attending webinars or opening your emails? Are they reaching out to you or answering your emails or marketing emails? Are they attending your sessions, or are they just blowing you off? Those are kind of things that you can kind of see the heat of your customer as well.
Got it. Yeah, those are all really, really valuable contributions. My clock says we have 1 more minute, but I think my schedule says we have 5. So I'm taking the 5 minutes, y'all. Just yell at me if I'm wrong, everybody. But I do want to ask this. So the product that Dev supports is very complex. Do you have any technical specialists that support you for more technical discussions with your customers?
So at New Relic, we follow a pod model where we have an AE and SE who do the pre-sales stuff. And in the post-sales, we have a CSM and the technical account manager. So that's the part structure that we follow on all the accounts, all the at least big accounts. So yeah, technical help is always there with us. In addition, we have support, we have product experts we can bring in, and some other solution architects which we can bring in based on what's the conversation.
Got it. Yeah. So more of like a dedicated account team where you may be the primary point of contact, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Very good. Very good. Any other context? Anybody who might work with a more technical product?
Yeah, so we have an internal team. So we don't have a dedicated technical support team per account, but the CSM, we do have a process where we can escalate it if we see that it does need further technical support. So we have that internal process where we're able to pass the account along to somebody that is a little more technical. And then we're still that main point of contact for the customer where you can communicate that back.
Very smart. Yeah. Thank you. It's valuable for everybody in the audience. So I've got one more for the group and then a few follow-up questions about office hours. So Sam, I think we're going to give you the spotlight here in a second. But before we do that, Gary wants to know, how do you deal with adoption problems that result from a poorly qualified customer? Oof.
Jump in there. Those are always the most upsetting. I feel like, because you know that you could try really hard, but I think sometimes it is important to think of your customer, and if they don't really need your platform, or it isn't something that is truly going to be the best solution for them, I mean, you can try to renew them again, but in the end, they are probably going to churn because they, one, didn't need it or don't see the value in it. So sometimes I think it's important to also be looking out for your customers and know when they are the right or wrong fit. And then taking that as a learning experience, you can talk to your sales or BDR teams and say, hey, when we're vetting this out in the future, let's look for these items so you can actually change the process so that your company doesn't deal with this in the future.
Love that. Yes. Manish, did you have something to add?
Yeah, I would just say that if you're able to identify them earlier, it's good, because if it is to fail, it is to fail early, or there might be enough time for us to change something to make them success. So identifying these clients way early in the game would change things for us.
Yeah. I would add two things here too. What does work? If there is a part of the solution that does specifically work for their business, focusing on that and then providing enablement around that one, feature that is sticky. The other thing that I would recommend, measure. If you can aggregate some data around, these are customers, this is the time that we attributed as a team, as a business, to a poor fit, like that's information that benefits an entire team. So find a way to measure those things. No team is perfect. We all, wind up in those kinds of situations at times, but where we can impact and where we can impact change is if we have a function to measure those kinds of that kind of work. So those would be my two adds. Sam, anything else? Because if not, I've got lots of questions for you from the audience.
They got all my ideas. So
okay, cool. Yeah, no worries. So a few questions. Let me see if I can draw these all together in a concise way. Andrew wants to know if your office hours are open to all customers, or do you have office hours for specific accounts? Let's start with that one.
Yeah, so it's just the accounts that we deem as scale. So it's not Monday's largest enterprise or mid-market accounts that have that dedicated support. It's also not the smallest of accounts that have no access to support, that are just digital support only. So it's the ones that we're communicating that the availability of office hours to them. So they're being handled by a CSM on our scale team that knows that they're a scale size account.
Mm-hmm. Amazing. Okay. And then last but not least, let's talk tech. What platform do you use for this kind of customer engagement?
So we use an internal method. So I can't remember exactly what method, but we do have an email marketing team that's able to send these for us. So we design them in Figma, and then we send them out through our email marketing team. And then all office hours are hosted on Zoom. So we've created a process to invite them. And then Danielle, I've actually looked into Splash that to create some type of a landing page to invite users to make that process a little more inviting for them. So we might be talking after this.
Yeah, well,
those are some of the platforms.
I'll let you two talk offline more about that. That does bring us to time, you guys. It has been such an honor to be here with you all. Thank you so much for sharing your insights and all the super valuable information. I know I certainly took plenty away, and I'm sure our audience did as well. So thank you for joining us this afternoon. It's been a total pleasure.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Right. Bye.
Wonderful. Well, KGP, Danielle, Samantha, Manish, thank you guys so much for a wonderful topic and tons of great insights. I think, product adoption is something a lot of us customer success professionals are really focused on, and helping our customers ensure that they not only understand how to make the best use of the product, but how to adopt it in a way that's going to help them achieve their goals. So really fantastic topic. That said, that concludes the first half of our day, and we are going to jump to a 10-minute break. When we return, we're going to be joined by Angelica O'Reilly over at Success Coaching, who's going to help us understand the customer success competency model. And so that will be an hour-long boot camp session. So please take a 10-minute break, come back, join us and the Success Coaching team. We'll see you in a bit.
Hey everyone, welcome back from break. We're glad that for all of you who have stuck with us throughout the first part of the summit, and we have a great afternoon or evening session as well. For those who are new, we're excited to have you join us, and we look forward to this next session. This part right now comes to us from our sponsor, Success Coaching. They've been our longtime friends and partners, and they are our boot camp sponsor. And so we're excited to have Angelica O'Reilly, who will give us insights around a CSM competency model. Angelica, you there?
Hi there, yes. Good afternoon from Washington, D.C.
Awesome. Well, thanks for joining us today. We're looking forward to your boot camp, and we'll let you take it away.
Sounds great, Dave. Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. I'm Angelica O'Reilly. I'm the head of customer success here at Success Coaching. For those of you who haven't heard of Success Coaching, we offer a world-class customer success education to CS professionals around the globe. We have an accredited curriculum that covers all facets of the customer lifecycle and teaches you how to effectively conduct the customer success management activities that are required at each stage of the customer's journey. So we have over 14,000 learners that have gone through our Success Coaching curriculum to level up their skill set, offer career pathing, career development, professional development in 66 countries, and we have certified over 9,000 CSMs. Hopefully many of you are certified as well. And we are excited to get started and to teach you about the customer success competency model today. So first, what is the competency model and what will it provide you? So we created a very comprehensive and well-defined set of standards and benchmarks that are available for understanding what a high-performing customer success professional capabilities should be at each stage of their career. So through an individual contributor to a senior individual contributor, all the way through leadership. So the customer success competency model we have created has 5 core disciplines, which are further broken down into 18 specific skills, which I will walk you through this afternoon. And using this model, it will give you a better understanding of what it takes to succeed in a post-sales, customer-facing support, as well as customer success roles. So the full model is available for download. It's 100% free, and it is 175 glorious pages, and it is available on our website at successcoaching.co, not com, but .co. And if you click on resources and select down to the customer success competency model at the bottom, you can download the 175-page PDF. So our objectives for today's bootcamp is to cover 3 main things. So first, we'll define what the customer success competency model is. Then 2, we'll outline how to use this competency model, both as an individual contributor, as a senior IC, and in a leadership role. And we'll identify what the benefits are of deploying the competency model internally. So first, what is it? I gave you a sneak peek, but it is the knowledge, skills, and abilities needed to perform our daily work activities. And it really differentiates a good CSM to a great CSM, or a good senior IC or a good leader to a great leader. So we built out the full skill set needed to advance in your career and to close skill gaps. So it's organized and formatted in a way that allows us to define the behaviors required for effective performance in any given role and in your position throughout your customer success journey. So let's see what it looks like live. So this is the cheese wheel, as we call it. And there are 5 core disciplines within the model. The first is emotional intelligence. The second is people and teamwork. The third is drive. The fourth is entrepreneurship and strategy. And the fifth and final one are the behaviors. So within these 5 core disciplines, there are 18 core skills that are folded in within each discipline. So that is the perimeter of the cheese wheel. And these are typically those core skills that a customer success manager and IC and leader need to possess in order to drive the internal goals at their organization, both internally within their team culture, but also in the customer facing roles with hitting NRR goals. So together, these 5 disciplines and these 18 skills create one awesome cheese wheel or an amazing pizza, depending on what your favorite food group is. So the way that we created the competency model is across 3 different roles. So the first is the individual contributor role. This is the team that has less than 3 years of experience. It's typically your CSM, perhaps your implementation specialist or an account manager, and they're responsible for supporting CS initiatives and executing the playbooks and processes, and really operating at that tactical and transactional level within the portfolio. The second role that we created the competency for is the senior individual contributor role. So these are your very experienced generalists or specialists that have 4 to 6 years of experience. They're typically your senior CSMs, your senior account managers, or your customer success directors. And they're responsible for developing and leading implementation plans, creating success plans for strategic accounts, and really operationalizing the playbooks and processes and developing best practices for the CS team. And the third and final role that we created the competency model for are the leaders. So this is the most senior leadership role in your department. They typically have over 8 years of experience. It could also be the director of CS that's more tenured, or a VP of CS, chief customer officer. And these roles really help design the customer success strategy. The roles are establishing the team roles and responsibilities, setting performance standards, and hiring the right resources. So let's dive in. So we'll first take the first discipline, which is emotional intelligence. So what is emotional intelligence? It is the capacity to be aware of, control, and express one's emotions, and to handle the interpersonal relationships required when working for and with a diverse customer base. So within emotional intelligence, there are 5 EQ skills, otherwise known as soft skills. The first is empathy. The second is motivation. The third is self-awareness. The fourth is self-regulation, and the fifth are social skills. So this is how it appears in that cheese wheel, all 5 skills within that emotional intelligence discipline. So we will go ahead and we will take the first skill, empathy. So you'll see that the model is broken down into these 3 columns. So the individual contributor, the senior IC, and the leader. So in an IC level, that first column, and we'll take the second row, we expect in that IC role that you'll have the ability to take on another perspective during conversations and or negotiations. But as you move to a senior IC level, in that second column, you're now able to practice cognitive empathy, or understanding how another person feels and what they're thinking, also known as perspective taking. And as a leader, the skill that you've most likely mastered or are looking to master is how can you reward and praise the team members for their strengths and accomplishments. So what you can do is really look at a rubric and see, where am I as an IC or a senior IC or as a leader on these core skills? And am I achieving in the individual contributor 3 out of 4 of the levels? Am I achieving all 4? And then am I ready to be promoted to a senior IC? And if I'm a senior IC, looking at that leadership track of I need to nail down providing stretch assignments that will help my team members develop their empathy, or leveraging diversity to create and develop opportunities through different kinds of people that can bring something new to the table. And you can essentially look at empathy and where you are now and where you have room to grow as you continue on in your careers. The second discipline are people and teamwork. So these are the abilities relating to working with and managing the relationships and communications with team members internally and within the customer organizations. So there's 5 people and teamwork skills. The first is open communication. The second are execution and management. The third is teamwork. And the last and final one are coaching and developing. So here's the visual on the cheese wheel. And we'll take the first skill, open communication. So what is it? We've talked about it with other speakers here today. It's environments where information is flowing freely and openly. It encourages effective expectation setting. And on the individual IC level, you can see if you've mastered or need to work on, am I communicating effectively to my audience? Am I making sure that the message has been received and understood? And on the senior IC level, am I listening to the ideas of others, or am I speaking up tactfully in disagreements with colleagues, customers, or others? And then in a leadership role and track, am I encouraging an open flow of ideas and opinions? Am I promoting a free flow of information and communicating thoroughly in my organization? So you can do a self-reflection again through a rubric to see in each of these skills and the definitions of it, how am I performing as a senior IC, or leader with these definitions? So what am I doing really well, and what can I do to improve? And am I prepared for the next stage in my career development? The third discipline are behaviors. So it's approaching peers, customers, and your work output with the right work ethic and open-mindedness to achieve results and to grow. And there are 3 behavioral skills. The first is continuous learning, which you are doing all today by joining us live with the CSM Summit. The second is maturity, and the third is trust. So here's, again, that visual on where that behavior discipline and those 3 skills are within the competency model. And we'll pick the first skill, trust. So we're defining what it is here, having open and honest conversations, both internally as well as with our customers, both in good times as well as during maybe contentious times. Why is it relevant? You want to become that trusted advisor so that your customers trust you over time, expand, renew, promote you, are serving as customer advocates. So on the individual contributor level, are you maintaining a high standard of personal integrity? Are you demonstrating a strong commitment to organizational success? Then on the senior individual contributor level, we advance and deepen the way that we communicate. Am I demonstrating exemplary behavior at all times with trust? Am I building trust with customers and colleagues and direct reports? And on the leadership level, am I building mutual respect, trust, and loyalty with both my team members that I manage, by treating them fairly, and by leading by example? And am I creating a trusting environment as a leader with empowering my directs, my individuals, as well as my teams? So for the leaders on the call, this is a great exercise to do with the directs that you manage, or the frontline managers that you manage, to see how are they scoring on all of these skills. And for the ICs and senior ICs on the call, also a good reflection to see how am I performing on these trust categories, and where's there room to improve, and what am I excelling at? So a good point of reflection. And the fourth discipline is entrepreneurship and strategy. So this is employing customer-oriented innovative approaches to achieving desired outcomes, which we're big at Success Coaching, and possessing the mindset and sense required to understand and process business situations. So within entrepreneurship and strategy, there are 3 skills that are folded in. The first is business acumen. The second are strategy and direction. And the third is customer orientation. Sorry. So we'll take the first one, business acumen. So what does it mean? It's adopting a business perspective. It's understanding how the decisions that you're making are going to impact business metrics, and it's helping your customers achieve those outcomes. So we'll take the second column, the second row, and the individual contributor level. Am I possessing enough subject matter expertise to be able to help customers adapt and adopt solutions to address their objectives? Then on the senior individual contributor, in that second row, am I taking a long-term strategic approach to finding solutions for the company and its customers? And on the leadership track, or in that role, am I displaying a thorough knowledge of the industry, its markets, customers, and competitive environment? And the ideal goal, again, is to master everything in the individual contributor role. And then that primes you for a senior IC role, mastering most of the things there, closing skill gaps, and then moving on to that leader and mastering that within the business acumen and all of the 18 skills. So you can rate yourself 1 to 5, 1 being weak, 5 being strong, and doing that self-awareness exercise. And also you could have peers provide their feedback, and naturally your manager at a one-on-one, at a 360 degree evaluation, or at your annual review. And the 5th and final discipline is drive. So it's having the ability and desire to achieve and own results, whether good or bad. So taking accountability. And the 3 drive skills are: first, decisiveness; second, adaptability; and third is accountability for results. So here's the visual on that pie chart or pizza. And we'll pick the first skill, decisiveness. So what does it mean? It's making decisions in a timely manner where you have considerations, perspectives, you've done a thorough analysis. And why is it relevant? You're building confidence with internal stakeholders and customers, and you're being thoughtful and making a well-evaluated decision. So on the individual contributor level, we'll look at row 2. You're ensuring that all important facts have been considered before making a decision. In the senior IC role, you're guiding others to make logical and well thought out decisions. And as a leader, you're applying broad knowledge and experience to manage complex issues. So we've gone through the 5 disciplines and we've gone through the 18 skills, high level. How do we execute on this? So how do we use this and leverage this competency model within our roles? So I'll first walk you through the 5 leadership use cases to use the CS competency model. The first is developing a curriculum development for training and enablement purposes. The second is helping the team know in what training should I be investing in. Should I be building out this curriculum, or should I make the investment and buy the curriculum to upskill my team and to help them close those skill gaps and to help them with their own individual career development plans? The third is writing job descriptions. So you can use these definitions across all of these 18 skills to understand and look at what is the ideal skill set for my CSM team and hiring best practices. So if you have team members that are really excelling in communication and trust, but you need to bring in a little different talent to help close other gaps that the team may have with business acumen, you know who to hire for the next role. And then recruiting recruiting and hiring, which I just left. So it's bringing the right set of talent at this stage in your company's journey, at this stage in your maturity life cycle. And the last is evaluating performance. So it helps gauge who's improving with the skill gaps they need to close, who needs to roll up their sleeves and maybe go through more robust training, and to see where is your talent currently and where do they need to be at. For the individual contributor, there are 3 use cases for the competency model. The first is career direction and focus. So what are specific areas that you need to emphasize that you're doing really well or emphasize when you're interviewing? And what are some of the things, weaknesses that we need to hone in on and further develop? The second is identifying and addressing those skill gaps. So knowing where you need to improve as a CSM. And the third and final one is identifying and leveraging your strengths. So what am I excelling in and mastering? And where are the areas where I'm a little bit weaker on, but I can upskill myself with the right training or coaching or mentoring? So let's talk about the benefits of the customer success competency model and the benefits of using it. So first, it does help improve the hiring process through its entirety. So from creating that job description all the way through selecting those final candidates. Using this, it's called a competency-based job profile, but it helps to make targeting and evaluating your candidates easier and more effective. It also standardizes the process and criteria that you're using from end to end to be consistent. And then hopefully, ideally, it's saving you a lot of time and money. The second benefit is addressing skill gaps. So what are the knowledge-based performance issues that my team may have that are now easier to spot because I'm seeing those 18 skills? And then when you know those 5 disciplines and you know those 18 key skills, you can see what the gaps are. And then you can develop and have professional development for those to close out those skill gaps. The next is defining role and responsibility. So we talked about having that well-defined job description and having a job profile for the candidate. So managers can set expectations for all of their teams on what's expected in that IC or senior IC or leadership role. And it also helps make evaluating their performance clear, and you're setting clear expectations across the team. So in summary, you are more than welcome to download that customer success competency model. Again, it's 175 pages. It's very, very thorough, directly on our website. It's successcoaching.co, and you can go under resources, CS competency model. Highly recommend to do it over the weekend or on some downtime or a professional development hour to see where you are, where you need to go. So hopefully after this, we went quickly, but you've learned what the customer success model is. You've learned how to use it and you understand the benefits of it. And with that, I am happy to open it up for questions.
All right, Angelica, thanks so much for walking through that. Some great stuff. I maybe have just one quick question for you. If you're a frontline CSM and you look at this excellent competency model, where do you start? Where's the best place to start if you just kind of break it down into several pieces? Can you hear me?
Yes, you sound great.
Sorry, I don't know if you heard that question. If you're a frontline CSM and you take your amazing competency model, where's the best place to start? If you just to break it down, where would I start?
Sure, you can do the low-hanging fruit and analyze how am I performing under the first discipline of teamwork and people, and am I mastering the skills within teamwork and people. So you can break out and take it one discipline at a time, maybe, and the low-hanging fruit would be the one that you think you've mastered, to really say, yes, I'm scoring a 5 out of 5 on all of these skills. And then work your way through the next discipline. Let's say it's entrepreneurship and strategy, looking at those skills within and say, how am I performing 1 through 5 on those skills?
Okay, great. And is this do you normally see your customers, your clients work in tandem with their managers through this as part of their career progression and professional development?
Yes, this is, I would say 50% of the teams are doing it at the time of their annual performance review or quarterly performance review or at 360. But we are also finding that some individuals want to take it upon themselves and say, hey, I really want to get promoted to that senior CSM role or into the leadership role. What are the expected skills of that role? And this is where I think I'm doing really well, but this is where I want to go. And now I know what to focus on for that career development within that role.
Okay, great. Thank you.
It's split in half.
Yeah, that makes sense. This may be, sorry, this question on the fly, but there's been a lot of, throughout the day, a lot of topics of various skill sets for CSMs to improve their, their tool set of skills and resources. What do you think is the most underrated, or where do you think that CSM should really focus, like the underdeveloped skill set that CSMs might have?
Sure, I'm probably biased because in all of the tech companies I've worked with, it's always been about growth for upsells, expansions, retention. But I think honing in on commercial acumen, understanding negotiation fundamentals, being able to have commercial conversations with your customers and feeling comfortable doing so, that a renewal is coming up and these are the renewal options, and being able to negotiate them and showing them the value of those options. I think a lot of CSMs focus on the relationship aspect, and that's why they're in these roles and they excel in it. Yeah. But it's also building out that commercial skill set.
I love that. Going all the way back to the first keynote after Christy with James, where he talked about that commercial confidence. I'm with you as well. So I appreciate that. Maybe tell us a little bit more about Success Coaching. I'm a big fan. I think everybody knows they're a great partner of ours. Maybe tell us a little bit more about it. I think it's one of the best ways or best resources and partners out there for CSMs and leaders to develop their skills, to have learning and training and education. Maybe give us a little bit more insights about, if I'm a frontline CSM, what are the options that Success Coaching offers you as a frontline CSM?
Well, Dave, you know that we naturally love this question. So we developed a 60-course curriculum that's available on demand for levels 1 through level 5, where we teach in level 1, it's the fundamentals of being a customer success manager. So really, what are the foundations? So we're teaching the CS concepts, customer empathy with thinking like a customer, how to deliver success plans and business reviews, teaching about metrics, and it's really the foundations. And we've seen organizations like VMware and Red Hat and NetApp and GE and IBM and all these great companies where they're standardizing customer success training. So whether the CSM is in EMEA or Nordics, APAC, here in North America, they're all playing from the same, they all have the singing from the same music sheet and playing from the same playing field. And then our level 2 program, it's 12 courses, goes into the growth of the account. So it's from the lens of, as a CSM, how do I grow and expand and renew my book of business and my account portfolio? So we're teaching things like how to set objectives and how to increase upsells and how do I communicate effectively with sales and drive and manage my retention. And then you can look at this full curriculum on our website, but it's a very robust 60 courses on everything you need to be a high-performing CSM or to get into the customer success function, and then ideally to advance your career and upskill.
Okay, great. Angelica, tell us one more time the URL. It's successcoaching.co, is that right?
It is. You got it, Dave.
All right.
So not com, but co.
All right. Thank you so much, Angelica. This has been an awesome session. We're grateful for our friends at Success Coaching for the great sponsorship, the great partnership, and highly recommend all of you go to successcoaching.co. Check out the content, their materials. Excellent way to up-level your game and improve from a professional development. And with that, we are going to take a 25-minute lunch break. So go and grab your lunch, take a breather, exhale a little bit because we've got a few more panel discussions later for this afternoon. Just make sure to watch the clock and be back ready to go at the top of the hour. So with that, enjoy your break. We'll be back in a bit.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Vanilla by HigherLogic, the online engagement tool that enables you to set up your customer communities all with a few clicks. With the Vanilla platform, you can create a space that allows customers to ask questions around topics of your choosing that would typically go to support centers. In this example, we're looking at Smartsheets. Smartsheets powers their community through Vanilla. They have some set categories here to ask questions specifically for product support, or to have a place where IT professionals and marketing professionals can share best practices around using Smartsheets. As I go into their product support section, I'm able to easily navigate to different topics of interest, such as apps and integrations, API developers, and formulas and functions. As I click in, I can see a feed of questions that are being asked and popular tags on the right. Clicking into one of these questions allows me to go in and see a discussion post, where a user can ask a question in a forum style. Other users are able to now go in and answer those questions in a detailed fashion, including screenshots or attachments, answering those questions and having one less question asked to your support team. Vanilla allows you to very easily go in and brand your site. In this example, we're looking at Mural's community, an online collaboration tool. Mural wants their community to be the central hub of where their customers come during implementation to learn about their product, ask questions, and learn best practices. They've created a menu item where I can easily navigate to different options in their tech stack, and also a spot where I can go in and see new feature ideas and submit online ideas for the product team to review. I can also scroll through the feed and highlight featured members here on the right. The ideation tool is a great way to solicit feedback and address customers around current options that you might not have available in your product. As users start to come in and engage, you'll also have the ability to set up different badges for them to earn. Qualtrics uses a great rank and rewards program. As users go in and earn more points, they can go through different stages and earn different badges on their profile. A new user comes in and is a QB in Qualtrics' example. But as I go in and earn more points, I can become a guru and overall become a wizard, where I can earn a free exam bundle of some sort. The goal of community is to reduce churn of your customers by giving them a centralized spot where you can engage with them and they can engage with other users of your software. As they go through and answer questions and contribute, they can earn points, get badges, and overall become customer champions. In some instances, organizations like to have more private communities. You can also set up private groups, maybe based on industry, or for a particular customer of yours that you'd like to have more private conversations with. On top of the ability to go in and have a question and answer section and submit ideas, the Vanilla product also allows you to create a help center, where you can go in and create articles and create a tree structure so it's very easy to find product documentation. If you already have a knowledge base or help center in place, the Vanilla tool also allows you to integrate in other knowledge bases, such as Zendesk. So if I would like to go and run a search on community, not only do I see community content here, but I also see content that's been posted in Zendesk. Overall, we found reporting that shows that higher use in the community leads to higher NPS scores and lower churn across our customers. We believe that engagement comes first at Higher Logic and hope you do too. Thank you.
Awesome. Welcome back, everyone. And thank you. It's always great to hear back from our sponsors, Vanilla by Higher Logic. Well, up next, we've got a wonderful panel discussion all about building your career trajectory. And so obviously, given my session earlier today, this is something near and dear to my heart and something we really feel passionately about, how every individual should be owning their career growth and what that looks like. So I am thrilled to welcome to the stage Krista, Nabita, Lakshima, and Cynthia as we talk about building your career trajectory. Hi, everyone.
Hi.
Hey. Welcome back. Thrilled to have you all. Hopefully you've been following along throughout the day, but this session is so exciting for all of us. You know, as we think about our futures as individual contributors and what that might look like long term, I think it's so critical that everyone kind of take lead in owning what that looks like in their own journey. And so we are thrilled to welcome you all and really excited about today's conversation. So I will kick it over to you, Krista, to get us started.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Christy and Dave, and welcome back from our break, everyone. So as Christy mentioned, this panel is all about career growth and really, you know, how to build your career trajectory. And as I hope all of our audience saw earlier, you know, Christy's keynote this morning was really about, you know, how she got to where she is today and kind of what she's accomplished in her career and the things that got her to where she is. And as of this morning, she is our new Chief Customer Officer for Client Success. And so, you know, it's wonderful to be able to, you know, to be alongside her in that growth and super excited to chat with our three panelists here today about their experience and their career journeys and sharing their tips and tricks with everyone. So I'm going to go ahead and introduce our three wonderful panelists, and then we will go ahead and get started. So first I have Nabita Bakali, and Nabita is a customer success manager with Multiverse. And then we have Lakshmi Krishnan. Lakshmi is a senior customer success manager with Guidewell. And then last but certainly not least, we have Cynthia Trotta, and Cynthia is a customer success manager with Mendix. Thank you all so much. Thank you for giving us your time and your expertise today on CSM Summit. So really quickly, I'm Krista Roberts, Senior Customer Success Manager here at Client Success. And all of these panels and all these sessions are super near and dear to my heart. But this one is extra special because last year on our first summit, I actually was a panelist on a similar panel about career growth and kind of what led me to where I am today. So this is a really cool first full circle moment. Just celebrated my 1-year anniversary with the company, and to be able to moderate this panel with the three of you is fantastic. Just a reminder for our audience, if you have any questions, please be sure to drop them in the chat, and then we'll reserve the last 10 minutes or so of our time together to answer those questions as well. So we are going to go ahead and kick it off, and I'm going to start with Nabita, and I'm going to ask, you know, how have you in your career and you know, your time as a customer success professional even before, how have you really taken control of your own career?
Thank you so much for asking that question. Really passionate about this one. I think it's about knowing when to leave. I think a lot of people think, you know, you should stick with a company for a really long time because that's loyalty, that'll get you promotions, that will get you really far. But actually knowing when to leave and knowing kind of when you've added enough value to a company and you've kind of taken everything you can from a company is so much more important, because it can help you grow personally, professionally, and actually help you get kind of promotion in terms of money, titles, and all of those other things. I personally come from kind of a South Asian background. My parents are very kind of traditional in the sense of stick with the company you're with, kind of make it last. But actually what I've learned is leaving the companies I've been with, I've been able to make sure I leave on good terms and build good relationships. So when I move on as well, I've got those relationships to kind of fall back on as well in the future.
Wonderful. I love that. I love that was one thing I know when we talked, preparing for this last week that I just thought was great because, it's definitely a cultural and generational thing to see that, you stay in a company until you retire. And, it's strange for some people, whether it is your upbringing, your culture, or just, kind of the generations to say, that leaving a company, even after 10 years, that just seems absurd. But, now that's just kind of, it's the opposite end. Like to see someone with a company for so long is typically not the norm. So like you said, to be able to really take control and say, okay, this is time for me to move on because this is what's going to be best for me. So I love sharing that personal piece and, kind of how you were able to kind of make this your own, despite kind of how things, like kind of what you saw growing up. So, Lakshmi, how about you? Like, what's, for you, what's something that you've done that's really helping you to take control of your career?
I think for me, it's knowing what you want and being consistently clear and vocal about it. So in my head, I always want to be a head of CS, VP of CS someday for some org. And I never fear saying that in any interviews that I go to, any roles that I interview for or take part in, and doing all the things that I need to do to get there. So keep evaluating yourself. Self-evaluation, knowing yourself is so important, and chart your journey based on that. It's definitely helped me get where I am. I come from a nonprofit background and I'm in customer success. So, my journey is unique, and knowing that and being able to break those barriers, I think anybody can do it if I can do it.
Yeah, absolutely. And I love that. I love, you said just not being shy about sharing what your career goals are. And I think it's that, if you put it out in the universe, you'll manifest it, and so it's just putting it out there. And that's the way to attain those goals and be successful at it. So, I love it. I love the confidence. And then again, coming from, not necessarily like just only working in customer success, having a little bit of a different background into now this area, to be able to take those skill sets and say, I still want to be a VP of customer success. And I have no doubt that that'll happen for you. So that's awesome. I love it. Cynthia, what about you? What do you have to add to the conversation on this?
I absolutely concur with that. And I'd read about, people who made it very clear that they wanted a promotion or they wanted a specific role, and somebody else who kept their nose to the grindstone and never really vocalized that. And hands down, what the story at the end of that story is. Well, I actually saw that in motion at work one time, where I saw this woman who just seemed like the leader of that department. And then I was really surprised to see somebody else promoted above her. And when I asked her if she knew any reason why that might have happened, and she said, because the other person in every single one-on-one with their manager, in repeated conversations, made it very clear what their career aspirations were. And that's something that she unfortunately learned the hard way, but we can all benefit from that lesson.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, it's a good point. Again, it kind of goes back to, kind of getting out of your comfort zone a little bit. I know it's uncomfortable for a lot of people to say that, especially if they feel that they're, years away from that big goal that they have. But like I said, vocalizing it, letting others know, that it still might be 2 or 3 steps away, but it can help you to get to that point, and be able to, to get one step closer. So, and it's definitely, that's a good lesson, good story to share, and kind of how that works out. So wonderful. So talking, this kind of goes into this next question, nicely is, mistakes. We've all kind of, I think, made some mistakes throughout our career, oftentimes kind of early in our career, and things that we've done that, have challenged us and we've learned from and been able to kind of redirect. So, let's chat a little bit about that. I'll start with you, Lakshmi, on, kind of what are some mistakes that maybe you made early in the career that you've learned from to help you to get where you are today?
I think my biggest is suffering from imposter syndrome. And I'm not going to say that I'm completely over it. I still have, bouts where I'm like, oh, is this, where I need to be, or am I really worth this? And I think I can relate to what Nabita said. Growing up South Asian, back in India, you're more grounded in the sense that you're always asked, like, what could you do better, and not praise so much about what you did. So I've never had that confidence where I feel like, oh, I can go get this no matter what. And when I moved to Silicon Valley, it was suddenly I'm surrounded by all of these people who are super educated, super smart. And then I'm like, how did I get here? Did I get here by luck? What do I do now? And then it was, slowly getting over that, prepping myself up, beefing myself up by learning more about the profession, watching other leaders, and picking things up has tremendously helped in building my confidence. And today I feel like, it's my hard work and I own it. And it's my journey is always going to be unique, and it's going to be my journey, and my success metrics will be mine, and not, I don't need to look at somebody else's success metrics to measure myself. So, doing that for yourself and actually doing that for your customers. I do that from all my customers. I tell them your journey is unique. Please don't measure yourself all the time. Benchmarking is great. Understanding about peers is good, but don't make that the only goal.
Yeah, I love that. That's definitely, to not be scared that, you are following your own unique path, and that you don't have to fit into a certain mold. Definitely there's, some great things to, steps to follow that can kind of help you, but you don't have to go a certain way. Like, you could definitely, have your own journey, take different twists and turns that are different than other people's. And then maybe you end up in the same place or the same type of role, but everyone, has a different path to get there. So I love that. That's great. What about you, Navita? What are some things that you've learned from some mistakes that you've made throughout your career that have helped you grow today?
I'm pretty early on in my career right now. I think I've been in customer success for about 3 years, and before that I spent kind of a year in recruitment. But one of the key things I've learned kind of in the past couple of years is, like, being a yes woman is not the way forward. So when I first started, I was surrounded by, these senior execs, senior stakeholders, and I was like, I'm going to say yes to everything. Anything they ask me, I'm going to be like, yes, I'm going to take this on. You want me to do this project? I'll take it. You want me to do this side thing? I'll take it. But what that did is just burdened me with so many things that I wasn't actually doing anything with any quality. It was just like everything's being done, but nothing is of great quality. And actually, senior leaders really wanted me to push back and challenge them and say, why do you want me to do this? Do you think that this is going to add value for me? And am I able to add value to this? And this is something I've been working on for the past couple of years. And for me, this is definitely a journey of kind of creating boundaries, but I would definitely recommend everyone be able to say no, because as many opportunities as we can get from saying yes, we can also lose out on opportunities if we don't start saying no.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Cynthia, what about you? What do you have?
Sure. So I'm going to go back to what Nabita first said about advising people to move more quickly and not staying in a role longer. And that was definitely a lesson I wish I'd learned earlier in my career. I think I was like so pleased to be, at a big company. My parents were happy and, all of that. And I wish I had been more self-aware to realize why I wanted to leave. And for example, one of the things I learned from it looking back was it was a very mature company and a mature industry. And I realized for me, I really wanted a much more innovative space. And ever since I made that clear to myself, I've been far more successful. And so those are some of the clues I look at. I always tell people when they ask me whether they should stay or go, if you're not learning anything, like Nabita mentioned, if you're not learning anything else, then it is time to look around. So it was two elements. It was the space, the industry itself, and the company itself. Is it hyper innovative and disruptive ideally? And am I going to continue learning and growing? If those elements are there, then I'm good. But everybody needs to know what kind of pace is best for them.
Yeah, absolutely. I know I've had similar experiences in my career where it's like I've stayed somewhere just too long. I had an opportunity, or a company I worked for 4 years, almost exactly 4 years when I left. And I mean, I really think I was doing the same exact thing on my last day as I did on my first day. And it was a wonderful opportunity. It was a great learning experience. It definitely gave me some wonderful tools and things to continue to grow and develop. But there was really nothing else for me to do. There was no more growing, no more learning. It was a similar situation there. Wasn't a ton of opportunity for for new innovations, and it was just that's when I moved into the SaaS world, where it's like, we know SaaS technology, like all that. There's so many options, and so it's kind of where I think we see that shift from people feeling like they're staying in these companies for so long, where they're, they just, maybe they're okay with that, and they're okay with doing the same thing every day. But I feel like a lot of us, especially I feel like in the customer success world, we really want to see, new ideas and innovation and that continued growth and change and things we work on with our clients. So it totally makes sense to, to have that experience. And I definitely had made that mistake myself too. So looking at, mistakes and challenges and different things that we looked at as we're, growing our career, and really, kind of looking at, how can we get to where we want to be, even if we don't have an end, like I want to be a VP of CS, or I want to be a chief customer officer, but we know we want to continue to grow. There's a lot of different things that could help us. So I know mentorship is a huge thing that I know I'm very passionate about, as many others are in the CS community. I know that's something that has been really important to you, Cynthia. And so I'd love to hear, a little bit more about you and kind of, what role mentors have played in your career and how it's really helped you in your overall growth.
Sure. So the more I leaned on mentors over the course of my career, the happier and more successful I was. There's absolutely a correlation, lockstep. And also on the flip side, when I work with mentees, they're also happier the more they engage with me and other mentors. Now, the one thing I notice is that mentoring can be a little confusing, or maybe even daunting to people. Like they sometimes think they should have this one person who's like their Yoda, or your Katniss, and you've got, this ongoing coach. I haven't found that to work for me as effectively. And also because very few companies I know of have a successful mentoring program. Some of them try, but they still just haven't quite figured it out. So I'm gonna resort to 3 guidelines that I usually suggest to people. One, it's not going to be this formalized event most of the time. If you have that, good for you. But if you, first of all, stop that expectation, I think you'll be a little relieved to think that that's not the path you need to have. I also like to be just a little bit more strategic about it. So we've all talked about whether you have a game plan of, a VP of customer success, or even if I definitely want this to be my next step. I love to kind of set up a skill map for that, to say, if I need to be there, then these are the skills I need to develop. Who can mentor me to get those skills? And when I say mentor, I want to be really specific. So the first point is get that skill map. And if some of you on this call are wondering, what does she mean by a skill map? There's some great sources online, and there's a great LinkedIn Learning on this particular subject. So you can get your skill map in place and say, okay, well, I need to work on A, B, and C. I'm going to start reading and learning and listening to podcasts about A. And then when I think I've kind of exhausted the Googleable parts of this, then I will reach out to a mentor, ideally at least 2-3 steps in success beyond where I am, and ask a specific question. I might say, my company is moving towards verticalization, and I have been asked which vertical I prefer. This could be a significant decision in my life. So far, I've researched vertical A and B. I'm leaning towards A, and I'd love your advice and anything I may have not considered yet. So I prepare it well, so I'm not coming to them with like a 101. And in the US, that's like the first level of university courses. I don't want to go to them with a 101 question. I want to go to them with a 401 question. That's the senior level in the US. And that means I've thought through and not wasted their time for something I could go find on my own. And I think that's a more likely way for you to experience that. The last thing I'll say is circle back and let them know how it went. I took your advice. I went for this option, and I'm really glad I did, because now, my portfolio is larger. I have more complex connections anyway. So those are my 3 tips. And to me, again, it's in sometimes these specific, sometimes small moments that add up to a circle of mentors that can really influence your personal and professional growth. So if you haven't tried it yet, I encourage you to do so.
That's wonderful. I love that. I love your last point about following up. I know that's one of my favorite things about being a mentor myself to others in the CS community, is just getting those little notes, whether it's on LinkedIn or a text or an email. And it could be the smallest thing. It should just be, one thing that helps with, or it could be something big, like they got that promotion, or, they, finally got the confidence to talk to, their boss about something that they're struggling with. And to get that, it's just wonderful. And it's just like how we work with our clients, to get that feedback, to get that, circle back of, how we are building value, to get that as a mentor is great. And then I feel like then you're learning and growing your skills as a mentee and doing that follow up. So I love it. I love those tips. And again, really not just having one mentor, having multiple mentors, like you mentioned, being able to look at what you actually need to grow and develop. And then maybe you're really, really early on, you're really junior and you don't know, then that's when it's great to just find someone to kind of be that overarching guide in the career world, but then they can maybe help you to find some of those other mentors in more specialized areas, or once you kind of get more mature into the career. So I think it's a great point that you can have more than one mentor at a time and at many points in your career. So love it. And Abita, what about you? What role have mentors played in your career, and kind of where has that helped you in your growth?
So I think similar to what Cynthia said, I've had some professional mentoring programs through work, which have been absolutely amazing. But then I've also reached out to people myself on LinkedIn. And one of the things I love about the world of customer success is how open people are to just like having a conversation and being your mentor. So for me, the professional mentoring programs have been great to help me grow in that particular company and helping me kind of progress in that role. But actually finding my own mentors through customer success network, client success, all of these different groups has helped me develop more as a customer success manager, really understand where I want to be in the long term. And kind of the point I made about knowing when to leave, that's actually come from my mentors, because I've been able to have a really open, honest conversation and say, look, this is what I'm thinking and this is what I'm feeling. I'm not sure if I'm getting all value I can from the company. What do you think I should do? And it's so much easier to have those conversations if the mentor is not from the company, because you're always scared to have that conversation. So if you've got that external perspective, it can help so much to really say, you know what, I think you should make that move, because they really care about you and your growth and not just kind of what the company would like to see in the end.
I love that. Yeah, that's wonderful. I think it is nice to get that outside opinion, because you get some people that can just get that tunnel vision, and they might have other motives or other reasons why they're telling you this, or maybe they don't even realize they are, but they're maybe biased. And so to have that external viewpoint, that just to be able to get their feedback on a situation could really be beneficial outside of your company or even your industry, could be helpful for sure. So absolutely. Lakshmi, do you have anything that you would love to add? I know we kind of prepared for this and chatted. I know you had some good kind of ways that you've looked at, finding your mentors as well.
Yeah. I often say this to my kids and to myself. Imitation is the sincerest form of flattery. So, when you see someone doing something really good, don't be afraid to follow that. So go ahead, find out, understand better, and, adopt that best practice. So you'll often see me stalking everybody's LinkedIn profile. So all the leaders that I like, and I always start off from the first job they went for, understand like how their journey was, look at all the certifications, classes, or the groups that they follow, so that, if I'm not doing something, then I can pick up something from that. And then, people who I'm really inspired by, I do blind outreach. Sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. But, like Nabita said, people are really open in the customer success community. So feel free to reach out to anybody that you think, is out there doing a great job.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that I'm the same way. I do that. I do a lot of LinkedIn investigative stalking work on people as well. And that's actually how I first got connected with Christy Falcherusso and found, we were connected through just LinkedIn network, and I'd followed her journey for some time, and then, saw that she posted she was hiring on her team at our prior company. And I was fortunate enough to, have the opportunity to connect with her. But, there were, I'm sure, I can't even imagine how many people were applying for the job, but having the network and having that, passion to be able to connect with her and, really be a big fan of hers, to have that opportunity and to really be able to work with her now in a second company is great. But, she was a mentor to me, whether she knew it or not, to have that. But definitely to look back and look at that career, their own career, and, kind of see how they got to where they were. Because as we've talked about, everyone has their own individual path, and it's really neat. You can learn a lot from others, and kind of, what they've accomplished and kind of how they've gotten to where they're at. So wonderful. So something else I think is really important, especially with our audience, primarily we're right now looking at, individual contributors, and we have all levels of from, very junior CSMs up to senior, folks like myself that, I've been a leader and I'm back in an individual contributor role. But, I think that it's important for really anyone, but maybe some of our more junior, younger, or newer CSMs to really kind of understand a little bit more about how to get visibility with executive leadership in your company, especially if you are wanting to grow within your company or seeking out that mentorship to kind of see what else is out there. So, what is some advice that you all have when it comes to the best way to really increase that visibility? Nabita, let's start with you.
I think from my perspective, one of the things I've really noticed is asking questions goes such a long way. Senior leadership loves it when you're inquisitive, you're curious, you want to know more. And anytime you ask a question, they really do want to listen, do want to answer that, and they see kind of a potential in you. So anytime you think of something or you see something, you think, what, I don't understand this, or I have a question about this, actually go ahead and ask that question. If it's on a panel, ask it there. If you can message them privately, do that, because they genuinely do appreciate, especially younger people kind of coming into the business and taking that initiative to showcase they really care and they do want to make a difference. The other thing I try and do is actually, like I said, don't get involved in too many things, but find the right initiatives to be involved in. So one of the things I've done in my current role is we've got a podcast that we do, and I was like, I'm going to sign up to that and I'm going to be a host on there. And actually signing up to that and being a host on that has opened me up to so many opportunities with senior leaders where I get to ask them questions about where do you see the business going in the future? What do you want to see in young people joining the business? So I get to speak to these senior leaders, but actually get advice from them kind of firsthand that I can apply to my own career.
That's wonderful. I love that. That's great. Yeah. And that's a good piece of advice. Don't raise your hand for everything. Don't always be the yes person or, volunteer too much. But, finding those ways to get involved in those projects or get a little bit more visibility, and, to be able to, again, have opportunity to ask questions of senior leaders or, others that maybe you wouldn't have the opportunity to on a daily basis, that on other cross-functional teams and within other projects. So I love that. That's great. Cynthia, how about you? What's some advice that you have for kind of increasing visibility within, leadership?
Mm-hmm. Well, first I want to acknowledge Nabita's advice. I think that is great advice, especially because the same strategic questions you are asking your customers, in many ways, you are able to ask your executives. So thinking strategically in either case is incredibly useful. The other thing I would add is there are going to be times you need to escalate an issue to an executive, and to communicate that incredibly concisely and then have supporting documentation and evidence that you've attempted all the other avenues and you're only reaching up when you have something really solid. The other, and on the flip side, that's sometimes when it's unpleasant. But you can also do the same thing when you have an idea that maybe you've seen a pattern across customers, something that could be productized, something that could be marketed, something that could leverage one experience for the benefit of more. And any one of those ideas, again, well communicated, I think elevates your brand within your company.
Absolutely. I love that. Yeah, that's great. Instead of just, wanting to get involved in a project or wanting to get that face time in, really bringing those ideas and bringing that feedback to the table, because that really does show that you're invested and there really is, some growth there that you're looking for, and you want to see that for your clients too. You want to continue to grow the company and the product and the experience, not only for yourself but for your clients, and that's, I think, just part of what we do as CSM. So wonderful, I love it. And then lastly, but not least, how about you, Lakshmi, with the, best advice that kind of you have, when it comes to working with executive leadership and to really get that visibility?
Totally agree with what Cynthia and Navita said. To add to that, I think important to stay curious and be proactive. So find those opportunities for yourself. Don't wait for somebody to give them to you. And so, example is in my previous company, we had a big AWS migration project, which is not a core CSM job, but I took it on myself to actually lead that and it's a huge change for our product. And which brought a lot of visibility for me in terms of what happens outside of my role in the company. It helped me learn project management, people management without the authority of managing them. And then it kind of opens up a lot of doors for you in terms of getting to know new people. I've never interacted with developers and I had so much fun interacting with them. So it's just for you to find those opportunities for yourself. And I do the same in my current role too. We brought in a new recruiter who wasn't familiar with CS. So I designed our screening questions, the project that the CSM needs to do. We're still hiring for more, and I'm totally involved in that process. And in the interim, we didn't have a head of customer experience. So, I volunteered to help lead the team and, follow on metrics and make sure that our OKRs are in place and somebody's tracking those. So, try and find those opportunities for yourself and look at it as you contributing to your organization and the community that you're part of, and not just about yourself. And that's what pushes you, a long way. Because if you're going to put yourself always front and center, it's never going to be, effective. It's about the team. It's about the organization. It's about your customers.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. I think it's just pushing yourself kind of out of your comfort zone a little bit. I think that and it can be hard because even if you do want to get involved in other projects or other initiatives, we have a book of business, we have a lot of things that we're doing for our clients, and so sometimes these other things might seem like a distraction or taking away from that. But we really have to, again, look at it as it is something that will not only help us in our career, but help our clients, help organization. And, it can give us some more skills and, opportunities to grow and learn as well. So I think it's great. I think it's, again, volunteering for things, not waiting for people to bring you something. But if someone does bring you a project or they'd like to, ask you to help with something, then they probably saw something in you that sparked that. So I think, kind of balancing those opportunities as well is important too, and another way to gain visibility with others in leadership. So wonderful. Well, I was going to ask one more question and then hop into our questions from the chat. We have a bunch of questions coming in. And actually, the last question I was going to ask that I had prepared is one that I'm seeing from our audience. So it works out perfect. So I thought I'll ask that, and then we'll jump in and kind of answer some of the questions that the audience has sent in. So I was going to ask a little bit about like certifications, courses, other programs. I mean, I know we, just had, a wonderful session from success coaching. There's a ton of opportunities out there in the customer success space and just in general in the professional development space. And so we did have one of our audience members was asking about certifications and is it really necessary to improve one's career trajectory? And so I think that's a great question. So I'd love to kind of chat about that. And then, if there are programs that you all have participated in, how have you, felt that has helped with your career growth? So Nabita, we'll start with you on this topic on, certifications or programs that you've done.
Just to start off with, I don't think it's ever necessary to kind of do any particular qualification, which is what I found anyway. But what I have done kind of quite a few across the board just because I've just thought, this looks interesting. I've got the time for it, so let me see what I can get out of it. And one of the qualifications I've done is actually a coaching qualification. Now that's something completely different to what I do in terms of my role in customer success, but actually it's helped me learn so much about being a better customer success manager. Because I've learned how to ask good questions. I've learned how to just listen and be in that space rather than thinking of what is my next question going to be or what should I be thinking about next. It's like being in that moment and taking in every word my customer is saying. So I think it's not just about kind of following the traditional qualifications that people put out there. It's actually thinking about what can I do and what skills have I gained from there that I can apply now to my career.
Absolutely. Yep. I love that. Lakshmi, how about you? I know you have done, I know you participated in a couple of certification programs and I think you're in the middle of one right now. So share a little bit about your experience.
Yeah, to me, I think doing a certification is more a validation of your knowledge. So, I'm currently doing both Gainsight and the success coaching one. And as I go through them, I'm like, oh yeah, I knew this. And it's important that somebody reiterates that for you through a course. And it's so helpful because sometimes, you just forget. And so I do think there's some value in, helping yourself professionally by doing these courses. The other thing that I would suggest is there's so much out there in the community, be it CS Insider, Breakout CS, Client Success webinars. I've attended every webinar Christy has put together. Either I would, sign up and watch the recording later or go live. So, and there's huge benefit in signing up for those because, you have tons of knowledge base that you can go back to and refer when you need them. So, always do that. I always follow a lot of leaders on LinkedIn and, watch what they write. And that's super helpful. So I would say Miranda, Christy, Rachel Probin, Irit, like there's just so many people. Jay Nathan was one of the first ones I started with. So yeah, there's tons of people out there. So, follow them, hear what they're saying, and that's super helpful.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. Cynthia, I know those are some of your favorites as well, but what else do you have? Other resources or programs that you've participated in or would recommend that CSMs take a look at?
Mm-hmm. Well, in addition to Jay Nathan and Christy, of course, absolutely follow them regularly. Bob London has some great strategic questions. I love learning more from him. He's such a great listener and helps us become better listeners. Outside of CS, one of the first things I generally ask a new boss, a new manager, is what are some of their favorite resources, and definitely put them on my list of things to read or listen to. And then in general, whether it's in the CS world or elsewhere, one of the things I think that is very elusive is this phrase executive presence. And oftentimes that can unwittingly hold us back when it's not well defined and when we're not presenting it and showing up that way. So my favorite resource for that is a podcast called The Look and Sound of Leadership by Tony Henschel, and a really great nuggets of information that help elevate your presence both with your customers as well as your management. So those would be my additions to the list already.
Wonderful. I love that. I'm a big podcast person. I love listening to podcasts, and I feel like, I don't know, it's maybe just it probably isn't the case, but I feel like because I'm listening to it, like, and I have my AirPods in, it's soaking in even more. And like, I might not even really realize what is being heard. And then I'll be in a conversation with a client or something will come up and then I'll just say something like, oh, I think that was on that podcast. Like it somehow seeped in, but it's true. I mean, there are so many, it doesn't have to just be customer success. There's so many other great resources out there to help. And, I would add as far as, to the panel or to the audience that asked the question and to the panelists as well, that, it's definitely not necessary to have a certification, or as we've even, I think, learned to have, a set, major in college or a set degree to do, especially being customer success, but a lot of things. But it definitely helps. And I agree to have kind of that validation. I know I've gone through a program myself, and I felt like the first couple stages, it was like, okay, yeah, I got it. Like I've been doing this for a while, it was just kind of flowing through the motions, but it was that validation of, okay, I have been doing the right thing, or, oh, these are good questions I'm asking. And then I got to the last couple sections, like, okay, well, this is a little more advanced, still, feeling comfortable, wasn't quite to the imposter syndrome, stage, but definitely felt challenged and just gave me some more tools to have and resources, different techniques and strategic conversations and discovery and all that. So I think for me, that's where I find certifications or different programs valuable. Personally for me, it's more, coaching and mentorship and, reading blogs and looking at and listening to podcasts where I find the most value. But I think that the certifications are wonderful. And especially if you are wanting to get into the CS world, and you're coming from a completely different area, then it definitely gives you, some really good, tools to help you. So wonderful. So good. That comes in nice. I was going to ask that question and someone else asked in the audience. So that was a good transition. So kind of on the same lines, we have Jennifer, who she was asking about advice for a transitioning teacher to the CSM role. And I actually hear this a lot. I know we have kind of as a natural career progression. It kind of makes sense to me. But I think that's a great question. So we'll start with you, Cynthia. What advice would you have for someone transitioning, not just from teacher, but from another role that seems very different into customer success manager?
I love this question because I definitely have mentored a lot of people who are changing paths, and I would grab some advice from our other panelists here. So Lakshmi, when you said how you stalk profiles on LinkedIn, I think that's to me one of the best reasons for LinkedIn. For anybody who's either a first generation professional or who wants to explore another field, without LinkedIn, how would you get that level of information? How would you know which courses to attend, which events to attend, which skills to develop? None of this would really be possible as easily as it is with LinkedIn. So definitely start there and look at what kinds of things were there. The other thing I would do is metrics in any LinkedIn profile are critical, and they're very valuable in customer success. And somebody might say, well, how is a teacher going to have metrics like saved money or saved money or made money? You can still imbue your resume and your LinkedIn profile with metrics like the size of the class, the size of the school. Was it the largest school? Was it the smallest? Does that mean you're good at a small company? Nice for a small company, or you can handle the complexity of a large company. So those metrics still show that you are metric oriented. So those would be two things. Look at LinkedIn profiles, see where the gaps are. And the other thing is add metrics to your resume so people see that you have that perspective in life.
Yeah, that's great advice. Wonderful. Because it's really about that transferable skills and experience to be able to show that you can understand, you have that business acumen to really understand what we talk about when we talk about metrics and KPIs and they have that in the education world. It's just looked at, maybe it's just different terms or the goals are different. But we definitely know that there's metrics and things being measured all the time in that area. So wonderful, great advice.
And I apologize, I forgot to add one more resource.
Yeah.
Once you kind of arrange your resume to be more in line with that, with our profession, you can run it through a really cool tool online called jobscan.co, not .com, .co, and it will compare your resume to a job posting, and you can really identify the gaps that way as well. So, third piece of advice.
Oh, that's awesome. That's wonderful. Yeah, I know there's a lot of different, resources to kind of help with resume, how to write it and everything. But that's really cool to kind of, once you have it, put it out there and see if it aligns. So wonderful. I love that. It's a great tip. So another question that I really like is, and Ash asked this, is, what are the key differentiators between a leader and a manager? So, we're individual contributors. We're right now, that's our role. And even though we have, that most of us have aspirations to continue to grow. But, we're not maybe managing a team. We're not managing a team, but there, as we talked about, there's still ways to be a leader. So what are some things that a CSM or an IC could do to really kind of show that I think, the differentiators between a leader and a manager, maybe they don't want to be a manager, but they still want to be seen as a leader. So Lakshmi, I'm going to ask you that, so what are some things when you think about the difference between a leader and a manager, what would you lay those out as?
So a leader, you don't have to be people, you don't have to be focused on people management. So all of us are leaders in what we do when we lead our customers to their growth path and build success plans for them. I think we're definitely leading them. And some of those skills that we have, that we imbibe for our day-to-day customer success work can be for the team as well. So, you could be helping in templatizing some standard emails that need to be sent, or you could be mentoring a junior CSM or an analyst on, their communication skills or analysis skills, anything of that sort that you could be doing without having to directly manage them will set you up as a leader, and always thinking ahead, right? So example, I just started this conversation internally on a voice of a customer program and trying to build more conversation about the customer and bringing the customer into the conversation, and find ways of that sort that would kind of set you on that path, and that would make you the leader and not necessarily your manager.
Wonderful. Yeah, that's all very true. And again, I think that's a good thing to distinguish. I mean, all of you are leaders, being here today. And even though, you might not manage people, you're managing a book of business, you're managing your career, and being, taking this step to participate in this panel is showing that as well. So, well, we are out of time. Like, doesn't that fly by so fast? Yeah. It is unbelievable, like how fast it goes by. And we had a few more questions that were submitted. So we've been keeping track of those. So we'll be sure I'll share those with 3 of you. So if you want to, kind of share your insight and expertise on that. But, thank you again for sharing, your kind of journey and your expertise and advice in this area, because it is something that is, regardless of where you see your end role or your goal, knowing how to get there, and knowing the resources and who to talk to is very valuable. So thank you so much for being here today and sharing with us.
Thank you so much, Krista. This was a pleasure.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Krista, Nabita, Lakshmi, and Cynthia. Really appreciate the insights that you shared. I really enjoyed that session. How about you, Christy?
I mean, obviously, this one is near and dear to my heart. And I have to just say, I'm also a little biased. I love that we had 4 women on this panel talking about career progression, because we need to elevate ourselves. And I'd love to see that you guys are all taking ownership of it and really putting in the work to make sure that you all end up wherever it is that you want to head. So I really loved the insights. I don't even have too much extra to add to all the advice that you've given, because there's so many great points you all shared today.
Yeah, thank you so much. We really enjoyed it and appreciate all the contributions to the event. So Christy, owning your own career, let me ask you this. Mm-hmm. I love owning your own career, but I'm so grateful for gracious and generous mentors throughout my career. Do you have a mentor that's top of mind that you want to give a shout out?
Absolutely. I mean, I have been blessed to have had many different people, I think, play roles as mentors to me throughout my career trajectory, and the first decade in marketing and then the past 10 in customer success. I think the person who I would like to highlight today is probably Lorna Henry. She's currently the SVP of Customer Success at Modern Health, and Lorna and I had the privilege of being some of the early customer success professionals over at Bright Edge, and she was just somebody who I gravitated towards as a professional, a woman, somebody who really understood the market, the landscape, and really embraced me as somebody who was new in my customer success career, and always took the time to invest in me, ask great questions, and made sure I was on the right path. And so, we talked earlier about having the right, creating your network and your trusted advisors as a professional. Yeah. And Lorna's always been that for me. And I think whether or not she knows it now, even though we don't talk as often as we did, she still serves as that, as an inspiration to me and somebody who I'll continue to look up to.
That's great. I'll give a shout out to a gentleman named Steve Wellen, who was my boss at Omniture and Adobe. Just a great, so experienced, so much wisdom. And I love the fact that he just took interest in me as a person, as well as a professional, and really helped me through those years of going from frontline CSM to an executive, and helped me grow and mature and just improve as a professional. So big shout out to Steve. And so all of us, I think one of the best things we can do is all of us can find somebody to mentor and help shepherd them along their career, and encourage everybody to try to do so. Now, the next presentation is by KGP again, which is a great time. She always lifts us, and as we go into the home stretch, super excited to welcome Kristen back to the stage. She's going to talk about minding your business, learning how to be a CEO of your own book. So KGP, you there?
Hey, Dave. Hi. Thanks for having me back. You always give me such a great introduction. So thank you for that.
Oh, we're so grateful for you. And we always look forward to hearing what you have to say.
Likewise. I mean, look at all of the many people who've tuned in today. You're putting on such a great event, and I'm just honored to be here.
Well, great. Well, we'll turn it over to you. Let's hear about being the CEO of your own book.
You got it. Yeah. So thank you so much, everybody. It's such a pleasure to be back among you today. For those who are joining us for the first time and seeing me for the first time, I'm called KGP. I'm really honored to be back here for my second year as a speaker at the CSM Summit. If you tuned in last year, you might remember hearing about how I scaled a customer success department from scratch at a SaaS startup. And this year, I'm joining the virtual stage as a senior CSM here at Client Success. So that means I'm a CSM for CSMs. Pretty intimidating. I work with absolutely amazing people just like you every day to help them scale their success operation. So basically taking what I had done previously, and now I get to do it every day with amazing professionals in the customer success community. Just a few things that you should know about me is that I'm a very driven person. I love taking initiative. I'm obsessed with results. My coworkers have told me in the past, I'm buoyantly optimistic. We'll take that. We'll take that as it is. And I'm really good at setting boundaries. I'm a constant cheerleader for my coworkers, my friends. I believe in economic opportunity for everyone. And I'm here to talk today about how all of those qualities inherently make me a performing executive individual contributor. So today's session is called Mind Your Business, how to be the CEO of your book. And I'm here today to convince you that as an industry, it's imperative that we elevate our understanding of what it can mean to be an individual contributor in customer success. So I'm here to help you emanate executive leadership in your current roles, okay? Because as an industry, I think we're getting our career trajectories a little twisted. And this might be a hot take, but for anyone out there like me who loves customer success, the craft, hearing this might come as a big relief for you. So today's presentation, I'm splitting into two parts. First, we're going to explore the risks of what happens when we don't assume executive leadership in our current roles as ICs. We can, for example, fall victim to the performing IC to people leadership pipeline. right? Which is super tempting. Or accept a CSM job that's actually a tech support job or a sales job in disguise. Okay, so this is all about really honing in on what it means to be an IC. The second part of today's presentation will be about tactical things that you can start doing right now to elevate your role as an IC and act as CEO of your book. So it's time that we challenge the scope of what it means to be an individual contributor. I think that today we're getting it wrong. Okay, so that's my hot take. So if you're anything like me, the last line left you feeling a little triggered, right? We're getting it wrong. So I'm gonna get out the receipts, all right? Strong tactical or strategic performers are not necessarily strong people leaders, right? Examples of a hard skill would be technical expertise, problem solving, drive for results, taking initiative, all that good stuff. Whereas soft skills are going to be things like communication, development of others, trust, right? My best and most favorite leaders, they are able to trust. Company tenure and book performance can be leverage points to ensure salary expectations can be met. That is an entirely separate session I would love to do for you sometime, all about fair compensation and feeling well compensated for the work that we do and the impact that we have on big revenue numbers. But that's a story for a different day. But there are some industry leaders who are actually paying their ICs more than their bosses. Pretty wild stuff. A 2015 Gallup analytics assessment showed that companies failed to choose the right candidates for leadership positions 82% of the time. Those are big numbers. 82% of the time, companies failed to choose the right candidates for leadership positions. So we got to be careful. And in 2021, only a third of employees are engaged at work. And that's due to reasons like clarity of expectations, opportunities for development, your opinion counting at work. So without the inevitability of growing into leadership positions, exploration of our innate talent and how we best fit into a work environment can take place. So this is an exciting thing. It's also really expensive, right? Getting it wrong for employers, for employees. It's stressful, it's emotional, it's scary. And for those who do step into leadership positions and then step away, they often face criticism, which is totally unnecessary, right? So all of this said, oh yeah, and don't take my word for it, by the way, do your own research. All of this is included. The research is very, very interesting, super compelling stuff. Please take some time with this when we do get our slides out to you guys. There's some really, really interesting stuff to dig into here. But enough about talking about what we may not be. What I encourage you to lean into is what you inherently are. What are you good at? What tasks or activities energize you and what leaves you feeling drained? Okay, we've been touching on this a lot today, and my wonderful colleague, Nicole, who made her debut performance as a speaker today at the summit, talked all about productivity. And when we are aligned with our passion and our purpose, I would argue that's another tip for productivity, right? So pay attention to those things. But focusing on what you are, there are a lot of different talent assessments out there. I'm a big fan of Gallup's Clifton StrengthsFinder tools. They personally helped me direct and guide me on my professional journey and better understanding my professional profile. Whatever works for you works for me, right? That's not a plug for Gallup, but it was super helpful early days in my career to find out what kind of a professional I was. So if this is your first time seeing this framework, they've broken down strengths into 4 different themes: strategic and executive, which can be centered more around those hard skills, and then influencing and relationship building, which center more around soft skills. Okay, all of them are important. All of them are great. And a really well-rounded team will have all of these skills represented, right? We want to be like the pointy star. We don't want to be a perfect circle. Everybody can be great at what they do best. But for this session, I really want to double click into how we can lean on our executing skills to be more effective CSPs. So that's where we're looking today. And that's because there are some really strong parallels between CEO and IC that I think deserve our attention. So let's start with a basic definition of what a CEO means. So I pulled this straight from google.com. All right. The CEO is the highest ranking executive of any company.
They're responsible for ensuring that the business operates at a profit and meets its goals. They need to know how best to approach new opportunities, including delegating tasks or directing agendas to drive profitability. Meanwhile, an individual contributor, if I change 2 or 3 words of that description, the IC is the highest ranking executive of any book of business. They are responsible for ensuring that the customer operates at a profit and meets their goals. They need to know how best to approach new opportunities, including delegating tasks or directing agendas to drive profitability. I mean, the parallels are there, right? Undeniable. And you can talk to me all the time about the differences too, but this is really worth leaning into here. So if this concept excites you and you're on board to try it, let's begin by exchanging an individual contributor mindset with an individual leadership mindset. So here are a few of my rules of the road in migrating kind of that thought process in your brain. Okay, so I'm going to go through a few of my rules of the road here. Affirm executive alignment before setting goals. Okay, what does that mean? That means that before I can go and be an executive and go tackle my book and take agency and do what I know needs to be done, are my goals even aligned with my leaders, right? Even a CEO has a board of directors to report back to. So that high level alignment is so critically important. Before we go marching on with our orders to go make it happen, align at the executive level with your leadership before setting and going after those goals. And this next part is important too. Right size them when appropriate. I've had a few leaders, right, where I've had goals and I've said, shoot, I'm an ambitious person, but this feels out of scope. That context and feedback is very, very valuable for your leaders and your executive team. If you know you're going to miss that by leaps and bounds, speak up, right? That's a conversation worth having. The next rule of the road, advocate in a professional manner for your customer. It's not personal, it's business. I come from a customer experience background. I got my start in tech in a support capacity, and then migrated into this, a more revenue-driven role. But at the time, it was really, really easy for me to fall into this customer feedback emotion. I was like a sponge grabbing onto all of that customer sentiment. It's not personal, it's business. Okay, so advocate in a professional manner for your customer. Exercise boundary setting. Again, this is a whole nother talk that I could do about setting boundaries with yourself, with your calendar, with your customers, with your colleagues. It's critically important because we know that if we're going to have any kind of longevity in this industry, we have to know how to say no, or not right now, or is there someone else better suited to handle this? That doesn't fall into my 5 pillars of strategic impact. And then commit to behaviors that showcase your executive prowess. Operate in a can't not do mindset. Okay, what would happen if you believed that you could achieve anything? I'm not saying, you decide for yourself, but I'm just saying, what would happen if you operated in that way at work? You'd break down walls. Just think about it, right? Noodle on it. Don't gatekeep effective growth methods. We've talked a lot. I loved that last panel with Christy and crew, all about elevating one another, being a leader in our roles. Bring your peers along with you to the top, okay? If you find something that's successful and effective, share that around. And this next line is a little bit, it can be a little bit triggering for some, but don't be afraid to manage up. And that's because we know great leaders have amazing soft skills, ideally, but they might not have the hard skills, and that's okay. They're there to enable and empower us to do the great work that we do every day. So sometimes maybe it is worth just saying, hey, I think there's probably something that maybe you haven't learned yet. Why don't I show you? This next one is, I'm pulling directly from our friend, Brene Brown. I watched a video clip of her recently from her new Atlas of the Heart, a special on HBO. And she was talking about how resentment does not belong in the family of anger. It's actually a function of envy. And that really changed a lot of the way that I perceive my own resentment. If I look at someone and I say, oh, their salary, or oh, their title, that is an indicator that I need to listen to what I want that I don't currently have. So pay attention to your feelings of resentment because they are big messengers and they will help guide you on the way. Know your worth, communicate it respectfully, know the market value of your skill set. If you don't know what you should be earning per hour, what you want to be earning per hour, go on Glassdoor, figure out what the average market value of your skill set is, communicate that respectfully and in business terms. And then finally, ICs achieve a lot in their second, third, fourth years and beyond. So in the same way in customer success, where we ask our customers, what would it take to keep you on as a customer forever? Your employer should know that about you and how to retain you too. And if they don't, figure that out, have that conversation. Might be awkward, but I'm encouraging you to have it. Okay. So I mentioned tactical tips earlier in this discussion. So let's talk about those next. My first tactical tip is learn to speak the language and then diversify your impact. So the common language here at Client Success is NRR, or net revenue retention. And you guys, NRR is giving, all right? So pay attention. We have 4 different areas of impact when we're measuring net revenue retention, but let's get into it. So NRR is the sum of all renewals, churn, upsell, downsell. Okay, so that's 4 different areas of the business that we can impact. And if you can picture it, with an NRR over 100%, a business can grow and be profitable, even if there are no new customers. It's pretty cool. So in the area of renewals, manage them early, right? Ask your customers directly if their intent is to renew or not. And if not, what would it take to change their mind, right? Ask the direct questions. Be that executive person where you're planning that conversation in advance. For churn, and I have to give credit to the wonderful Christy Falcherusso for this. I heard her say this on a call one time and just melted. It was so good. I would be remiss if I did not ask, is it too late to save this partnership? Ugh, it's poetry. And sometimes it's a yes, sometimes it's a no, but we don't know unless we ask. So be brave. Upsell. Act in awareness of the commercial offerings you have in your toolkit. What would bring additional value to your customer, right? We've talked a lot about, I mentioned James earlier, maybe, was talking about commercial confidence, and Jason, excuse me, and how that, this perception of salespeople is not so great. But this is an awesome opportunity. There are things in our toolkit that we can offer to our customer that's going to provide them with additional value. That's a good thing. And then downsell. It happens, but we are wasting money if we don't learn from it. So find a way to effectively measure your losses before trying to solve the problem, right? Find a way to measure it. All right, tactical tip number 2, quit trying to solve today's problems. Make decisions for the future state of your customer partnerships, right? Quit living in the moment because you're always going to be behind. Updating your book's forecast is the best way to provide value to your boss and your boss's boss. If you know someone's churning out, communicate that right away. Nobody wants that kind of a surprise. Be realistic about your forecast. Avoid making rosy projections like, oh, that customer's fine. We haven't heard from them in months, but it's okay. Making rosy projections will harm your revenue accuracy later, so don't do it. I like to have answers before the questions are asked. So if an account is at risk, what's my plan? What help do I need from my executives or other team members? Okay, so having those solutions prepared to speak to, at least a couple of ideas to throw out there, can get a conversation going. And forecasts can be personal too. In my experience, aligning on timeline is always the hardest part of career development. So we can't necessarily snap our fingers, change the current state, but we can communicate openly about where we want to go and how we hope to get there, okay? But have patience, enjoy this process. We're in this because we love serving customers. We love being helpful and trusted advocates for our customers in their journey. But please use the PTO, plan it, look ahead. You all, this is hard work that you're doing. And if you don't choose a day to rest, your day to rest will choose for you. Okay. So forecasting in all of the senses, look ahead, right? Plan for the future, because if we're planning for today, we're already too late. So I'm going to tell a quick personal story about my own journey to be completely honest, I don't know if people leadership is in my future. I like doing a lot of different things, but I don't want it to be the inevitability, right? I've heard from select brave people that managing people distracts them from doing craft, that they're afraid they'll be the kind of terrible manager maybe they've had in the past. And I agree with them that too much emphasis is placed on titles, right, in air quotes, and not enough on matching a person's talent with how they spend their time. So when I was brought on at Client Success to manage the company's largest territory, I started panicking. And that's not because I didn't think I could do the job. I knew that I could. I panicked because I landed my dream job of the moment. I couldn't imagine what could possibly come next. I'm a planner and an achiever. So complacency was just, it freaked me out. It was not an option. So I had to create my own plan for who I would become and who I would grow into, because the traditional trajectory didn't necessarily feel like a fit for me. So step one was self-discovery. And this sounds really hard, but to simplify, I had to understand my stressors, what motivates me, what kind of tasks led me to feel empowered and helpful and fulfilled. I needed help identifying these areas. So I'm grateful and fortunate to have a wonderful partner who nudged me in the right direction one day after I hosted a product masterclass and was like, hey, you sound really energized. Like, that's noteworthy. Pay attention to that. So at that point, I knew that my path needed to include some component of customer marketing. I love being on webinars, right? So next I opened the dialogue with my boss, Christy. I told her I was exploring ideas of where I wanted to take my career and asked for her help. So she introduced me to several other ICs in more specialized roles in customer success, just to give me exposure. So I didn't find a role that felt like a perfect fit for now. And that's totally okay. Out of one of those conversations, I got some of the best advice that I've ever received as an IC. And that's to go look at C-level roles on LinkedIn and build your dream list of responsibilities, right? So you're operating at that executive level, but you don't necessarily need to get, distracted by these titles and so on in the traditional growth trajectory. So I began to draw a picture of what my future state of work would look like. Okay. This new understanding of where I was going gave so much meaning to my days. I felt less panicked. My performance improved. I proudly exercised agency in doing what I knew needed to be done to improve my customer partnerships. Okay. So these are my four small steps. And I'm just now noticing I'm over time, but I want you to win. I want us all to win. So I started today's session saying that I want economic opportunities for everyone. That includes you. It is my hope that you took something away from today's session that helps empower you to take control of your futures, stop employee burnout in its tracks, place the right professionals in leadership or support positions, and of course, help elevate the way our teams and communities regard the individual contributor role. So the leadership path, absolutely a viable one. And to be perfectly honest, again, haven't ruled it out for myself, but right now for today, my focus is on being the absolute best IC I can be. And that commitment has proven to be more rewarding and validating than I could have ever imagined. So I don't think that we'll have any time for questions, but I would love to continue the conversation with you on LinkedIn. I'm always so happy to connect with others in the community and just wish you the best of luck in your future. So thanks so much for having me, you guys.
KGP, thank you so much for that. It's wonderful, I think, not only to just hear you talk about this journey and kind of how you think about things. You are probably one of the top performers I've worked with as a leader and had the privilege of leading. And you do take a very unique approach to really owning and being accountable for the work that you need to do and your contributions to the business as a whole. What is it, how are you thinking about this? How are you wrapping your head around the scope of the role that you have in front of you and operating the way that you do? Like, what is it that keeps you motivated and inspired to do the work at the output that you do?
Yeah, I operate with a sense of urgency, and I don't really know where that comes from, but I think that I feel, and this is likely thanks to the two people on the stage right now, I feel that I have autonomy and the ability to have a direct impact on the business. So that's really compelling for me. So if you are a leader in the audience today, loop your team members in, delegate, ask them what they want to pick up, because I feel so invested in the success of this business that it does help put a fire in my belly when it comes to managing my book and my priorities. So that's what I would say. I would say, make people's opinions count. I always feel heard, and that does give me very special a sense of ownership over the business and your trust, of course.
Excellent. I love, one of my favorite, anybody on my team over years knows one of my favorite statements is, excel in your current role and show thought leadership outside your role. KGP, you're a perfect example of that. And I love how you shared that advice to others, is just find where you have passion, find where you can be you, and then just flourish there and thrive there. And stop chasing titles, stop trying to climb a ladder that doesn't feel natural or exciting to you, and just follow your passion. So thanks for being a great example and inspiration in that regard.
Thank you for the platform. I hope everyone can find the trajectory that feels like a fit for them.
Thanks,
Wonderful.
KGP.
Thank you. Excellent. So Dave, let's just recap a little bit for today before we hop into our next panel.
Yeah, let's do it.
Give me your take. How's the content been for you? What are some major takeaways?
I love it. I just love the diversity of thought and the passion that everybody's brought. I love like I said, I feel like we've focused a lot on soft skills today, which I think is so important and sometimes overlooked. And just really excited about what these passionate, excellent professionals have brought to the table today.
Yeah, well, you know what? You're not alone in that. It seems like the entire community and all of the folks that have participated in today's event so far have also felt really inspired about the diversity of folks that we brought to these conversations. So just hearing the different experiences and expertise. And so really thrilled that was something that the team emphasized when they put together the show. But we're not done. So without further ado, let me introduce our next panel, which this is a topic that I think is super important. Honestly, it's our last panel for the day. We do have one more session, but I think it's a really important one. So I'm glad that we're ending with this as a panel discussion. It's growing NRR, identifying, managing, and closing revenue. And so just like some of the other topics that we've talked about in boot camps and other things, right? It's provocative in the sense that not everyone believes that you can be a top performing customer success professional and own revenue. I still don't know why that's out for debate. But this team, this group of folks, are going to tell you how they're doing this in their day-to-day, how they're managing this revenue, right? How are they going about finding it, managing it, and more importantly for their companies, closing it. So without further ado, let's welcome to the stage Nicole, Erica, Kelly, and KGP.
Hey, you guys. How are you, everybody? It's good to see you. You're back, KGP. You just switched seats.
Erica, welcome back for your second year.
Hi, thank you very much. I'm super excited to be here again.
We're thrilled to have you all. Kelly, thank you so much. And Kelly, you just recently took a new role, right?
I did. I've just joined Microsoft.
How's that going so far?
Yeah, really good. Lots to learn, but that's always the fun bit.
Excellent. Well, listen, we don't want to keep any more time. We want you guys to get right into the conversation. So, Nicole, I'm going to pass it over to you. Let's get started.
Thank you. All right, everyone. Well, to wrap up the panels for today, we have a hot topic. We'll be talking about growing NRR, identifying, managing, and closing revenue. We have three fantastic speakers with us today. Erica is a senior CSM at Condeco. Kelly is a newly minted CS account manager at Microsoft. And Kristen Graceikis, aka KGP, is back with us. She is a senior CSM at Client Success. What we're going to do today is go through a series of questions, but to kick things off, I think it's always helpful to gain context on how all of our panelists are feeling and what brought them here. So first question I'll kick off with is, over the years, we've seen more and more customer success teams manage revenue. Tell us a little bit about the type of revenue that you have owned, and then what have you done to help you ease into the transition of owning revenue? Kelly, if you want to kick us off, please do so.
Yeah, that sounds great. So
I find that who owns the revenue really varies from company to company. I've been in roles where I've owned the revenues, the expansion, the cross sales, but I've also been in companies where I haven't. But that actually wasn't an easy transition for me. I didn't see myself as a salesperson, so how on earth could I own the revenue? I did approach it in two ways. Personally, I had to focus on the emotional side of it, and I had to go to it with an open mind, and that sales wasn't a dirty word, and that I was raising my commercial awareness to actually help the customer realize the most value from our partnership. Tactically, I then watched the best salespeople to understand what value proposition they used and the challenges that I might face, as well as the processes that they use to make it easy and painless as possible for the customer. I then wrote short little elevator pitches to build my own confidence in talking about the opportunities available to the customer and how to refine then how I could tell that story of additional value and really make my key contacts look like total rock stars to their leadership. So not dissimilar to what you do in a normal EBR, but with just some additional use cases.
Yeah. Erica, what's your take on this?
Well, I can speak from my experience at Condeco. Here at Condeco, we manage revenue just only with the renewal. So upselling and expansion, for example, is not part of our target or of our bonus. Nevertheless, that doesn't mean that I am not pursuing upselling and expansion opportunities, right? As a CSM, I'm always looking for I'm always looking to deliver value to our customers, whether that's adding an additional feature or getting an additional product or whatever that means for the customer. So even though I do not own expansions and upsells, I do that a lot. And contrary to Kelly, I do come from a sales background, right? So for me, it comes kind of like naturally identifying opportunities. And it's funny because just last week, I was on a sales call with an account executive. I was on this sales call and learning about one of the new products that we were just releasing. He was pitching this product to a customer. And I was like, wow, I can take so much away from this call. So one of the advice that I would give to people who want to make this transition smoother is to actually jump on calls with sales. Sales are your best friends. Oh, well, the sales team is your best friend, and you can learn a lot from them. So once you start feeling comfortable on those type of conversations, then it becomes easier for you to pitch that sale to a customer without actually selling to them, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it really does. I mean, if you have a framework that you're following that you feel comfortable with, and if you have the opportunity to watch people who are really great at something do it, you can mimic their behaviors and really execute on them. So totally hear what you're saying. KGP, what about you? Anything you'd like to add in?
Yeah, so I'm here today because I you know this about me, Nicole. I love money, and that doesn't feel like a very popular thing to say, but it really does help get CSMs at the table in a decision-making position, right? So in my first role in Success, I was a hybrid, like a player coach, really, but I managed our medium touch and low touch segments. So the book was big, but I did not touch paperwork. So stepping into my role at Client Success, the paperwork was actually the biggest leap for me. But fortunately, we have a software solution that is designed to help me navigate that process. So it was okay. I made some mistakes, but I think that having the conversations around revenue has always come pretty naturally. It was really about the process. There's so much to go through. So, you know, the other CSMs at Client Success, Christy certainly talked me through MedPick and all of these very trusted industry processes. And Nicole, something I've just recognized so much and acknowledge and use, something that you're really strong at. So you learn from the people around you, and you use software where you can and where you're not good at things.
Yeah. KGP, you brought up a really good point. We as CSMs, we work really hard to earn our customers' trust. And something that I've heard and I've struggled with sometimes is we work to be a trusted advisor, and some people might feel that working towards that trusted advisor role has almost like it's at a headbutting point with owning revenue, would love to hear all of your thoughts on this. Erica, do you want to kick us off?
Sure. Yes, sure, of course. So it's actually one of the things that I have mixed feelings of, because you're totally right. Some people might think that it's contradictory managing revenue and still keeping that trusted advisor relationship. I do believe that CSMs shouldn't own a revenue quota because, again, as I've mentioned before, identifying opportunities for expansion and being able to guide the customer on the right way doesn't necessarily mean that you're selling to them, right? So what we are doing actually is identifying those opportunities, guiding them on that path so they can be successful with a product, and that sometimes means that they have to buy more, but it's not a selling conversation where you jump on a call and say, hey, you need this product, if you're not actually listening to their challenges first. So to me, even though I feel like we shouldn't own a revenue quota, that doesn't mean that we shouldn't be rewarded for it as well. So one thing that I do take into consideration that CSMs do a lot of hard work to grow their portfolio and grow their businesses and keep growing their customers. So I do feel like a reward should be included. So maybe, I don't know, considering a bonus, for example, and actually recognizing that you're doing a great work and that your business portfolio keeps growing. So yeah, that's my take on it.
So prior to the panels, we met up, all four of us, and we chatted through what this question was, and it was the hot button question for our panel. Kelly, I remember during that conversation, you had a really interesting take, and I feel like it's a great extension to Erica's answer. Would you mind sharing how you feel about this statement?
Yeah, I think, as I said before, I kind of see it that a lot of CSMs think that sales is the dirty words. You've kind of got to get over that emotional side of things as well. My personal experience is that if you're really good at what you're doing, it's more about adding the value. And actually, if you do own at least have a foot in the game around the revenue side of things, you actually have more opportunities to actually deepen the trust and the partnership. As often, my experience is that customers actually aren't aware of the additional value that they could gain from expanding the partnership. So if you help your customers to really realize additional outcomes in an easy and pain-free way, they'll actually love you for it, and the additional money won't actually matter. And actually, sometimes it can even save the money as well. And if you do turn your contacts into these raving advocates where you've sold them additional things and you've made them look good already, they will often then go on and introduce you to other teams and be your true advocates, and they'll help you expand your stakeholders, which if you deliver value to that team as well, you make them look like a total superstar, and that will also help their career progression as well.
Yeah, I think as we're going through this, a key takeaway is sales is not a dirty word, and it really depends on how we're going through the sales motion. Are we doing it from a place of good intent and opportunity for the client versus is this truly just driven by money? KGP, you said you love money. What's your take on this?
Okay, listen. So I like to, as much as I can, put myself in the shoes of the customer. And when I do that, I ask myself, who better to have this conversation with the customer about their spend? I'm looking out for them, and it's not like I'm going to sell them something that isn't going to provide value long term, that they won't want to talk to and rave to their other departments or friends and network about. It doesn't make sense for me to do anything silly. It only makes sense for me to make recommendations that are aligned with their trajectory and what I know that their goals are. So when I put myself in the shoes of the customer, I say, okay, and sales isn't a dirty word, but I would really, if it's me, I would rather be having my renewal conversations and upsell conversations with my CSM as opposed to someone in sales or an account manager that might step in for just that conversation. I want longevity. Money, you can only spend it once, and it needs to be done carefully. So take them along. Once you build that conversation of trust, you're going to be able to make the right recommendations and understand where the customer's going. So that's a hill I'll die on.
Erica and Kelly, is there anything you'd like to add there? Or anything that sticks out to you?
Yeah, so this kind of like this conversation and what Christian was saying kind of took me back to a conversation I was having with sales earlier this week. So they Slacked me or team messaged me and said, hey, this customer, how can we sell them this product? Like XY product, whatever product, right? And we're like, well, because I know this customer and I know how they're doing and what their needs are and the challenges are, I do not suggest you go sell this product to this customer, right? It's not about selling just because, right? It has to have a motive. There has to be a reason. You can just, if you go about doing that, then again, you go back into hurting the relationship. And my thoughts on that is always advising sales not to go do that because they ruin the relationship for me, right? It just doesn't work that way. I wish salespeople realizes that more often.
Yeah. I think sometimes immediate satisfaction it has that immediate effect, but we're all thinking about that long-term trusted advisor role and thinking through what is best for the customer and balancing that with what is best for the business. Kelly, I remember you had a really great point about a customer in for the professional services add-on. Do you want to share about that? I thought it was so interesting.
Yeah, so at a previous company, my sales guy had gone in and had tried to sell professional services to this customer. They were just, nope, don't want that. We're not spending any more money. And then I actually talked to them and I said to them, well, can I understand a little bit more around why you don't want to do this? Because my opinion is there is a cost to what you're doing anyway. So if yes, you can go away and you can do this 100%, but it's going to take you time, effort to do this. And actually, I think this could actually save you money. They said, oh, I didn't realize that. So sometimes it's around, again, the storytelling side of it and really understanding the value proposition of what you're talking to the customer about and making sure that you put it in their terms, I think is really important. I think CSMs are uniquely positioned to do that as well because you have empathy for the customer.
Yeah, totally hear you there. As we're thinking about revenue, I think when we think about companies' growth and how a company is measured, a lot of it is tied to NRR. It's tied to growing of revenue. And tracking revenue is a common way to track the growth of the business. I'd love to hear from you all, from your perspective, what has that impact been on you all? That impact of owning revenue or having something associated to revenue be tied to your role and your objectives in your role. Erica, why don't you kick us off with this one?
Yes, of course. So for me, I'm very much like Kristen. I'm data-driven and I'm money-driven too. So one of the things that allows me is to build a case for my manager and say, hey, look, this is my book of business when I started, let's say 1 million, whatever, or 4 million, put whatever number, right? Here's the book of business when I started. Here's the book of business that I have right now. I have grown my book of business X percentage. This means that I am doing this and that, and you know, numbers speak by themselves, right? So that means that you can actually or get a promotion or get more salary or whatever, right? So measuring how you're doing to me is always super important. I don't have, for example, a tool that allows me to track my NRR right now. So what I'm doing is following my portfolio manually. So I say every close of the month, I know how much ARR I have and I keep track of that. How many customers have I upsold? How many customers have expanded, right? So that helps me build my case to say, hey, I am valuable. I am bringing this much money for the company and we should get rewarded for that.
Yeah, it's revenue acts as your seat at the table. And I'm stealing that quote directly from you, but it's a way to say, this is the value that I'm bringing. And something that you highlighted is sometimes it's hard to track what that value is. Kelly, do you have any suggestions or any input for how we can go about tracking the value that you're delivering?
I think Erica said that perfectly as well, is that I'm also really passionate about the metrics. And if you're not being personally measured on some of the basic CSM metrics like gross revenue retention or net revenue retention, there's nothing to stop you creating a spreadsheet. There are lovely tools like Client Success that do it for you, but some of us aren't that lucky to have that available to you. And so you can create a simple spreadsheet, you can track what you're doing, what you've delivered on, and then you can, just as you have to tell that story of value realization to your customers in a business review, you have to know your own value as well and make sure your boss knows the value, the revenue impact that you're having, and in generating that renewal number and growing your customer base as well. So I think it's really important to, as Kristen just did an amazing session on being the CEO of your book of business. So
anything you'd like to add? You just presented on owning your book of business and what it means to be that owner of your book of business.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on this?
I mean, listen, I don't have much to contribute after my amazing co-panelists. That was amazing. Like, please write a book, have a podcast. I will subscribe. But I will say that customer success is a strategy. It is not a department. It is a strategy. And if we're getting it right, that is going to have a direct impact on revenue, right? So here's what I'll say. Personally, I begin and end my every day with looking at my forecast, not only because I have a very present leadership team who wants to know what our forecast looks like, because we have a great tool to use to do that. But it's also very compelling for me. It's helped me improve my mental health at work, to have some metrics that I can look at to help me prioritize my day. There are so many competing priorities, and the funniest, most ironic thing in the world is that priority is a singular term, y'all. Priority is a singular term, but we have competing priorities in our roles. So just to have some metrics around, when is the renewal date? What does fulfillment look like? Do I have any, escalations? What's the current sentiment of the customer in tangent with all of the revenue data? Like, that's what helps guide me in managing my book, right? Very, very data driven. So it's how I begin and end my day. It helps. It's kind of like my compass.
Data.
The oil. Data. Who said that it was the oil of?
I think I don't remember, but it came up earlier. Kelly and Erica, there was a presentation earlier today where data was called the equivalent of oil, and if you have data, you have a lot of value.
And money.
We're ruining this. It's on one of my Post-it notes somewhere on my desk from one of the amazing speakers today.
That was a really valuable comment. And I think the other thing as well is that we didn't really touch on is that at my previous company, we also had customer success sort of the qualified leads, so the CSM identified opportunities. And that also gives you another seat at the table, because it also helps the conversation with the sales team as well. Because if you're showing that you are having those conversations and you are actually just identifying opportunities, that's a really, really powerful thing to do. And then you can rinse and repeat that and scale all those motions that you're putting in place so that you can continue to grow your whole book of business as well.
That is a great point, Kelly, because that also translates to lower CAC, lower cost of acquisition, of course, right? So if CS keeps bringing these additional references, additional customers and people willing to talk about your product because of the experience that they're having with you, that means that the cost for sales to acquire a new customer comes down, which means it impacts NRR as well for the whole company, right? So it's less cost, more money, like it's money everywhere. Like, why don't we just work together? Sales, customer success, please. If sales is listening to this call, yeah.
I think a recurring theme in what you guys have been saying is the fact that we are able to generate sales qualified leads. We are finding these growth opportunities. It is giving us all a seat at the table. How do you all incorporate that into performance conversations or conversations with your managers? Who wants to kick us off? Kelly, I'll ask you to kick us off. I don't think I've asked.
No, that's fine. No, so I think with everything, a spreadsheet person. So I'm a little bit of Excel. queen, should we say, and I just keep a record of it. I make sure that my true impact is really understood, so that I'm going in, I can eloquently tell my boss exactly what it is I've achieved from a numbers perspective, but also the benefit that I've delivered to the customers as well. And then also what processes have I put in place to make sure that's scalable and repeatable as well. So there's so many elements to it. You can just say all about the amazing impact that you're having for the business.
Yeah, I have something to add to that. So something that I mentioned in the last session was around understanding the language that's spoken internally. Before we go off, speaking about our contributions, are those in line with what kind of language our higher ups are using to measure excellence? I think that's a really important place to start. And that's why I love net revenue retention. We have 4 different areas that we can impact NRR. So it's okay, shoot. So, the customer contracted, but how can we stop them from churning? It's a very quick pivot. It's kind of like a game, but I think that aligning at an executive level with your leaders to know what kind of language you need to speak to them when talking about your performance is the first step. Once you do that, then you can agree on what they would expect to see from you in the coming quarters or years, so that you can be sure to continue growing your own economic opportunity in line with that company, right? So yeah, I would say find out what language your higher ups speak before you go through and creating some gorgeous spreadsheets or using a customer success solution, whatever that might be. Find out what matters most.
Erica, anything to add? I've seen you nodding your head a lot.
Yeah, because I agree with both Kristen and Kelly. I am also a spreadsheet type of girl, and what I do is on that spreadsheet, spreadsheet plus churn zero, because we're just implementing churn zero. Sorry, client success. But anyway, so the thing here is that on that spreadsheet, I normally add the list of all of my customers. I mark which of these customers upselled on the quarter, which of those customers expanded, which of those customers added an additional feature, for example, or I bought an additional product. So when I'm coming to my review with my manager, I have this data at hand and I say, hey, this is what I did during the quarter. This is the additional value that I brought. These are the initiatives that I'm working on. And so just as Kelly mentioned, if I was able to find, a process that could improve or anything related to making our team more efficient and making our customers happier, it's on that spreadsheet, on that review, right? So that way, when I come to that meeting, I'm prepared to say, hey, this is the value that I brought this quarter, right?
I think everyone has been nodding their head and really echoing each other's sentiments. One theme that has been recurring throughout this panel is the relationship with sales. So it's how we can best interact with sales, how we can best work with sales. And at the end of the day, sales closes the initial deal. And as customer success managers, we play a part in maintaining it, but they bring it into the door initially. Would love to hear from you all. What have you done to ensure really good collaboration with your sales teams? And KGP, why don't you kick us off?
Yeah. So we just relaunched our process at Client Success, and a lot of it just comes down to rules of the road, who owns what, clear ownership, and a paper process. Right. So at the very onset, there is a handshake pass off of the customer where we all come together. We review our understanding and align on the customer's objectives, what they aim to achieve in what time frame. So we're very clear. And I think it feels really nice for our customers, right, to have that presence of all parties. And it's just a very seamless process from there. But I think that I would say that 85% of the work that I do in kicking off a new customer partnership is the research that I do before that customer call ever takes place. And it's because of the intel that my sales team is gathering and logging and, the questions that they're answering for me, so that at the time that I enter the partnership, there's no redundancy ideally, right? I know everything that I need to know to provide value from day one. So I'd say that's really key. If you can have put it in Confluence, have a team kickoff meeting, whatever that looks like. But I think all coming together to agree on what needs to happen that benefits both parties, because it needs to make sense for sales and CS teams in order for us to come together. So, how can I make sure that your customer you just signed renews again and again and again? And how can you make sure that you're sending me amazing fits, right? So yeah, I would say that would be my big piece of advice.
Erica, you've spoken a lot about the relationship once they are a customer. Can you share some tips on how you've navigated that situation and ensuring a good partnership there?
Sure. So what I like to do with sales is the following. Every sales rep or every account manager that I work with, I meet with them personally. Like I get to know them as a person, right? Like I understand what they like. I have a relationship with them. It's like we're best friends, right? First things first. The second thing is whenever I'm on that call and explaining them how our partnership as sales customer success will work, I try to explain kind of like with apples, like how it helps us to get good notes, good transition, sales handoff, right? Like every knowledge that they have from the customer, I show them how important that is for me to have as clear as possible. So that way I am able to work with those customers and make sure that we work to fix those challenges and to meet their business outcomes. So when I tell them that, I say, hey, if we work together and if you make it easy for me, that means that my job is easier. My job with the customer gets easier, and that means that I can probably get them to renew. And if they renew, or maybe probably identify opportunities for expansion or upsells, right? So again, all of that translates to money with sales. And again, sales is always looking for money, always for commission, right? So when they understand how important it is, then the relationship with them gets easier. And then the other thing that I like to do with sales is have a feedback loop, right? So whenever I'm dealing with a challenge with a customer, I like to loop them in and say, hey, this is happening, just FYI, so you know we are struggling or we're going through this process, just be aware that this is happening, right? And I ask the same in return, like if sales is going through an upsell, for example, or having a conversation to add more locations or buying an additional product, the least that I ask from them is, hey, keep me in the loop. So whenever they are onboarded or whatever, then I know that I have to continue with the adoption for that new product and make sure that the customer is successful, right? So those are my 2 cents of advice on relationships with sales.
Kelly, I think you were the first person in the panel to say sales is not a dirty word. And I would love to hear from you, like having that mindset and that mentality, what has your partnership with the sales team been like and how have you navigated it?
Yeah, I think for me, it comes down to building a really good relationship with your sales team as well. And it's almost just as important as the external customer relationship that you're building as well. For me personally, I feel that if you're open and honest with the team, by sharing that information both ways, as Erica said, this really does build the trust. And I think that's why a lot of the time it comes down to you have to build that trust with your sales teams as well, so that you leave each other to do the jobs that you're there to do, and you do the job that you're meant to do. And ultimately, if you have that trust, that collaboration is quite seamless. But often things aren't ever perfect. And when things go wrong, always seek that context from them, as often it can be just a small misunderstanding that can be really easily understood. And as Erica did say, like ultimately for them, it is about the money. If you identify these leads for them, it puts additional commission, but also retires against their quota, which makes them look good as well. So ultimately, you both win. If the customer's doing well, you both look really good, and that's obviously good for their. For me, as with any relationship, communication is key, and just make sure you've got each other's backs.
Yeah, I think something interesting that you said just now was it might be a miscommunication. And I think what that really calls out is you are assuming positive intent and you are assuming that they're coming into the relationship and that handoff process with the best intentions possible. When you guys do have these miscommunications, any thoughts on how to navigate the relationship with sales moving forward?
Yeah. I mean, this just reminds me of my very favorite Simon Sinek quote, which is, I think he has a whole book on it. Start with why. You know, assuming kills. It kills someone's perception of your trust in them, and so many damaging things can come from making those kinds of assumptions. Another, like Occam's razor, they say assume stupidity, which I've always thought felt like kind of mean, but you don't have to assume anyone's stupid. But yeah, no, just assume that, you know, maybe you didn't know, maybe this is information you didn't have and I have it for you. I would always start with why, always try to get to the intent. In the same way that we ask great discovery questions with our customers to get to what they really mean, we should be exercising those same skills with our sales team members and beyond.
I think Kristen couldn't put it better. Start with trust, and ignorance was the word that you were looking, like play ignorant, like if you didn't know, right?
Exactly.
Well, our time is coming to an end, but we have nearing a close, but we do have some questions from the audience. So Ash asked you all, what is the difference between being a trusted advisor and a sales advisor? I think that's a really interesting question. Does anyone want to kick us off?
Yeah. So I think a sales advisor for me is like, hey, I have this budget. How should I spend it? And a trusted advisor is, hey, I have this solution. What do I do with it? Is there anything I need that I might benefit more from? That's kind of the distinction I would make.
Perfect.
And then if we're like double clicking into that, when you're thinking about a trusted advisor, what do you feel is important in establishing that relationship so that they do have the confidence that when it comes to having the commercial ones, they feel really good about having them with you?
I can kick off on that. I think one of the really important parts of being a trusted advisor, and I think what actually gets me to that status, at least from my end, is not only having a business relationship with them. It's also about getting personal and actually getting to know the person that you're talking to, right? Understanding if they like snowboarding, or if they went on a vacation recently, or if they had, surgery on their teeth recently. And I'm just remembering the cases from my customers right now, right? So when I'm talking to my customers, it's also a personal conversation. That's what gets them to build the trust. And that trust then converts you into the trusted advisor, right? So getting personal plus you being able to identify those challenges and advise on those challenges, then they look up to you for those answers, right? So I guess for me, that's what makes you a trusted advisor.
Yeah, for me, I think it's also delivering, be your word, like deliver. If you say you're going to do something, make sure you deliver on it. I've had situations where I've come into an account, or maybe I'm taking over from another CSM where things haven't been going to plan. And my first point of call is actually to be very, very tactical. Let's work out exactly what we need to deliver. Let's deliver on it. And then you'll find that they open up the doors to have much more strategic conversations. They do have that trust, and then they will also like grow with you and open up doors. I think that's the most important thing. Is sometimes it's even going back to basics and just doing what you say you're going to do.
Yeah, I hear you there. And I feel like that long term, when you make a suggestion, then when it's regarding a commercial conversation, they are more willing to trust you. Mm-hmm. Gary? Oh, go ahead, KGP.
Yeah, just the only thing that I think my amazing co-panelists hadn't already mentioned was just about vulnerability. I think that there's a lot that goes into building trust. It's just being very human with one another. A manager years and years ago, back in my retail days, my brick and mortar days, a manager once taught me that we're just humans working with humans. And I don't know that it needs to get much more complex than that, so I'll leave that there. Be vulnerable, be yourself. If you make a mistake, apologize, take accountability. You don't need to do it perfect 100% of the time. I certainly do not. But when we need to make things right, take the correct steps in doing that. But don't be afraid to admit you were wrong.
I would definitely second that. Admitting you did something wrong it's highly valuable, and many times customers actually value more that than you not admitting something happened, right? So it's happened to me too. We're humans. We will not always be perfect, and it's okay, right? Just say, hey, I'm sorry. This happened. I'll look into this immediately, or whatever needs to happen, right? So I definitely second you on that, Kristen.
Carrie asked the question, how do you tread the fine line between being a friend and a vendor? And that's an interesting one, given that we want to know about our customers. Erica, I'm going to ask you to kick this one off, because you shared that when they're having surgeries and they're having dental work. So how do you straddle that fine line?
Okay, so being a friend is quite different than a vendor, but let me see if I can put this into words. So being personal doesn't mean that you're their friend. Like it's not like they're my friends, they're just business partners, but they're business partners that also are human, right? So it's about EQ, right? EQ all the way. It's empathy. It's understanding. I don't know if I would call it a friendship. Really, it's more of a business relationship. I don't know if that answers the question or not, but.
Me though, I like to think that I am personally invested in their success, as well as I'm obviously there for their business to get value, but I also want them to look amazing. And therefore I am personally invested in them. They may not be my friend, but I want to see them do well. That's actually where I get a lot of pleasure from, when I see somebody get promoted or something else like that. That to me is actually a really big win. So whilst they're not my friend, I do feel personally invested and want them to do well.
Mm-hmm. You celebrate their wins, especially if your product helped them get there.
Exactly.
I've seen you celebrate clients' wins fairly often. How do you straddle that line between friend and vendor?
Oh my gosh, you guys, last quarter, 3 of my points of contact got promoted. And I was like, I had all of the feels. No, I mean, not only is that amazing for your point of contact to get that kind of recognition that they deserve, but to do it in the customer success space, like all day long, I was so thrilled. But I think I do want to add something to the conversation, friend versus advisor. I think it comes down to boundaries. And we can communicate boundaries with our customers in a way that actually builds more trust and more respect. Something that our colleague Christy did recently, she emailed all of her customers like 2 weeks before her vacation started. Here's my calendar link. I thought it was the coolest thing. It's like, I will not be available for you during these times. I will come back fresh as a daisy, ready to give you a great experience. But here's the expectation that I'm setting weeks in advance. Yes, more of that, because we are people and we need to recharge. We're not machines. We're not robots. We need to unplug, close our computer screens, go be in nature, whatever. But I think that the difference between an advisor and a friend is the professional boundary, and we need to know where that lies and communicate it often.
For sure. So with that, we are at time. I will wrap up with a big thank you for everyone. This was our last panel of the day, and I hope that everyone that was watching got a ton of value. But Kelly, Erica, KGP, thank you so much for your time today. And
thank you.
Appreciate all of your input and very, very, very insightful guidance. Have a great day, everyone.
Oh, thanks for having us. Thanks.
Bye. Bye.
Hey, thanks so much, Kelly and Nicole and Kristen and Erica. That was a great presentation. I loved it. There's a couple things. One, KGP, I love fresh as a daisy. I still feel fresh as a daisy today, but I love that comment. And I like the comment about the relationship between sales and CS.
Yep.
Christy, how should that work?
Listen, we're all working towards the same goal. They're working with a customer at the beginning of their life cycle with us. we work it on the back half, right?
Yeah.
So there has to be strong synergies between those two organizations in order to orchestrate something that's a great experience for the customer. So you got to figure it out.
Yeah. I wrote a blog once called Sales and CS, or it should be BFFs. And I think that's true. They need to work together. Look at it as partners. You're both after the same objective, and just find a way to collaborate together. I think the key thing, though, is to make sure the customer understands what's the roles and responsibilities between the two. Another quick takeaway. How do you balance, they talked about it, friend versus vendor?
It's tricky. I think, listen, you can, with any relationship, right? Like, it's the boundaries that you set.
Yeah.
I always tell everybody when we introduce our customer journey and our life cycle, right? We're very transparent about the fact that we're going to help you be very successful and achieve the goals that you came with us to achieve.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, it's got to be a mutually beneficial relationship, right? We're not a nonprofit. Our goal is to make you successful in exchange for your continued business. And so I think it's just being very honest about that. As long as you're, I think, transparent and you're not hiding anything, I think you can create those boundaries and still have really strong relationships.
Yeah, I think I've had some customers over the years that I cherish the relationship. I think they're friends. I also respect the fact that they work for a business.
Yeah.
And so you're right. At the end of the day, business is business, and you have to provide value. And so that's key. Just make sure that as you get close to your customers, that you still do everything you can to respect that part of the relationship. All right, we're on the last stretch. But before we go to our last presentation, we have an awesome solution spotlight from one of our sponsors, Baton. So we'll throw it over to that.
Hi, everybody. My name is Peter McCoy. I'm one of the co-founders at Baton. And today I'm excited to talk to you guys about how you can scale implementation. So as we all know here, implementation is a tough job. It usually gets thrown on the success team. And the problem really I've always found is that the data doesn't reside in one single place. You're jumping between your CRM to talk with sales, the project plan you probably built in Smartsheet, Google Sheets, Monday.com, or something like Asana, which is asynchronously updated by you, mind you, to tools like Jira and Confluence and Slack to talk to your engineering team. And then last but not least, you're emailing frantically your client to try and nudge them along and keep them accountable to the timeline they suggested so that they could see the value in the timeline they want. This is tough. And generally, the process, if it's set up like this, you end up working against your customer, not with them. It's not collaborative, and it doesn't drive predictable outcomes that you want. And I know this because I did it at my last company, and so did my partner, Alex. As we built our last enterprise software companies, we scaled our services team to over 70 people. And the problem was not that services was bad in any configurable way, but we wanted to keep this process inside of success, because success cares about the journey the customer is going on and delivering the value in a predictable timeline. And as we just passed the baton, so to speak, from sales to success to services back to success, the customer got confused, the value they were getting got diluted, and we didn't make a great first impression on the great software that we were building. When we looked out on the market, we couldn't find a single tool that did anything but pushed us more towards building out a services team and handing off this process from success to someone else. And that is not what we wanted to do. We wanted to keep this process inside of success because we knew that success not only was incentivized, but the values and the mission of the team were to really get that value for the customer, not to transactionally just get them live, but to have them use and be successful with the tool. So we created Baton to change this. We wanted to build a platform that was mutually collaborative. From day one, it bidirectionally synced out of the box with all those tools you mentioned. So you're not jumping between 4 different data sources, updating them frantically every night to try and keep everyone informed. Baton does it for you and gives you one centralized source of truth you can rely on to manage the project. 2, we wanted to remove all the manual pain in the butt stuff you have to do to manage projects. From creating these project plans and control Fing through them frantically to make sure you didn't forget a customer's name or something, to the email nudges you have to send constantly to keep internal and client teams accountable to do their tasks when they have to painful things like sending out Zoom messages, weekly status reports to executives, and a million other tasks. Baton automatically does those for you so that you can focus on the value you're adding to the customer. And last but not least, Baton gives you real-time visibility into each project and your portfolio of projects. So as you want to scale your team, you're not stuck scaling them with static documents and spreadsheets. You literally have project plans that they can run through in real time that you have full auditable visibility on that enable you to see and make sure everyone's doing the process to your best practice every time so that you have a predictable outcome. And we're not just giving you a piece of software, we'll give you a piece of our own method of how to do this. We have a 3-step process of accelerate, repeat, and scale that we take every customer through over the course of a year. In the accelerate process, our goal is to shave at least 50% off the time to value for your customers. So if it was taking you 6 months to get that customer live, we want to get it down to 3. And that's what we're seeing for people who use Baton. From reducing the manual work to the time it takes to set up a project to just giving the customer a portal where they can collaborate with you and see in real time when they need to do things so that they're held accountable, not just your team internally. 2, repeat. How do we give you visibility, project plans, templates, and process automation so that you know the same process is carried out every time to create predictable outcomes for not only your internal team for resource management, but for the client. If you tell them they're going live on May 15th, they better damn go live on May 15th. And with Baton, you can see that every time. And last but not least here, we want to create leverage. In organizations that adopt Baton, they see a 5-to-1 leverage ratio, meaning the people who manage projects can handle about 5 times the amount of projects with Baton than without. And last but not least, how do we provide visibility and structure in these processes so that you can add third-party partners to give you infinite scale, or just bring on additional new teammates and know that right away from day one, they can run projects to your best practices. And if you want proof, there's no better way to look than Baton works with some of the fastest growing companies on the planet. From fintechs to healthcare to real estate to vertical SaaS, people are leveraging Baton to create a differentiated experience for their customer, to win more clients against competitors, to just being more predictable and better managing their internal processes. Baton enables the fastest growing companies on the planet to grow faster and keep up, because no one wants to be the bottleneck to scale, especially not us in success. That's not what we're here for. And if you're interested, you can shoot me an email. And if we set up a demo, we'll send you some awesome running swag and you can run with us at Baton. I look forward to hearing from you guys. Thank you.
Fantastic. Well, thank you so much, Baton, for your sponsorship. I am interested in running swag, so I'm going to go check that out. All right, so I'm about to welcome our next and final speaker of the day. Can you believe it that we've made it to the end of this event?
What a great day.
But I would love to welcome Jared Orr as he's going to navigate high risk. How do you leverage emotional intelligence in high risk situations? I particularly love this because, as a CSM, we are often faced with difficult situations, right, that we're trying to navigate. And, how we approach those conversations, I think, is really important. And EQ, we know, is critical to, I think, the success of the outcome of those. So, like to bring to the stage, Jared.
Jared.
Hi,
how you
Jared.
doing?
Oh, hey, everybody. Hey, Dave. Hey, Christy.
Welcome. So we are super pumped for your session. I think we are ending on a high note with the content that I know that we're about to see today. So I'm thrilled to get us kicked off. So Jared, why don't we get started? We'll pass it over to you.
Perfect. Let's do it. Thank you, everybody, for being here till the end. I'm super excited to be speaking here at this conference. So give me 1 second. Let me share my screen here. Sorry, this is a side of Zoom I have not seen yet. So 2 seconds here. Oh, man. Okay. Now, this is a perfect topic for me today because of the day that I've had with some of my clients. So I should have taken PTO today because, my gosh, it's been quite the day. But it's good because I've been able to leverage emotional intelligence in some situations today. So I'm looking forward to talking about that and talking about how we can, as CSMs, be better at navigating these high-risk situations that we so often find ourselves in. So looking forward to getting started. So real quick, let me move this. There we go. So real quick about me, I've been in customer success for almost 4 years now. And I'm currently a senior CSM at an IT company based out of New York City. And fun fact about us, we just achieved unicorn status with $1 billion in funding just about a week ago. So a lot of exciting things happening. I've never been part of a unicorn before, so it's pretty fun. For those that have been a part of it, you know what it's like. And I am currently on a mission to help 1 million professionals pivot into customer success. So if you are listening to this and that sounds like you, if you're wanting to get into customer success, please connect with me on LinkedIn. I'm happy to be your resource in any way that I can. And also, I live in Arizona with my wife and baby girl. And hold on. There we go. Sorry. And there's a picture of her. She is 6 months old. We love her very much, and she loves to sleep. So we feel very lucky. And her name is Kaylee. Okay, so again, talking to my friends who are wanting to pivot into customer success. So I'm sure you have seen all the LinkedIn posts and read blog posts and listened to podcast episodes and read some books about customer success. And you're thinking, oh my gosh, this sounds like an incredible career path. And it is. It is an incredible career path. I'm so grateful to be a part of it. Great community. But there is a hard truth about customer success that I don't think is talked about very much. And that is that it is not easy. It is not easy being in customer success because we so often find ourselves in very difficult situations where we have to work with our clients and do certain things that make us very uncomfortable. But at the end of the day, it's very fulfilling, but it is hard. So to give you an idea of what customer success managers deal with on a consistent basis, one thing is managing a high touch book of business. I'm a senior CSM, so all of my clients are enterprise level. So they're paying us the most money. If one were to churn, it would, we would definitely feel it on our day-to-day budgets. And honestly, it can be very difficult, but also has its unique rewards as well, managing a high touch book of business. Another one is resetting expectations with an already upset client. So we've all been there. If you're in customer success, you've been in this kind of situation. So there was misalignment or miscommunication during the sales process. And now the customer is upset because the product isn't as easy as they thought it would be to adopt, or it's not giving them the results that they want, or there are certain features they thought they would get, but they're clearly not getting. And you as the CSM are tasked with making sure that they not only get the most value out of this product, but you have to provide solutions and workarounds for them. And that can be difficult. It's not the funnest conversation to have, but once you're able to get them on the other side of this conversation, make them successful, help them become long-term customer champions, then it's extremely fulfilling. Another one is walking clients through a complex product while you're trying to learn it yourself. So like I said, I work for an IT company. I don't come from IT. I come from a SaaS and tech background. So I'm learning the world of IT and our products specifically, and while at the same time trying to become a trusted advisor to my clients. And again, not easy. And sometimes I find myself in very high-risk situations where I have to ask for help, and I'll get to that in just a second. But this is something that a lot of CSMs, a lot of new CSMs have to go through. And then trying to save a client from churning when you have 10 other clients with pressing needs. So we've all been in these kind of situations. So how can customer success managers navigate these complex, high-risk situations while still being able to deliver on customer outcomes and provide a great customer experience? Well, my friends, the answer to that is emotional intelligence. So what exactly is emotional intelligence? And real quick, shout out to my friend Erica, who was on the last panel, who mentioned EQ. Thanks for doing that, Erica, for segueing my segment into all of this. So appreciate that. But what exactly is emotional intelligence? So there's a lot of podcasts and books and posts and blog posts about it, but really it all comes down to what I think are 5 critical components of what makes up emotional intelligence. So I'm going to talk about each one of those through the lens of customer success. So the first one is self-awareness. You have to know yourself first. You have to know your unique skills, your unique strengths and anxieties and weaknesses before you even start building a relationship with your customers. So it starts with you. I'm going to get into this in more detail in future slides, but that is, okay, I just did all 5 of them. Okay. So now, number 2, empathy. Empathy is so important. So I have what I call the 3 pillars of customer success. Empathy is one of them. I won't get into the other 2, but really it's just 3 things that I think every customer success manager needs to be successful as a customer success manager. Again, I won't get into the other 2, but 1 is empathy. And empathy is so important because without it, in my opinion, it's impossible to succeed as a customer success manager and to have good emotional intelligence. You have to be able to put yourself in your client's shoes and empathize with them. Tell them, I am so sorry about this mistake that we made, or whatever the case may be. I understand that it's made this XYZ situation more difficult for you. I'm going to make sure that I fix this for you as soon as possible. Being able to empathize and take ownership of the situation will make all the difference and will help you develop higher emotional intelligence. Number 3 is motivation or discipline. So in my humble opinion, this is really the deciding factor between, this is what separates customer success managers with high emotional intelligence from customer success managers with low emotional intelligence. So what I mean by that is, if you're not willing to get up every day and just continue doing what you're doing, continue building relationships with your clients, continue navigating these difficult situations and high-risk situations, then eventually that fire that so many CSMs have will fade out. you need to be able to be disciplined and motivated to continue to keep doing what you're doing and keep a broad perspective. Know that while this may be like not the funnest situation to be in right now with a certain client, you are helping that client be successful and get so much value out of your product, which will not only help them in their business, but help the company that you represent grow and scale. So keeping that broad perspective by having motivation is key, not only to being a great customer success manager, but to having high emotional intelligence. Number 4 is self-regulation. And I am still working on this every day. I've had, just today, I've had to work on this a little bit, but in my humble opinion, every single customer success manager will learn to be a master at this in one point or another. I would assume that Dave and Christy, given their tenure in customer success, they're masters at this. I, for one, am not. But really, the ability to just remain calm, remain composed, remain level-headed when you are faced with an irate client call or angry email from a client, and being able to not match their tone, not immediately go on the defense, but be able to say, okay, tell me about this more. What are your pain points? Figure out what their pain points are, figure out where they're coming from, and know exactly what you need to do to find a solution, to find a resolution, to find answers for them. And it all starts with having a level head and remaining calm and composed. And I'm an extroverted person, and I'm very emotionally driven. You can ask my wife. So this has been hard for me to learn, but I'm a lot better now than I was when I first started in customer success 4 years ago. And this is obviously a very, very key component to emotional intelligence. And number 5 is social skills. So at the end of the day, y'all, when it comes to being a great customer success manager, you got to enjoy it. You got to enjoy building relationships, having these conversations, the good, the bad, the ugly, whatever the case may be. You got to be able to just enjoy the journey and enjoy talking to your customers and relating to them on a human-to-human level. That's been talked about quite a bit throughout this summit, just being human first in your approach. And that starts with just having good social skills. And when it comes to having high emotional intelligence, having social skills is really your bread and butter. So that's really what emotional intelligence is through the lens of customer success. So I wanted to talk a little bit about what the Customer Success Professionals Handbook says specifically about emotional intelligence. Well, it says specifically more about, I'll get into that. Okay, sorry, I'm jumping ahead of myself here. But real quick, if you do not have a copy of the Professionals Handbook on your bookshelf, I recommend getting one as quickly as you can. And if you do have a copy and you've read it, I recommend rereading Chapter 5. Chapter 5 is all about empathizing with your customers and building relationships with them. And I want to share 2 quotes directly from Chapter 5 that really what I feel really encompasses the essence of having high EQ as a CSM. So the first quote is from page 61. And it says, all the skills a customer success manager should master, the ability to empathize and build relationships with customers is of the most importance. So before you become an expert in your product, in your company culture, whatever it is, you have to know your most important role. And I'm not saying product knowledge is not important. Don't come at me in my LinkedIn DMs. But really, when it comes to being a great customer success manager, we have to know how to empathize and build relationships in order to be successful, no matter what our product is, no matter what company we represent. But before we do that, there's something even more important, and that is talked about on page 63 of Chapter 5. And that says, before you approach your customer to establish and grow a genuine relationship, acknowledge your stress levels so you can have a better chance of controlling them in a better way for you, your company, and especially your customers. Be genuine about your fears and anxieties and do your best to let it go. So again, y'all, to establish good emotional intelligence, it starts with yourself. It starts with you. Know what your strengths are. Know where your anxieties lie. Know when it's time to ask for help. More on that in the next slide. But once you're able to acknowledge where you are at with your product, with your specific skills and strengths and weaknesses, then you can start building those relationships. Then you can start becoming an expert in your product, and then it all just goes uphill from there, or uphill. Yeah, that's the expression. Okay, so let's bring it all together. So what exactly do you need to do as a customer success manager to navigate these high-risk situations with high emotional intelligence? What exactly does that look like? So I've narrowed it down again to just four or five components that I want to talk to you about that really just encompasses what I think is as a customer success manager with high emotional intelligence. So the one is having high emotional intelligence as a CSM is less about product knowledge. Again, don't come at me in my LinkedIn DMs for this, but it is less about product knowledge and more about the relationship you are building with your customer as a trusted advisor. So yes, product knowledge is so important, but when it comes to these high risk situations, it is so much more important to take a step back, figure out what your client's pain points are, figure out where they're having issues, and then getting the answers for them, getting the resolution for them. And how you do that is by taking full ownership of the situation. And that's really the next point. So being a CSM with high EQ means knowing how to take full ownership of any situation. If you've read the book Extreme Ownership, or you have listened to Jocko's TED Talk about extreme ownership, you would know that as a CSM, this is so important, because we're faced with a lot of situations that aren't our fault. Either the product had a glitch, or some mistake was made by someone else that wasn't you, or there's product misalignment, whatever the case may be, but you're the CSM, so you have to take full ownership. So for example, if a client, comes at you with a high risk situation and they ask you a question, the best thing to do is to pause before you say anything, restate the question in your own words so you understand that, kind of where they're coming from, confirm that's what they need, give them the information that and if you don't know, if you don't know the full answer, simply say, listen, I am going to get the answer for you. Here is the timeline I have. Here is the timeline that I'm going to set for until I get to your resolution or address your pain points or get to your answer. So them knowing that you're taking full ownership and them knowing that you have a timeline that you're constantly going to follow up with, that makes all the difference for our customers. They know that they're in good hands, and they know that you will take care of it. If they know that they're in good hands, I promise the conversations following the initial one will be a lot better. I speak from experience on that. All right, point number 3, having high emotional intelligence means knowing what your weaknesses are and when to ask for help. So knowing when to loop in your manager, knowing when to ask your fellow CSMs, knowing when to bring in other department heads when it's necessary. I actually have 2 experiences on this that I'd like to speak to. One was just recently. So like I've said, I work for an IT company, and when I first started, did not know a lot about IT. I'm still learning a lot about IT. But when I first started, it was a foreign world to me. So I basically, just to give you an idea, one of the features that we offer is clients, they order hardware through us, and we ship that hardware to their new employees. We provision it, we procure it, everything. And one of my clients was having issues with the shipping, and things weren't being provisioned like they should. So he told me what the issues were. And instead of just saying, hey, let's hop on a call right now, I went to my director of logistics and I said, hey, listen, I've got this client. They're having issues with XYZ. Here are their questions. Can you hop on a call with us and just address some of these pain points and, give them some best practices? Luckily, she agreed, and the call went extremely well. Not only was my director of logistics able to actually walk them through the best practices of, the hardware and provisioning and the shipping and everything like that, but she was also able to provide them with a product roadmap, give them some updates on exciting new things that were coming this quarter and next quarter when it came to this specific issue they were having. And the client, they left that call not only being more informed on the best practices of this specific situation, but they also were very excited about what was coming up. And, they even told me, like, I'm excited for this. Keep me updated. I'm like, absolutely, I will. So that was a good experience when it comes to looping in a department head. Another experience I had when I was a brand new CSM, I was working at my first CSM gig at a social media marketing company. And if you ever worked at a social media marketing company, you probably know that it's a fast-paced environment. And this one specifically, because we had a lot of products. We had big products, small products, all with different features and levels. It was pretty crazy, a lot to take in. And basically I was brand new, and I had this client that just gave us a really bad NPS score, and they were using one of our biggest products, spending quite a bit of money with us. So instead of just going into this executive business review with this client, kind of just thinking that I could handle it, I go to my manager first. I say, hey, listen, I've got this client that I have an EBR with, and they are not adopting this product very well. They gave us a bad NPS score. can you walk me through this product? Can you give me a high level overview and tell me what I should be focusing on when presenting this and helping them get the most value out of it? And like any good manager would, he agreed, and we had a good conversation. He gave me some good training. And long story short, the EBR went very well. I was able to use what he trained me on and use that in the executive business review. And client found a lot of value in it because eventually we got some good NPS scores from them. So win-win situation. So when it comes to asking for help, that means that you have a good amount of emotional intelligence. You're able to realize, okay, these are my weaknesses. This is where I don't know a lot. How can I bridge this gap? Who can I loop in? Who can I ask for help? And it'll make all the difference in the world for not only your progression as a customer success manager for your company and for yourself, but also for your clients. So know when to ask for help and don't be shy, because one thing about customer success people, we're all people. We're here to help. So don't be afraid to ask for help no matter what the situation is. And the fourth and last point. So while customer success has its differences at every organization, the principles to handle high-risk situations are universal. So I've been a customer success professional at 3 different organizations. And let me tell you, it has been vastly different how each organization does customer success. It has a lot to do with the products and the services that the business offers and so forth, the company culture and just their customer success processes. So it's very different no matter where you go. Every time I'm talking to someone who's wanting to break into customer success, I tell them that it's very different with every company that you apply for and interview for. So just keep that in mind. But when it comes to navigating these high-risk situations, everything I've talked about up to this point, my friends, it's universal. I can tell you with each product that I've represented, with each company I've represented, I've used these principles during these situations, and it has worked very well. So that I can promise you that no matter what product you represent, having high emotional intelligence will make all the difference on how you're not only able to represent the product and represent the company, but be an effective customer success manager for your clients. All right, so just bringing it all home here. If you didn't pay attention to anything I said up to this point, please let it be these last 4 points that I make. If you want to be an emotionally intelligent customer success manager, just remember this. It starts with you. Be self-aware, know your strengths and weaknesses. Start there. It starts with you. Take full ownership of the situation. My friends, that just goes without saying. I don't know how I can explain that more. Just take full ownership. Number 3, consistently follow up and communicate with intent. Be an outrageously great communicator. Communicate with intent. Always be following up, always be updating your clients when you're navigating these high-risk situations and addressing their issues, so they know that you not only are taking full ownership, but that you have their back and that you're on the top of your game. Because again, the initial conversation may be tough, but if you're able to take full ownership and consistently follow up and overly communicate, each conversation should get better and better as you come to a resolution. And the last one, stay positive and remain human first. Being human first has been talked about a lot during this summit. So I don't think I have to explain exactly what it means, but we are humans and we are working with humans. This is a human first profession. So if you're able to see your customers as fellow humans and be able to stay positive throughout the whole situation, I promise they will see that in you. They will know that you care about them. And every conversation, like I said, will get better and better as you get closer to a resolution. All right, I'm almost out of time. So let me just go to my last slide here. Please connect with me on LinkedIn, Jared Orr, CSM. I'm more than happy to connect with anybody and be a resource, but go out there, be high EQ CSMs, and I look forward to connecting with everybody very soon.
Great example of CSM who has high EQ, and kudos for everything you've done. Super impressed about your goal to get a million professionals in the CS space. Is that right? How do you do that, Jared?
Uh-oh, Dave, I don't think I can hear you. I'm sorry.
Oh.
I might do. Can you hear me, Jared?
Jared, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Christy.
Oh, it's
Not
because
Dave.
we've muted Dave because he didn't have anything of value to contribute to the conversation.
I was like, he's talking, but I can't hear him. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, no. So Dave was really enamored by the goal that you have of helping a million professionals get into the customer success space. So tell us a little bit about that. Not only where did you come up with that? I want to know, how are you measuring that? You know me, I love data.
Well, I literally just started that mission like a week ago, so I'm not measuring it quite yet, but really what it comes down to is when I graduated college back in 2017, like I had no idea what I wanted to do with my career. No idea at all. I don't know. I just felt really inadequate, had a lot of imposter syndrome, didn't think I could do much. And now in just such a short amount of time, seeing where I'm at in my career, I'm like, man, I want to help other people do the same thing. Not just college graduates, but I want to help people find just the perfect career path for them because I know how good it makes me feel. So I want to give back to as many people as I can.
Jared, huge kudos to you. You're a great example of someone with high EQ and just somebody who's giving back to the space and beyond. So thanks for being willing to be on our summit today. And it's great to see you. Thanks for sharing all your insights.
Yes, thank you both. Take care.
Bye, Jared.
See you, Jared. All right, Christy, it's been an awesome day.
I cannot believe that we made it through that full day.
Are we? I'm kind of bummed it's done. I feel fresh as a daisy still, right?
Thank you, KGP, for giving him that little nugget,
That's
because I'm sure
right.
we will not hear the end of him being fresh as a daisy. So
That's right. Well, it's been a great day. We want to wrap up. We want to bring in the ladies of Client Success, who we want to thank. These ladies did everything with Christy. They found the speakers, the content, the agenda, presented multiple times. And we just want to say thank you to Leslie and KGP and Krista and Nicole. Thank you so much for everything that you do, for the great inspiration that you are, and for helping to just contribute to this awesome customer success community globally. How's the day been for you?
So fun. It's been an absolute blast. And, I got to say, to hear from some of my colleagues even, have this platform to speak. I have the pleasure of working with them every day and learn so much from them every day. And, it's such a privilege to be with them. And I'm so proud to join them on a virtual stage. So it's been a true pleasure.
That's awesome. How about you, Krista? How was the day for you?
Oh, it flew by. Like, I cannot believe how fast it went. But it was awesome. I think, for me, I think I mentioned it in the second panel that I moderated, this was like a full circle moment for me. A year ago, I joined the client success team, and it was within the first, couple of weeks that we had our first CSM summit. And so I was already lined up to be a speaker on the event, and then joined the team. And then here I am a year later working with these awesome, leaders here in our company and leaders in our space. And just was a wonderful day, and just cannot wait for the next one.
All right. Thanks, Krista. And Leslie's working the panel like a pro because she's had experience with this kind of stuff. Leslie, what are your thoughts from the day?
I thought the day was just incredible. And after being in customer success for so long and attending events that were never geared towards the individual contributor, always towards leadership, I just think that this is so special. And getting to hear from other individual contributors that are so amazing and bring so much value. I could do a full week of this. It was just fantastic. And I got so much out of every single session.
Well, thanks, Leslie. And Nicole, awesome career goal today. You presented your first community event. You nailed it. You did a great job. How was the day for you, Nicole?
It flew by. Leslie can go ahead and plan the full week event. I'm not emotionally prepared for a full week of planning. But it flew by. It was a fantastic day. I think one thing that I will take away from today is just the excitement and just walking away really pumped up by the community and really pumped up by the sense of helping each other. It was fantastic to be manning the chat and just watching teammates or people supporting people. It was really beautiful. It was a little glimmer of hope into what people can be like, and I just love seeing that is what our community is.
Well, that's great. Well, we're so grateful for you. We wanted to create an event that was relatable, that was relevant, and that was actionable. And I think from my perspective, all the presentations had all three. And so just on behalf of our team, the Client Success Leadership Team, we want to thank, and all of the community who watched today, we want to thank the four of you for all that you did to pour your passion in this and inspiration. And I just want to say in front, I think I can speak for all CEOs in SaaS, that all you CSMs are an inspiration and are the secret sauce to SaaS success. So thank you not only to our team, but to all CSMs out there for all that you do, for being in the trenches, for doing everything. We were thrilled to host this event today. And as we end, we want to say goodbye to the ladies. Thanks so much. Wave to everybody. And we just want to extend a couple other thank yous. So first of all, we want to thank our sponsors. So we had some awesome sponsors. We're so grateful for them. First of all, our bootcamp sponsor, Success Coaching. Great friends, deliver excellent content out there for professional development, coaching, and training. So please go check them out. AirDeck, awesome solution. Rocket Lane, and Baton and Vanilla at Higher Logic. All of these solutions are excellent solutions, and the people behind them are passionate about building and lifting the customer success community as well. So we encourage you to go out, check out their solutions, and we just want to thank them for making this day possible. Next, we want to thank all of our speakers. There was such a great group of speakers. They all had experience. They all gave practical advice that I felt like was relatable. They share their passion. I love the diversity. I love the smiles on their face and the energy that they brought. So thank you to all of our speakers. You really made this event special. And so thank you to everybody. And last but not least, thank you to you. To all of you CSMs out there. You are the reason we wake up every day, excited to go to work, excited to build and to deliver content and solutions and just to share who we are. We do it all for you. So we want to thank all of you CSMs out there, wherever you are around the globe. Keep up the hard work. Keep doing what you do. Keep inspiring. Keep taking care of customers. Keep focusing on value. Keep taking care of each other. Be a mentor. Write content. Contribute back to the community. That's what that makes this community so great, the global customer success community. So without, it's sad to say, but as we come to the end of this CSM Summit, we just want to thank everybody. And we want you to make sure that you come back next year and bring all your friends. We want to double the size next year. So in 2023, most likely in April again, we'll have our third annual CSM Summit. We hope that you'll join us next year. We hope that you'll give us great feedback. And so with that, I want to just say thank you on behalf of me and my co-host, Christy Falcherusso, our new Chief Customer Officer, and the entire customer success team, client success team, our production crew, everybody that had a part of it. We're just so grateful. We hope that you'll look to us, client success, as a friend and a partner in your journey, in your career as a customer success professional. Look us up at clientsuccess.com. Come to our webinars or boot camps where we give everything that we can, and let us know how we can help you as you navigate your career and as you navigate your customer relationships and as you scale your team. We are honored to be in this space, and we're excited to host the CSM Summit. So thanks to everybody, and thanks on behalf of the entire client success team. See you next year.
Clap along if you feel like a